Hey everyone, and welcome to the best stories of March 2025. I hope you all enjoy them. I believe there's just a little bit over 9 hours of stories here, plenty to fall asleep and wake up and have the video probably still playing. If you do enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like rating. I'd really appreciate it. These videos do take me quite a long time to make, so all I ask for in return is just a like on the video, if you feel that it is deserving of it. Anyways, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. I grew up near Helsinki. On the international stage, Finland might as well be one big forest, but we have the same ebb and flow of countryside and big cities as everywhere else. I've always been more of a city kind of man, but I've idolized those with a more practical, close to nature kind of upbringing. I think you've all met people like that. Those who grew up in an area where self-reliance and confidence go hand in hand. Sure, country people might not know the best place to get a rental car, or where to get a cheap beer on a Saturday night, but they can make a log cabin with hand-twined rope and a can-do attitude. But in 2017, I was working with a documentary crew. We were scouting locations for an upcoming shoot about people living in rural Finland, particularly in the outskirts of the Kainuu region. I was working with a guide named Erkki, a stick-like man with round apple-like cheeks and a never-ending smile. He could be telling you the most dreadful things and never lose his endless grin. We were gonna go location to location, do some test footage, and then return to base. From there, we would settle on the overall narrative and set out for some proper filming. But for the time being, it was just me and Erkki on the road, grasping at straws. It was an exciting time in my life. I was planning to propose to my then girlfriend Hannah at the final shoot of the documentary. It was months off, but not so long that it felt daunting. Just enough time for me to make an event of it. But that was the future. This was now. And Erkki had some bad news to share. We were planning on doing a segment about the silent people of the Kainuu region, so that part was scheduled for next month. But we needed something more personal, something about the people who really breathed life into this region. Erkki had an idea to follow a man he knew that lived as a sort of hermit, but that fell through at the last minute. So we needed a new idea at short notice. Erkki suggested something crazy. He'd heard about a family called the Rickies. These were an almost mythical family which had only been seen in passing. There was no address and no way to contact them. Erkki could swear they were out there, but he wasn't sure how to reach them. If we could find them, they'd be exactly the kind of people we were looking for. It was the end of winter, so the weather was all over the place. We were following an eastbound road, but it had started to snow out of nowhere. Maybe it was the final push before spring, but we suddenly had snow reaching up to our knees. We were on a dirt road, and it was getting harder and harder to see where we ought to turn. Erkki stopped to check his GPS, and minutes later, we were stuck. It wasn't all doom and gloom. It was bad, sure, but we had supplies and satellite phone. We'd be fine, but it was one hell of an inconvenience. As Erkki checked his gear, I looked out the window, only to see something unexpected. There were 3 people standing by the tree line. 2 men, 1 woman, all dressed in white wool clothes. At first they looked snow-covered, but it dawned on me that they all had very bright hair. Almost platinum blonde. Is that them? I asked. Erkki leaned over, then nodded at me with that ever-present smile. Looks like 'em, he said. I heard they got white hair. They just stood there, looking at us from the tree line, arms hanging loosely at their sides. One of the men, the taller one, adjusted his backpack. It looked heavy. Should we go say hello? I asked. I don't think they get a lot of visitors, he said. Some people don't think they're real. They look real to me. I raised my hand and waved at them. One of them raised their hand back and looked at it. I don't think he understood the gesture. Erky and I got out of the car and walked up to them. It hadn't dawned on me just how tall they were. They were all in their early 20s, with the woman being slightly younger. They all had this long whitish hair and pale skin. Me and Erky were red from the cold, but the Ricky family was white as ice. Not to mention they were gorgeous. Not a single flaw in their features. Erky extended a hand in greeting, but they misinterpreted it as him reaching for something. They just gave him a curious look and collectively stepped back. "Sorry," I said. "We didn't mean to be rude." Erky nodded and kept his hand out. Then he tapped himself on the chest. "I'm Erky," he said. "What's your names?" The three of them just looked at us like we were aliens. The tallest one mimicked Erky's movement and tapped himself on the chest. "Erky," the man said. No, this is Erky," I said, pointing to my guide. "What's your name?" There was no response. One by one they just mimicked the movement, pointing at themselves, then at us, repeating Erky's name. When it was clear that we were misunderstanding one another, the tension eased. We all laughed a little. As we did, they made this unusual noise. It was mixed with their laughter, and it got louder the more they smiled. It went a little something like "Re-kiki-ki" over and over. The namesake of their family, I figured. The shorter man tapped Erky on the shoulder and pointed into the woods, as if asking us to follow. We grabbed our gear, made a note on Erky's GPS, and followed them. All the while, none of them talked. They just made the occasional noise. The two men tapped one another on the chest, saying Erky, and laughed about it. The woman seemed less enthused. We followed them for about an hour. Every direction looked the same in the snow, but they never once hesitated. They knew these woods by heart. They were so quiet and comfortable, not once slipping or stumbling. Me and Erky, on the other hand, were barely keeping up. The Ricky's family had 2 log cabins deep in the woods. It looked so lived in, with pelts covering the doors and little wind chimes made from calmly rocking animal bones. The cabins were on a slope leading down to a thin creek, all covered in pine trees. There was also a small shed which looked more like a large box. The taller man swung his arm out as if in greeting and waved us along. Stepping inside the main cabin was like walking into another world. These people must have lived there for decades. Every inch of their cabins had some sort of carving or decoration. They had tools covering the walls, and their own mattresses were made from straw and blankets. The cabins were bigger than they looked, as they had been dug up a bit downward into the slope. An old rowboat hung overhead, leaning against the linseed oil-covered supports. We were offered a foul-smelling drink poured from a metal canister. They served it in what looked like repurposed tuna cans. They poured themselves a shot, too. The woman declined with a little groaning noise. Erky gave me a win in Rome kind of look, and we downed it. It was all very friendly. We showed them some of our equipment and tried to explain, but they just looked at us with confused smiles. They didn't understand what they were looking at, and giving things names seemed to confuse them. It's like they didn't understand the concept of a name. The only thing even resembling a word that they could say was that ever-present "rick-hickey" kind of noise they made when excited. One of them offered us some dry fish. Out of habit, I thanked him. In response, he held the fish up and said, "Thank you," right back. I laughed a little and held the fish up, trying to get him to repeat the word fish, but there were clearly some misunderstanding. After about half an hour of back and forth, I'd accidentally taught him that fish and thank you was the same thing. The two men kept repeating it over and over, and gleefully shared it with the young woman. I got the impression that these people weren't stupid or damaged in any way. They just had a vastly different view of things, and they didn't speak any language in common with us. Maybe not a language at all. Their view of the world was something completely different from ours, and I couldn't imagine what went on in their heads. They were exceptional people to feature in our documentary. While Erky tried to show them some pictures from his phone, I decided to get a better look around the other cabin. There were a couple of oddities, as expected. There were notches on the door for tracking a child's height. I figured that these people had grown up here, never really interacting with those from the outside. It was unheard of, but not impossible. Hell, I had an uncle who lived in North Karelia, who I'd only seen once in my whole life. Some of these people just wanted to be left alone, but there were things I couldn't explain too. For example, they had a whole wall covered in metal zippers. I figured they were used for repairs, but I couldn't see why they'd store them like that. They were hung up in strange pattern, groups of 3 by 3, as in a grid of 9. I counted 26 in total. The longest wall in the cabin was covered in animal pelts of different varieties. I had a hard time identifying them. The Ricky woman entered the cabin after a while. She walked right past me without a word and stepped up to an old mirror. She opened a small case containing a couple of silver chains and some bright red lipstick. She carefully put it on as if making herself pretty. It was something eerie about it, watching this almost feral woman do something I'd seen my girlfriend do in the bathroom mirror. I was about to go back to the others when she stopped me. She put her arms around my shoulder, and before I could protest, she leaned in for a kiss. I pulled away. "Sorry," I said. "I'm spoken for. Sorry." She just blinked at me, trying to decipher the noises I made. She looked confused, then rolled her eyes and grabbed my hand. Going back to the main cabin, there she handed me some more dry fish. Maybe she thought I was hungry. She didn't seem very upset about my rejection, and sure, she was beautiful, but I was about to be an engaged man. It felt wrong, especially from someone I could only barely communicate with. Erky and I were given some more dry goods, and we shared some of the food with the Rickies. I had some crackers and jam, which they spat out with a rikiki laugh. They didn't like the crumbs. We had a couple more drinks, a few more misunderstandings, and as the sun started to set, I saw the young woman leaning over to give Erky a big kiss with her reddened lips. He didn't seem to mind at all. Surprisingly, this just made the family cheer. Maybe it was some kind of welcome ritual. It didn't seem particularly sexual. By the late evening, we were given a space to sleep on in the second cabin. Erky and I rolled out our sleeping bags and made ourselves comfortable. My head was spinning a bit, mostly because of that foul drink. You could strip the skin off a boar with that thing. Maybe it's what it was used for. Erky and I settled in for the night, listening to the trees rustle up against the side of the cabin. Little wisps of air made it through the cracks on the floor. It wasn't a comfortable place, but I could see how one could get used to it, especially if you didn't know any better. "We have to film these people," I whispered into the dark. "They're unique." "Told you," Erky said. "Jackpot." "How'd you hear about them?" "All kinds of rumors," he murmured. "There's the usual stuff, like they're not recognized by the government, paperless." "What else?" "Some say they sneak around the farms, stealing eggs and milk. Others blame them for bad harvests." I could hear him moving in the dark, trying to get comfortable. His speech slurred a little. "Some say they're bad luck," he continued. "That they'll grab your kids if you stray. That they'll eat your dogs. That kind of crap." "They didn't seem like the type," I said. "They seem kind of friendly." "I'd say," he chuckled. "The lips on that woman." And with that, he drifted off to sleep. It took me a bit longer. I was comfortable enough, but there was something about that noise they kept making that had just rubbed me the wrong way. Out of all the noises in the world, why that one? Re-kick-a-key. Re-kick-a-key. We got up early the next day. The Rickies had already been up for a while, milling about outside. It had snowed a lot. We couldn't see the tracks from the night before. I had a rough idea of the direction our car was, but I was getting a bit nervous about finding my way back. Erky didn't seem all too worried, though. He had a GPS. The shorter of the two men walked up to me and pulled on my arm, pointing me eastward, down the slope. Now, I say shorter, but that was only relative to his older brother. He was almost a full head taller than me. It was clear he wanted to show me something. I brought the camera and followed along, asking Erky to wait for me. We didn't walk far. We followed the river for a bit until we got to a flat rock elevation. There was a crack there which led to a small cave. I'm a bit claustrophobic, but the ease of which the Ricky brother stepped inside calmed my nerves a little. There was a large flat stone wall inside. It was just nearly enough in the day for the sun to peek through the crack. Any later in the afternoon, and most of this place would be dark. Maybe that's why he wanted to show me in the morning. There was a sort of cave painting there. Not anything spectacular, or even that old, but telling in its own way. Someone had drawn it by hand, leaving prints in the roughly spaced color patches. It took me a while to understand what I was seeing, but once I stepped back, I could understand the whole picture. On the left, there was a line of women, all dressed in white, brides, seemingly, all walking out of what looked like an old village. They walked past birch trees and pine, all holding bouquets of flowers. At the end of the line, there were bridal dresses thrown to the side, discarded and covered in blood. Next to them were bouquets of colorful flowers. But a couple women remained, holding up bouquets of these unusual blue sunflowers, giving them up as an offering. These women were unharmed, and their dresses as beautiful as ever, and on the right side of the image was what looked like a church with a broken cross. The doors were wide open, but there was only darkness inside. At the very front was a woman in white being handed an infant by a long gray arm. "You know what this means?" I asked him. He just smiled at me. "Is this you?" I asked, pointing at the child. "Is that you right here?" But he said nothing, just a long exhale and a faint re-kick-kick-key. I got a couple of pictures of the cave and followed the brother back to the cabins. It was clear that something about their family was beyond the ordinary, but it was hard to piece it together. It dawned on me just how little I knew about these people. How many generations had they been out here? Who was their mother? And where was she? My mind drifted back to that cave painting, and the woman in white presenting a bouquet to an encroaching darkness. Not afraid, but welcoming. When I came back to the cabins, Erky was gone. The woman was brushing her hair and boiling some kind of glue. She didn't seem at all bothered by me coming back. The older brother was nowhere to be seen. Erky's backpack was gone, so was his equipment. It's like he'd taken it all and just walked out of there, leaving me behind. It didn't make sense. I confronted the young woman, and despite it being a long shot, I asked her. "Erky," I said, "where?" She didn't understand. As I repeated myself, she put her fingers to her lips, as if asking if I was hungry. I shook my head. "Erky," I repeated. I tried to show with my hands how tall he was. I made circles around my cheeks and smiled, as if trying to mimic his face. She just looked at me, muttering that same sound as always. Re-kick-a-key, re-kick-a-key. After a couple of hours, the older brother returned. The other two jumped up, yelling excitedly. As they did, the older brother held up something for them to see. I couldn't see what it was, but it dawned on me as he got closer. It was the zipper from a jacket. He gave me a pat on the shoulder as he passed me by to put it on the cabin wall. Looking down on my shoulder, I felt something warm. Blood. They shouted and cheered, ecstatic, repeating that same noise over and over and over. As the older brother emerged from the cabin, he walked up to me. I pointed at my shoulder and felt my tongue go dry. "Erky?" I asked. There was no answer, not a glimpse of recognition. He just smiled and dumped his blood-stained gloves in the snow. I didn't know what to do. I had no idea where to go, and I didn't know what to expect. These people lived by a completely different set of rules, and whatever seemed normal to them might be alien to me. I was on their land, living by their law, but I couldn't wrap my head around it. Had they killed Erky? Why? They were as hospitable as ever. They shared drinks and food. They made their own stove bread. They let me borrow a pelt to stay warm around the fire. There was no hint of hostility. In fact, later that night, the woman put on that red lipstick again and offered me another kiss. Again, I declined. All three of them seemed almost disappointed. I apologized, which only seemed to antagonize her. Minutes later, I was handed another dry fish. I forgot. They thought an apology meant something else. For 2 full days, I lived with the Ricky family like nothing happened. I tried to communicate, to get them to guide me back to the car, but the message just didn't get through. I asked for Erky's equipment, the GPS, the satellite, phone, anything, and still they didn't understand. They housed me, fed me, kept me warm, and tried to include me in their chores. One afternoon, the brothers came back with a bunch of scrap. A steering wheel, a hubcap, a car seat. They'd made their way back to Erky's car and looted it. They didn't try to hide it. They even handed me a few of the items, tapping on them as if asking me what they were. I tried to show them the steering wheel and the way you turn it, but they just thought it looked funny. And with every burst of laughter, that noise bubbled up. Re-kick-a-key. They couldn't help themselves. I kept looking over my shoulder. I'd see the older brother watching me curiously. Whenever I saw him wandering around with an axe or a hammer, I couldn't help but get the feeling he was looking for an excuse to use it. He'd be all smiles and laughs one moment, but there was always something else hidden deep behind those eyes. An intention, a willingness. I considered running away, to just take what I could and book it, but the same question arose in me. What if I went the wrong way? This was the middle of nowhere, and if I went the wrong way, I'd end up in even deeper crap. So I waited. I kept my head down, stayed quiet, and watched. On the 4th day, the whole family wanted to show me something. They pulled me along. I think we went north, past the pines and past the birch trees. We wandered into a clearing where a sliver of mountain rock poked out, making a large flat area with a slight tilt. At the very peak, there was a large patch of blood splatter. The older brother walked off to the side where a chainsaw hung from a tree. Beneath it was a large hand-woven basket. My heart stopped when he reached for the chainsaw, but he ended up picking up the basket. I think they were confused. They didn't seem to understand why I was nervous. This didn't seem wrong or unusual to them. The younger brother seemed more interested in the chainsaw, reverently patting it. Re-kick-a-key, kick-a-key, he muttered. The others nodded. I looked back and forth between them. The older brother was collecting something in the basket while the other two cleaned and worshipped their chainsaw. An older model, probably from the 80s. The color was suntanned and faded. The chain was worn, but as deadly as ever. Re-kick-a-key. That's what that noise meant. They were imitating someone pull-starting a chainsaw. The older brother was cleaning something up. I looked around, but I didn't know what was okay to touch and what wasn't. There was always that feeling of someone on the edge of flipping a switch, turning feral and doing something terrible to me. These people thought that they were showing me was fine and normal. They didn't understand that it wasn't. The older brother picked up a slab of animal-ravaged meat and slapped it into the basket. An arm, I think. I recognized the color of its jacket. The older brother carried the basket, and I was pushed along by the others. They wanted me to see this. The younger sister even brought my camera along. She must have learned that I associated it with important things so clearly. This was important to them. She couldn't really understand what it did, or why I was doing it, but she wanted to share it anyway. I think she genuinely cared. Without her lipstick on, she seemed a lot more relaxed. We came to an open mire. It was surreal. The snow silenced everything but our breaths. I could see an old building in the distance, perhaps a church, half sunk into the ground. The oldest brother, struggling to carry the large basket of remains, went ahead on his own. The rest of us stood back. The sister poked at my camera, pointing at her brother. This was important to her. I watched through a lens as he wandered off to the building and set the basket down. Moments later, one of the crumbling doors creaked open. I couldn't see exactly what happened, but seconds later the basket was gone and the door closed. Re-kick-a-key. The younger brother and sister hollered. The older brother raised his arms in a gesture back to them. They all looked to me, confused as to why I wasn't cheering. The sister grabbed my arm, lifting it into the air. She nodded at me enthusiastically. Syllable by syllable, she made me say it with them. She made me cheer. I couldn't say no. I don't know what they would do if I did. I just followed along. As my stomach turned upside down, re-kick-a-key. I think another 8 days passed. They showed me how to twine rope and how to light a fire. They took me fishing. The older brother chopped the head off a fish in a swing that was so natural to him that it made me shiver. They showed me how to make tea from pine needles and how to collect the dry, edible roots. These people were self-sufficient, and they had no trouble sharing that with me. They treated me like one of them, but there was always that tension, that look from the older brother, those eyes looking for an excuse. I can't describe it as being kept hostage. I could go wherever and do whatever. Hell, I could get a good stab at one of them if I tried. But there were 3 of them, and I couldn't imagine what they'd do once they overpowered me. I thought about hiding a weapon, but I figured they'd notice something missing. They were meticulous about their tools. One morning, they woke me up. The younger brother dragged me out of my sleeping bag and pushed me towards my clothes. He stomped his foot, showing me to hurry. I did. There was a strange noise outside, a machine noise. The other siblings were already on their way down the slope, and I had to hurry to catch up. It didn't take long for us to reach a field. There was a man there, a man on a snowmobile. We all just stopped to look at him, and I could tell he'd noticed us too. The siblings just stood there looking at him. The man waved at us and I waved back. I was the only one who did. He got off the snowmobile and approached us, taking off his helmet. He said something to me, but it wasn't in Finnish. Might have been a tourist or someone from across the eastern border. As he got closer, I noticed the sister picking up something from her pocket. Moments later, she'd put on her red lipstick. The stranger walked up to us, seemingly asking a question. He pointed back at the snowmobile, shaking his head. I figured he might be lost. The 2 brothers walked up to him, and the sister faced him head on. He raised his hand in protest, but when she leaned in for a kiss, he didn't struggle. She kissed him good. He laughed and asked me a question, but I just shrugged. The siblings cheered and hollered, repeating that same noise over and over, but as they did, the older brother shuffled behind the stranger, and as nonchalant as severing the head off a trout, he buried a hatchet in the back of the stranger's skull. Re-kick-a-key, re-kick-a-key. They laughed and cheered. The man bled out in the snow. I could barely fathom what had happened. The sister wiped the lipstick off as they waved me over. They looked at me expectantly. When I didn't cheer, their moods seemed to be sour. They frowned. The older brother clutched his hatchet a little tighter. He searched my face for something. Finally, I caved. I joined them. I made that same noise and they lit right back up in cheers and yells, re-kick a key. And together, they made me help them carry that man all the way to the clearing in the forest, past the pines, past the birch trees, leaving a trail of blood behind. I can't go into detail about what they did. I can't. They fired up the chainsaw. They screamed louder than I'd ever heard them scream, and when that thing roared to life, their chatter turned to screeching. They mutilated him, not only cutting into pieces, but making it small enough for wildlife to pick clean. They didn't care about what it was in his pockets. The only memento they kept was the zipper from his jacket. It wasn't malice or even practical. It was reverent. They were thankful, if anything. This was a joyous occasion, like kids opening a present. It's one thing to see blood, even a lot of blood, but there's a point where you see something turn from person to body to meat, and that image burns into the back of your eyes like a never-ending cramp. I'd started to put it together. The sister performed a kind of test, or initiation. She made herself pretty and offered a kiss. Except it wasn't just a kiss. It was a sign of consent. To the Rickies, accepting that kiss was to accept your death. You consented to them taking your life. Since I'd never kissed her, I'd never consented. As a result, they treated me with the utmost hospitality, like I was one of them. Erky had kissed her. It had been just a quick peck on the lips, but it was all it took. So they saw it as consent, waited until morning, and took him into the woods to die. They just cut the body up and left it there for the forest creatures to enjoy. They didn't even check the pockets. But before we left, the sister poked me. She gave me my camera and she pointed right at the pile of meat from the stranger. She insisted on it. This was important. I could barely function for the rest of the day. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep. With every smack of my lips, I imagined the sound of severed meat, but the Rickies continued as usual. They cheered, they laughed, they played, they did their chores and kept their spirits high. If anything, they couldn't understand what was wrong with me. I was offered a salve, so maybe they thought I was sick. They couldn't comprehend that what they were doing was out of the ordinary. When I lay down to sleep that night, that image kept flashing in the back of my mind. I couldn't differentiate the ringing noise of the chainsaw in my ears from their cackling call. It was all this one nightmarish blend that churned my guts to ice. I had to leave. I had to. The next day they took me back there. While they filled up their basket with remains, I swallowed my fears and dug through the man's pockets. It didn't take long for me to find the keys to the snowmobile. The Rickies gave me a curious look, but didn't seem to mind. Meat was meat. As long as I didn't interrupt, they didn't care. I figured I could find my way back to the snowmobile. I just had to follow the mire going south, and I'd spot it eventually. I just had to go along and break away from the group. Somehow. We followed the same path going back to the mire. The smell of the flesh was so pungent I could taste it in my lungs. But I tried to focus on what I had to do. I think they could tell something was off. They were their usual cheerful self, but I couldn't reciprocate. As we reached the open field, the older brother grabbed me by the arm. While he carried the basket, he seemed to want me to come along and bring the camera. He too wanted to show something important. We walked up to the old building. It was much larger than I thought. Fading white wood barely held together. Windows battered and broken. A patch of stripped wood above the door in the shape of a missing cross. The older brother put down the basket in front of the door and ushered me forward to take a picture. When I raised my camera, he put a hand on my shoulder as if to say, "Not yet." So I waited. The door creaked open. I could hear the others hollering from afar, cheering us on. I stepped closer with my camera raised. A long gray arm stretched out, carefully wrapping its fingers one by one around the handle of the basket. What little light made its way inside the building showed me the outlines of countless baskets littering the floor, and something shapeless moving in the dark. It gently pulled the basket in. As it did, the older brother made a strange noise. I looked back as his expression changed. Something different. Surprise, perhaps. Then I turned back, only to feel the cold touch of gray fingers wrapping around my throat. I was pulled into the dark. It was so fast I couldn't see the walls. It's like the room opened up into an endless hallway. There were so many people there. Pale whites with almost translucent hair. Their eyes were sunken and dark. There were colorful patches of cloth scattered around the floor, with bits and pieces gnawed to the bone, some of which were still gnawed on. Heads slowly turned towards me, tired, desperate, and starving, vaguely humanoid, with elongated limbs and absurd proportions. A feeding ground for something inhuman. A sturdy hand grabbed me. I fell backwards, landing in snow. The older brother had pulled me out. I saw the doors close as the gray hand disappeared. There were no cheers, nothing. They were just as confused as I was. I could barely stand. My legs wobbled. I looked over at the other Rickies and took a deep breath. They were strange, but they had their rules. They didn't kill indiscriminately. They were feeding others, and they weren't doing it without a reason. They asked for permission, but this thing didn't. The older brother didn't like that. Grasping the keys to the snowmobile in my pocket, I started walking. The older brother grasped my hand, searching my face with that cold, dead stare. He wasn't like the rest. He knew something more, I could tell, but even so, he had a code to follow. He wasn't killing for the fun of it, and he wasn't going to let me become unwilling meat. For a moment, I could understand why the Rickies never learned to speak. They didn't need to. This man could tell me everything he wanted without a word, so he let me go. The other Rickies called out to me. There was a sadness to them. They tapped themselves on the chest, mimicking words I'd said before, things they could only hope to apply. "Erky," the sister called out. "Thank you, the younger brother repeated, but I kept walking. I understood, finally, that they weren't going to stop me. The final sound I heard was the sister, wailing by the tree line, trying to beg me to come back. And the last thing I saw was the older brother turning his back to me. I left them behind. I got to the snowmobile and I went west, and I didn't stop until I was far, far away. It took hours before I saw another person, a car passing on a country road who stopped for me. I told the police everything, but there was nothing they could do. There were no tracks to follow. All they could do was go look, but everything was covered by the trees. We never finished the documentary. I did end up proposing, though, but I could never look at a kiss the same way. It took me some time to warm up to it. I still get shivers from it. To this day, Hannah doesn't understand why she can't wear red lipstick. And I think they're still out there, living in their cabin as a family, and I don't think they'll ever understand why we fear them. Maybe that's for the best. I backpack around the country. Sometimes I catch a ride with the occasional semi-driver, but mostly I walk. Everything I need is strapped to my back, and I live simply. Most of the time, it's a good life. That's not to say there aren't downsides. I've been mugged a couple of times, spent nights shivering myself to sleep, and been chased off by crotchety old farmers, sometimes at gunpoint. Lately I've been drifting through Nebraska and Iowa, where the cornfields stretch on forever. Rustling in the breeze, I take meals where I can, and I'm not above scavenging from the trash. I was digging through one such dumpster when I heard the distant crackle of thunder. The storm had been building all afternoon, the sky bruising at the edges, thick clouds swallowing the last hints of sunlight. When the first droplets hit, cold and sharp, I knew I'd be walking through a downpour soon if I didn't find shelter. I took a back road, no cars passed, just telephone lines, cattle, and fences. That's when I saw it, far across an empty stretch of land, past the buck and pole fences and the swaying thistles. A house, dark and silent, its windows boarded over like lidded eyes. Beyond it, set further back from the road, stood a barn, peeling red paint, roof sagging at one corner, its wide doors slightly ajar. Something about it made me stop. Maybe the way the last of the light caught on the slanted roof. Maybe the way the shadows pooled too thickly around the entrance. I hesitated. The storm was moving in fast. Wind picked up, whipping through the fields, hissing through the stalks of dead grass. I could keep walking, hope to find shelter somewhere else, but I didn't want to stay in the house. I knew that much. The barn seemed like the safer bet. Lightning split the sky, the rain came harder, soaking through my jacket. The fence was easy to slip through, the mud sucking at my boots as I crossed the field. The house loomed as I passed it, its presence heavy, watching. The barn doors creaked as I pushed them open. The smell hit me first. Damp hay, old wood, something else underneath. Something sour. Inside, it was darker than I expected. The rain on the metal roof echoed, hollow and rhythmic, a sound I normally found comforting, but here it felt different, deeper, like it was coming from beneath the floor. I hesitated, scanning the space. Empty stalls, a gutted tractor half buried in the shadows, loose hay scattered across the dirt, no signs of life. I climbed into the loft, keeping my back to the wall as I unrolled my sleeping bag. The storm raged outside, wind howling through the cracks in the barn walls. I fell into a tangled sleep. A sound jolted me awake. Something rattling in the distance back near the house. I crept out of my sleeping bag and climbed down the groaning ladder. I flicked the light on and stepped outside. The hail still peppered me as I crossed the stretch toward the house. Behind it, a set of storm cellars sat against the ground. One of the doors thrashed up and down, caught in the wind. The basement beyond churned my stomach, the stench of decay thick and cloying as it wafted up. One door remained intact while the other hung open. A splintered board jutting from its frame, jagged nails protruding like teeth where they once held it shut. They had secured both doors in place, yet now one gaped open, the barrier broken. A tingle of doubt crept through me as I wondered if the doors had been forced from within, or if the wind had somehow torn them loose. But the damage was too deliberate, too heavy. Something with weight had done this. I liked this place less and less. Being this close to the house made my skin crawl, though I couldn't put my finger on why. Then I heard it, a rattle at the barn doors behind me, where all my belongings were. I turned. One of the red barn doors quivered like a lip, hanging slightly farther open than I had left it. Another trick of the wind, I told myself. But this place, it felt like stepping into the wrong part of a bad neighborhood. The kind with pit bulls chained up in front yards, where furniture sat on the lawn. The kind where a wrong turn could get you mugged. The feeling sank into my gut like teeth. And yet, there wasn't another soul for miles, and I didn't have any other choice. I walked back toward the barn, flashlight in hand. Then I saw them. Footprints, bare feet in the mud, long toenails trailing deep into the earth. The prints led toward the barn. I traced them back with my light. They came from the storm cellar. I needed to grab my things and leave. I pulled the barn door back and shone my light inside. The hinges groaned. The beam of my flashlight cut through the gloom. A woman stood with her back to me. Hail clung to the greasy strands of her gray hair. Her clothes hung loose and ragged, sleeves torn, fabric stiff with old stains. "That you?" Her voice cracked, rasping through a throat that sounded raw. Slowly she turned. Her movements were wrong, too stiff, like she wasn't used to them. Her face was a mask of sunken gray lines. Patches of hair were missing, exposing smooth, pale scalp. The sockets where her eyes had been were hollow and wet. Her thin lips, shriveled and gray like dried sardines, barely pulled back enough to reveal teeth like worn tombstones. She sucked at the air, a wet, rattling whistle. I stood frozen, my heart thundered. My brain refused to process what I was seeing. She took a staggered step forward. Her dress, torn to shreds, slipped from her shoulders. A sagging breast peeked through, hollow where the nipple should have been. The flesh was gnawed as if something had chewed on her. Large teeth marks sank deep into the skin. I backed away, slow, pulse hammering in my throat. She walked with a hitch, her torso lifting too much with each step, one hand clutching her chest like she was holding herself together. My backpedaling led me to the barn doors, and then I felt it. Meaty fingers hooked into my shoulder, cold as marble, stiff but strong. The grip was steady, not yanking, not shoving, just holding me in place, something testing my weight. My breath caught. "If it ain't Ben," she murmured, lips barely forming the words, voice thick with something rotten, something wet. "Then we got a trespasser." The stench rolled over the back of my neck like heat off a carcass left too long in the sun. It clung to my skin, bloated heavy with something rotten. My stomach twisted. Bile crept up my throat. I didn't dare turn my head. She took another step forward, unsteady, shivering like something barely holding together. But I knew what was pressing into my lower back now. 3 dull points, nudging at my spine. A pitchfork, not yet breaking skin, but promising the possibility. "It's me," I blurted, throat tight. "It's Ben." She stopped, listened. The rattling hail filled the space between us, drumming hollow against the barn roof. "Don't sound like Ben." Her jaw hung slack, words thick, like she was rolling them around before spitting them out. The fingers on my shoulder tightened. The pitchfork pressed in a fraction more. I swallowed. "It's me, I'm just under the weather." The lie tumbled out dry, weak. She cocked her head, sniffing the air like she could smell the truth. Those empty sockets, slick and glistening, twitched slightly as if searching for me. Her face was unreadable, but I felt the shift in her posture, the hesitation, the way she leaned in just slightly, considering. The silence stretched too long, my pulse throbbing. The grip on my shoulder didn't loosen. Finally, she exhaled, slow and deliberate. "Let's get inside, then." Her voice scraped against the air. Her tongue flicked out, pale, pocked with holes, slick as a worm, tasting the space between us. The hand peeled away from my shoulder, slow and deliberate. The prongs of the pitchfork scraped against the dirt floor, dragging just enough to make my skin crawl. The weight of it lingered, a quiet, unspoken threat. I turned, and he was there, a looming figure in a rotting wool coat, the fabric sagging with filth. His frame still carried the ghost of old strength, though his flesh had turned pale, slack, lifeless. His eyes were gone, dark, yawning sockets. Loose skin hung from his neck in ragged strips, peeling like the rind of an overripe orange. His breath wheezed through the moist, ruined tunnel of this trachea. In the dim glow of my flashlight, I caught glimpses of raw, pulpy layers beneath the gaps in his flesh. His hair, like hers, was patchy and thin, matted with filth. A dampness clung to him, something that brought to mind a corpse hauled from the sea, something that had no business moving anymore. They led me toward the house. When she stumbled past me to take the lead, I caught a glimpse of gleaming bone through the raw nest of her scalp. The air thickened with the smell of old death. My fists clenched. My knuckles burned white. Fear had taken root in my stomach, deep, and it was starting to bloom. There was no one for miles, no one to hear me scream. I had no choice, so I followed them into the storm cellar. My feet dragging, my grip tightened around the flashlight. The walls were damp with black mold, sagging in places, water streaking down in thin trails. The lumbering figure thumped down the steps behind me, still gripping the pitchfork. His gaping mouth worked at the air. She hobbled forward. The room was lined with broken down shelves, rusted cans scattered across the floor. A folding table sat in the middle. 4 chairs slid into place around it. Thunder rumbled outside. The man turned and pulled the storm shutters closed, plunging the room into suffocating darkness. My flashlight was still gripped in my palm. It cast stretching shadows across the damp walls. I imagined them down here before I arrived, alone, sitting in the dark. The thought sent a shudder through me. Were they alive? Were they walking corpses? They smelled dead, but they acted alive. "Sit," she murmured. "Please." I hesitated, then slowly lowered myself into one of the chairs. The air was frigid, the kind of cold that settled deep in the bones. Everything in me screamed that I shouldn't be here. The large male stood in the corner, motionless but breathing. She shuffled into the back room, her steps wet against the concrete. Her shoulders arched forward, not from pain, but something deeper, something mechanical, like a body struggling to remember how to move. As she disappeared into the shadows, I turned toward another room across from me. The door was shut. Moving carefully, I rose from my chair, cautious not to make a sound over the shifting groan of the house and the storm beating its fists against the world outside. I crept toward the door, fingers wrapping around the handle. It turned easily, the door pushing open with a reluctant creak. Inside, 2 large dog cages sat against the far wall. Their heavy metal bars rusted but still looked strong enough. Each one was locked with a heavy padlock. In the first, a mummified corpse lay crumpled in on itself, the dried remains of a young man. His clothes hung to his bones, skin pulled tight like old leather. Cobwebs stretched between his fingers, webs caught in the open gape of his jaw. Ben? Their son? I didn't know for sure, but whoever he was actually dead, unlike them. I sucked in a sharp breath, stomach tightening as I clamped a hand over my mouth. The sound of her footsteps stopped. I held still, the silence stretched, pressing into my ears. Then a shift, a tilt of the head. The man's ear turned slightly, angling toward me like a dog picking up a distant sound. My heart slammed against my ribs. There was a second kennel, empty. Why? For me? I waited, breath caught in my throat, forcing myself not to move. His head cocked slightly, listening, but then he returned to his stillness. The vacant slits in his head reminded me of something I remembered hearing about, how the eyes are the first thing that carrion insects consume when you die, because of how soft they are. Was that what happened to them? Her feet resumed their slow, wet shuffle in the back room. Moving carefully, I tiptoed back to the chair, lowering myself into it, hands curled into fists beneath the table. She re-emerged a moment later, glancing in my direction. She carried a tray and set it down in front of me. Rusted cans of beans, corn, radishes, and other fruits and vegetables sat in a row. The metal was dented, lids peeled open, their edges rimmed with dried blood. Deep grooves from human teeth marked the sides of each can. Inside, a black soup sloshed thickly, rancid and rotting. "Come, Harold, sit. It's dinner time." He moved toward the table, dragging the pitchfork beside him. The prongs carved shallow tracks through the damp sludge on the floor. With a deep groan, he dropped into the chair next to me. They ate slowly, deliberately. Fingers dipped into the cans, scooping up the tar-like slop, shoving it between their lips, chewing, sucking, swallowing, wet sounds. Their hollow eyes never left me. A thick dribble of black ichor leaked from the ragged hole in his trachea, soaking into the filth on his overalls. He didn't react. The chewing grew louder, lips smacking, cracked teeth grinding. The sick organic sounds filled the room, drowning out the storm outside. He was too close. His shoulder brushed mine as he hunched over his meal. She sat to my right, her rotted fingers stirring the sludge in her can. "You gotta eat. Keep your strength up." She nudged a can toward me, pickled yams. The smell hit me instantly. Sweetness turned sour. Something squirmed in the black slop. I hesitated, swallowing against the bile rising in my throat. My fingers curled around the rusted can. I took a slow breath and pretended to slurp at it. The smell alone was enough to turn my stomach, but worse was the sight of them, their pale hands working the sludge, their mouths smacking greedily around the rotten pulp of canned fruit and vegetables, the rancid odor of botulism. She leaned in close. "I know you ain't Ben." I could feel my eyes widen with terror. As she spoke, black droplets splattered onto my sleeve. My heart thumped hard against my ribs. Her lips furled into a smile. "I know you saw Ben in there." She motioned toward the other room. "Ben tried to leave, tried to go to that university. But we had work to do here. So much to do on the farm." Something writhed beneath her scalp, just like in the cans. A yellowed maggot fell from her forehead, wiggling on the table. A bright, searing heat burned in my lungs. I needed to leave, to run. Now. "We couldn't let Ben go. We needed him here, with us." She smiled, her mouth a black, oozing void. I watched the maggot writhe in a slow circle. "Ben wasn't a survivor, wasn't built tough. He stopped working the fields even after we whipped him. Broke his ankle, let it heal all wrong so he could wander the property without hobbles. Nothing taught the boy discipline, so we locked him up." Harold tossed an empty can over his shoulder, belching. A sickly, rotting sweetness filled my nostrils. She chewed at a gristly piece of something. Black ichor dribbled down her chin. "He stopped moving in there. Couldn't take it. Weak boy. Even Harold and me outlasted him." She reached for my hand, fingers thin and stringy like piano wires. The flesh was damp, her grip cold and clammy like a wet fish. Her cracked nails scraped against my skin. "Harold and me, we tried making more babies. They just kept coming out all wrong. Buried 'em deep in the fields." I sat frozen, my mind clawing for sense, for some kind of reality to latch onto. None of this was right. None of this should have been possible. But her touch, deliberate and real, left no room for doubt. "Then you came along, wandering onto our farm. A strong young man." Her grip tightened, fingers locking around my wrist. You could be the son we deserved. Just need to make a few things clear first. A blur of movement. Harold shot up from his seat. Before I could react, the pitchfork slammed down hard on my left hand. The middle barb punched clean through. A gunshot of pain exploded through my body. Ugh! I screamed, falling to my knees. I yanked my right hand free from her grip, her nails tearing at my skin. What the? I roared, grasping wildly at the pitchfork's handle. It had been buried deep. The 3 prongs jutted all the way through the underside of the table, my blood trickling from the tips. Grab the leg irons, Harold. I scrambled to my knees, but she only watched, head tilted, listening, that same sick grin stretching her face. Harold's heavy footsteps thudded across the floor, steady, patient, knowing there was nowhere for me to go. If they got those shackles on me, I'd end up like Ben. I'd end up in that cage. My flashlight lay on the ground, its weak beam the only thing keeping the room from total darkness. The same darkness they moved through like blind, naked moles. I lunged for the pitchfork handle, wrenching at it with my free hand, but it wouldn't budge. He'd driven it too deep. I climbed onto the table, bracing my legs against its edge, and pulled, every muscle straining, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Stop it, or I'll put you in that dog cage right now, she hissed, sensing what I was doing, her ruined fingers twitching against the table. I pulled harder, veins bulging in my arms, jaw locked tight, my whole body on fire, the wound in my hand screaming as I put every ounce of strength into the handle. The door creaked before me. Harold was coming. I heard the clank of manacles swinging in his hand, his body a shadow moving through without urgency, knowing he didn't have to rush. I yanked, pulled, my teeth began to ache. The pitchfork gave away all at once. I staggered back, the table pitching forward beneath my weight, slamming down onto her arm with a grotesque pop, nearly tearing it from the socket. She made no sound, no scream of pain, only the raspy noise of her breathing as she lifted her head and grinned wider, her lips curling back, black ichor glistening along her gums. I hit the floor hard, my knees sinking into the slick, stinking filth, my boots sliding as I struggled to stand. I had seconds, maybe less. If I didn't move now, I wouldn't get another chance. I bolted toward the door, slipping, catching myself, my pulse hammering in my throat. I heard Harold behind me, moving faster now, charging like a bull, the walls shuddering with his weight. I lunged past my flashlight and wrenched open the storm cellar, throwing my body into it just as his hand shot through the gap. There was no sound, just the awful meaty crunch as his hand was crushed between the jagged nails on the board that once held the heavy doors shut. I watched, frozen, as his fingers flexed once, twice, the raw skin peeling apart, flesh splitting open, dragging slowly backward through the rusted nails and back into the storm cellar, tearing deep, splitting apart the hand like a ship grinding over a reef. The ruined digits disappeared into the cellar with a thump. I stood there breathless, chest heaving, rain pounding against the earth outside. God, what were they? Were they even people anymore? I rushed toward the barn, feet pounding through the mud, breath burning in my throat. The storm cellars tore open behind me when I was halfway across. I didn't look back, but I heard the splintering wood, the slap of bare feet in the rain. The earth was a mess of deep puddles now, the hail softening into a relentless downpour, soaking through my clothes as I pushed forward. The barn loomed ahead, red and peeling. the place where all of this began. I turned. Through the dark and the rain I saw them. His massive frame, her hunched, twisted silhouette. They were coming, slow but sure, drawn to the sound of me even over the storm. I had to get my pack. Everything I owned, every piece of my life was in there. Without it, I was as good as dead. Even if it meant risking more, losing more, I had to retrieve it. I reached the barn and yanked the doors shut behind me. But the latch was useless, broken on the floor. No way to keep them out. I climbed into the loft, shoving my gear into my pack as fast as my shaking hands allowed. They were close now. I buried myself in a pile of soiled hay, curled tight, pulling more over me, barely breathing. "Shoulda hobbled you the second I saw you," she muttered from below. The tension coiled tight, a wire stretched to its breaking point. He wouldn't be able to follow me up here. Too big, too heavy. But she could. I heard her hands scrabbling against the rungs of the ladder, her feet clumsy as she climbed. The wood groaned under her weight. Then there was a wet, uneven shuffle. She was on all fours now, crawling across the loft, sifting through the hay. I held my breath. She was inches away, close enough that I could make out the thin, cracked line of her lips, the way they barely covered the dark gums beneath, close enough that the stink of her clung to the air, thick with a sweetness of decay. I heard her tongue move inside her mouth, restless, shifting. Her ruined hand, swollen and trembling, dropped into the straw beside my leg. A strand of spit dangled from her lips. I felt it land on my shirt. I forced my eyes shut, clenched my teeth, willed my body to stay still even as my muscles burned with the need to move. My leg cramped hard, but I swallowed the pain, the panic. She sniffed once. Her fingers curled into the straw. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. The smell of her filled my mouth, my lungs, the back of my throat. Then she shifted, stilled, decided. And she retreated, crawling back down the ladder without a word. I stayed frozen, barely daring to breathe, listening as they rifled through the stalls below, kicking through piles of garbage and rotted hay. I waited, long after she left, long after I heard his heavy boots drag away. 30 minutes, an hour, maybe more. Only when the rain stopped and the first thin light pushed through the slats of the barn did I move. I slipped down, careful, silent, my wounded hand throbbing deep in my bones. I noticed no birds chirped, no crickets called, no frogs croaked. The land was eerie in its silence, dead in its stillness, cursed, poisoned. For a moment I almost convinced myself none of it had happened, that these things were just illusions, paranoia brought on by exhaustion and old habits clawing at the edge of my mind. But as I crept out of the barn, I saw the soil, trampled by many footprints. Some were mine, most were not. If you're a fellow drifter, if you ever pass an abandoned red barn in the middle of nowhere, keep on walking. It was during the spring break of my second year at college that I got a phone call from my Uncle Andrew, asking me if I'd be willing to spend a few days over at his house. My grandfather had been sick for a long, tough while, and it had apparently gotten to the stage that the primary focus now was less to treat him, and more so to just make him as comfortable as possible for the time he had left. I can't say I envied anyone in the situation. Grandpa, who'd be getting ready to face eternity in a house that wasn't his, with no company but a son who he barely spoke to these days. And Andrew, whose girlfriend died giving birth to their daughter 7 months ago. and was now tasked with taking care of a dying man on top of that. I'd like to act as if I was making a saintly decision to come over and offer a helping hand out of love for my family, but the truth was that it had been quite some time since I'd spoken to Andrew last, and it had been forever since I'd spoken to my paternal grandfather. No, I went because I was lonely, unbearably so. I don't have any friends to speak of at college, and ever since my mother passed away about a year ago, I'd had no one to talk to at all. I made the decision to help Andrew out of the desperation for proper social interaction. Not like there'd be much to it anyway. All I really imagined I'd be doing is keeping the baby out of his hair when he was too busy and getting Grandpa anything he needed. Andrew's house was out in the sticks, at least 40 minutes away from the nearest town. My family are mostly dotted around a generally quite rural county, so there wasn't much in the area but barren roads and the odd building or two. As for the house itself, there wasn't really much to say about it from the front yard. Just another isolated double story that someone called home. I rang the doorbell, and after a few moments Andrew greeted me. He seemed more or less the same as the last time I'd seen him in the flesh. "Ah, Nick, how are you doing? Thanks so much again for coming." He smiled, his voice nothing if not welcoming. "Nah, not like I had much going on anyway," I replied, to which he chuckled. "Come on in. Throw your jacket on the hanger there. You want some coffee?" "Sure," I said. "Yeah, all right. Have a seat over in the living room. First door to your left." I took his invitation and made my way over. Now that I was fully inside, I could see that there was more to Andrew's house than meets the eye at first. It smelled like old books and something faintly musty, the scent of time that slowly claimed everything. The entryway was wide and dimly lit, with heavy curtains blocking out the daylight. There was a quiet rhythm to the house. The creaking of wood beneath our feet, the soft shuffle of Andrew's footsteps echoing through long corridors. It had the basic interior of a house, a lot older than you'd think it was from outside, with aged patterns across the wallpaper and somewhat ornate type of miniature chandelier suspended from the ceiling. Clashing with these design decisions was the more minimalist furniture and art pieces hanging from the walls. It seemed like someone had taken these measures in order to give the inside of the building a more modern feel, but really, it was a band-aid on a bullet hole. I looked around after reaching my destination. The living room appeared comfortable enough, with an ever so slightly peeling couch, a worn rug, and shelves of books that didn't seem to have been touched in years. It was the kind of place that felt frozen in time, a bit musty but lived in, as though the walls had absorbed the memories of countless years of family life. A minute or so later, Andrew entered with 2 mugs. I sipped mine slowly as we exchanged some admittedly uncomfortable small talk. "God, you look so grown up. It's been, what, 2 years?" It had been at least 5. This continued for a while until we got to the tasks that'd be at hand for the next number of days. "I'll be picking him up from the hospice tomorrow after work. I'll probably be close to 7 before we'll get back. Chloe's upstairs having her nap right now, so I'm gonna go and get started on making dinner. In the meantime, you go ahead and make yourself comfortable. There are 2 free rooms upstairs. You can take your pick." He rose and clapped me on the shoulders before heading over to the kitchen. "I really do appreciate it, Nick. It's been rough having to pay for babysitters." After going upstairs, I passed what must have been Andrew's room on the way down the hallway. Another chamber masquerading as belonging to a home far younger than was the reality, with a double bed and a child's cot next to it. The baby sleeping soundly inside. I had a mountain of college assignments to get cracking on, so I'd brought my laptop and sociology textbook in my travel bag. That's how I spent the majority of the evening, taking an hour's break for dinner. We had another fairly awkward conversation about what I'd been getting up to in college. Spoilers, nothing. From my seat at the dining room table, I was able to look out the window at a filth-coated golden retriever pottering around the yard outside. I hadn't noticed it before. I was surprised that Andrew was able to manage a dog on top of his life as a single father. As I tried to focus on my pork chops, something else caught my eye. There was a door in the corner of the room that I hadn't noticed before. A small door, almost entirely hidden behind another old bookshelf. I couldn't see much of it, but there was something about the door that captured my attention, something in the way the wood seemed to shimmer in the dim light, as though it wasn't quite real. "Is that a closet?" I asked, pointing. Andrew looked over his shoulder and then shook his head quickly. "Oh, that? No, just a small little space in the structure I haven't really found a use for yet." He smiled, but it was tight, forced. I was going to ask him more before the dog outside started barking loudly. "God, what's his problem?" Andrew sighed, exasperated. "Hey, you never mentioned you had a dog. Seems like an awful lot of work for you," I commented. "Nah, he's not mine. Just some stray that's been finding the yard lately for whatever reason." The conversation petered off after that, but I remember thinking that, if that was the case, it was odd that the dog had a collar. I called it a night maybe 2 hours later, but I had a hard time sleeping because the dog continued to bark periodically until all hours of the morning. In the morning, Andrew was already gone to work when I awoke, but he left instructions on the kitchen counter for taking care of Chloe. I'd babysitted before as a teenager, so I could manage things fine, but it never really gets any more enjoyable changing a diaper. Other than that, there's not much to say about the day other than I'd tried checking out the door behind the bookshelf out of curiosity and boredom, but I'd found it locked. I didn't really care though, since it sounded like it was nothing more than just a small crawl space or something. When Andrew arrived home, wheeling Grandpa with him, I could see for myself just how sick he must have been. He had stage 3 skin cancer, and had by now spread through a terrible amount of the tissue in his torso. Andrew would tell me later on that night that he had 2 weeks left, tops. The man looked like a skeleton, his complexion beyond wrinkled and pale, his head like a skull with its eyeballs left intact, along with a few pointlessly added tufts of snow-white hair. His skin was hanging off of his body so loosely, as if the space between had been repeatedly filled with air and then deflated. I'd been hoping I could at least have some sort of conversation with him, since I'd seen him even less in my life than Andrew. But he could barely work a sentence together, mostly just murmuring, grunting, and pointing at things to communicate. The evening ended up being even more uncomfortable than the last, so I spent even more time with the company of my schoolwork, figuring Grandpa would probably prefer to be with his son anyway, especially seeing that, as far as I knew, they barely ever saw each other either. I ended up just going to bed early. Grandpa in the room next door, but of course I was kept up for ages by that stupid dog again. I ended up spending, I think, another week at Andrew's, and I'm not going to recount every day from here on, since it ultimately doesn't really matter much to where I am now. Andrew had to keep going to work, of course, so it fell to me to keep watch of Chloe and help Grandpa take his medicine. The only words that he could consistently get out, or perhaps the only ones he cared to, were his frequent complaints about the various pains in his body. My skin, the muscles, the flesh. I'd heard before, not from my father, but from my mother, about how Grandpa didn't treat him and Andrew very well. He was a Vietnam vet, and the war came home with him, rearing its head in the form of a bottle and the abuse that resulted from it. Even in spite of that, I couldn't help but pity the pain he must have been experiencing for the last few months of his life. All I could do is keep encouraging him to choke down his pills. During the second night with Grandpa in the house, I was woken up yet again by the incessant barking of the dog outside. After the dog had seemingly knocked it off to annoy someone else, I was quickly drifting back to sleep, until I heard Grandpa mumbling something next door. I'd gotten accustomed to his mostly nonsensical mutterings throughout the day, and the house had thin walls, so I didn't think too much of it until I heard another voice speaking back to him. Andrew's voice, whispering, just audible. "No, I've told you already. It's not happening, so get it out of your head." "You know you have to," came Grandpa's slow response. His voice was like the creaking of an old floorboard, but he sounded far more lucid than I'd ever heard him before. I don't remember their conversation continuing beyond that point. I heard the door open softly, then shut again, and I didn't have enough energy to ponder what I'd heard for long before I fell back asleep. The next day, I decided to find out from Andrew about it in private. "Hey, so sorry if I'm being too nosy here, but I heard you and Grandpa talking about something last night. It sounded like you were arguing," I asked. He sighed deeply. "Look, you've probably realized by now that this house is a lot older than you might have expected. Truth is, it belonged to him. Your father and I grew up here. He's just, well, he's not happy with how I've been running things here, that's all. You know how older guys are really particular about that sort of thing." He looked conflicted about what he'd said, and the silence between us was deafening. "Come on, I just managed to get Chloe asleep 5 minutes ago. Let's get to bed for tonight." I can't say I was entirely satisfied with that answer, but I could sense Andrew didn't wish to discuss the matter any further, so I obliged him. On the bright side, there was no barking from the dog that night, or any of the following nights for that matter, so I slept well, at the very least. I don't have anything to say about the day after that. Other than that, the uncomfortable atmosphere in the house was only getting worse. Grandpa spent all his time alone in his room, just sitting in his wheelchair in the corner, mumbling nonsense to himself. Andrew and I delivering his meals to him, giving him his pills and sharing some unspoken weight about it all between us. That night, I was woken up by another argument in Grandpa's room. Grandpa's voice was no louder, no more commanding, but I could sense an undeniable rage in it. "You are a fool. You always were. I know what you did last night. You think that's enough? It has to be me. You don't deserve it. You treated us like dirt. It doesn't matter if I deserve it. It has to be me. And it has to be tomorrow." I didn't fall back asleep quickly after that. Actually, I don't think I got any sleep that night. I didn't know what any of it meant, but Grandpa's words scared me. The following day, Grandpa's door was locked from the inside. Andrew also stayed home from work, and he looked terrible. I knew I had to ask him what happened last night, but I decided to give some space until the evening. I barely saw him all day. To be honest, the only perception I had of him was the tired cooing to Chloe every now and then, the unlocking and relocking of Grandpa's door as he took pills every 3 hours, and a dinner we shared in silence. In the end, it was he who came to me. "You heard us last night, didn't you?" I nodded. "Yeah, I guess you deserve to know at least this much. I don't imagine your parents ever told you before they were gone." He looked like he was about to either scream or break down in tears. I'm not sure which. "Your father and I had a younger sister once, Phoebe. I was 8 when she was born, your old man 11. My mind raced trying to fit this into my family history. He wasn't lying. I'd never heard so much as a word of this throughout my life. She went missing when she was 5, just gone without a trace. They never found her. Dad started drinking a lot more after that. I didn't know what to say. That tomorrow Dad was talking about is the anniversary of the disappearance. I think the memories just hurt him the most today. They hurt me the worst today too." He was crying now. "I'm sorry," I managed. "I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. No one ever told me." Andrew rubbed his eyes, steeling himself. Look, I'm sorry too. You should never have needed to know, really. He started heading for the stairs. I'm gonna try and get some sleep. Please, if you hear anything from him tonight, or if I have to come in to him again, just ignore it. Please. It hurts everyone enough as it is. With that, he headed up to his room, shutting the door behind him. I was stunned. How much else had I not known about my dad's side of the family? Even with what I did know, I was left with more questions than before. It didn't make sense how the truth about my dad and uncle also having a sister could link to everything else I'd overheard between Grandpa and Andrew. Why did it have to be Grandpa? What had Andrew done last night? What the hell even was it? My mind swam as I laid awake in bed that night. I think it was the state of fog in my brain that actually ended up putting me unconscious for a few hours, as it happened. But one last time I was awoken from my sleep, but it wasn't by the barking of a dog or by voices from Grandpa's room next door. It was by slow, heavy footsteps descending the stairs. I know Andrew told me to ignore anything I might hear that night. To this day, I don't know what compelled me to leave my room, but I crept out the door quietly. And the first thing I realized is that Grandpa's door was open, and his room empty. The footsteps continued to pound through the house into the kitchen, it seemed. I had to know. I had to know the truth to everything that was going on in this house, and I sensed that I was right at the cusp of it. As silently as I could, I too descended the stairs. I followed the noises to the kitchen, and I realized then what I'd been overlooking the whole time, the sight of it filling me with total dread. The door behind the bookshelf, now wide open. I abandoned whatever idea of stealth I had left in my head, rushing over to the door where I found that it wasn't some sort of small little cupboard or crawl space at all. It was a flight of stairs down to what must have been a cellar. Why had Andrew lied about this? I flew down the stairs and turned to the cellar door on my right, pressing my ear against it. Deep, heavy, fatigued breathing, and the surface of the door felt almost as if it was vibrating, pulsing with some impossible force. I gripped the door handle, and it felt white hot. My hand turns. The door opens. The truth is revealed. Andrew was alone in the cellar, illuminated by one dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling, the kitchen knife in hand. No sign of Grandpa anywhere. Andrew barely reacted to my presence. He just kept staring at the wall opposite of him. Only, it wasn't a wall. Not really. Where there should have been brick and wallpaper, a pulsing, oozing, red-brown expanse of flesh spanned the side of the cellar ahead of us. The drywall at the edges of the adjacent walls transitioning from plaster and sheet brick into living tissue. The wall heaved and throbbed, and sweat, somehow horrifically, impossibly given the gift of life. I can't even begin to describe the smell. The smell was disgusting. I could barely think. The sight of it almost made me feel mad, like I had found myself in a bizarre nightmare. Any rational thoughts shackled away behind lock and key. What the... I choked. What is this? Andrew, what is this? Where's Grandpa? He turned around, seemingly broken out of a trance. He stared back at the wall for a second. He was right, I heard him say. More to himself than to me. He turned back. He was right. It had to be done. I glanced back around him to the putrid, fleshy mass before my eyes. No, he couldn't mean that. No, Andrew, where's Grandpa? What have you done? I begged, denying to myself what I knew had transpired. Andrew glanced back at the wall again for a few moments. He had a look of almost reverence etched across his face. He faced me for a second, madness twinkling in his eyes. It's what he wanted. No, you're lying, I roared, not believing myself one bit. What even is this? He didn't look away from the wall of flesh. I inherited it, I suppose. It had to be done, you know? It's what he wanted. The wall suddenly flexed outward grotesquely, emitting a low, grumbling sound. Try as I did to deny it to myself in the moment, I knew what that must have meant. As I saw a look of concern flash across Andrew's face, it was hungry again, needed to be fed soon. Clearly, Grandpa wasn't a fitting meal. Amidst the grumbling, we could both suddenly hear a high-pitched noise, piercing through it. Chloe crying from upstairs. Andrew stared up at the ceiling, then back over to me. "Don't," I whispered, but he was already charging towards the door. "Andrew, don't!" He shoved hard against me as I tried to block him from getting out of the door. I threw myself against him with everything I had, tried to wrestle the knife from his grip, but he was far stronger than he looked, overpowering me quickly and slashing my right leg. I howled in shock and pain. "You know what?" he hissed, throwing me to the ground and grabbing me by my legs as I gushed blood. "This is even better. You're of far more use anyway." I realized in an instant what he meant as he dragged me towards the wall of flesh. "No," I choked. "No, Andrew, please. God, My words were cut off as I became almost entirely immersed in the writhing, living mass. Tendrils wrapped around me, almost painlessly puncturing through my skin, connecting to me. For a few brief passing moments I had the notion that I was linking, fusing to the grand biological system of the wall, that soon all would be alive, all would be connected before my mind went black. After an unknowable length of time, I grew more and more aware of my surroundings once more. The bizarre, weightless sensation of simultaneously feeling out of my body and feeling one with another body. Then something cold, foreign. "I've got you. I've got you." I fell forward into someone's arms, the cold air of the cellar enveloping me in an instant as I screamed out. I looked up. I was surrounded by a team of men in yellow hazmat suits, working to fully cut me down from the wall of flesh. I laid in their arms, feeling the way I imagine a newborn infant must, my body and mind focusing entirely on trying not to seize up from how overwhelmingly cold everything seemed. A few minutes later, once I'd been fully freed from the wall, I was given sedatives that knocked me back out. I don't know how long I'd spent like that, but it must have been at least a few days, because it was my girlfriend, Emily, who had called the police after I hadn't responded to a number of her calls. In the end, though, I was kept in some sort of containment facility for a day, where I was asked a great deal of dubious-sounding questions that I couldn't begin to answer for the most part, and they never ended up finding Andrew. In the end, though, Emily took me back home. Whatever classified part of the government that covers up stuff like this did just that, and life mostly moved on. I tried my best to forget about that brief, hellish stint of my life. I certainly didn't gain any sort of enlightenment or newfound appreciation for life by my experience. I was changed by it, I guess. Who wouldn't be, but as I said, life moved on. Emily was invaluable in ensuring that, comforting me about it when I needed her to, but never acting like it defined me now. Life moved on. 4 years later, I asked Emily to marry me. 5 years later, she was my incredible wife. 8 years, and she gave birth to the joy of our lives, our daughter Lily. I loved my wife. Of course I did, but there's absolutely no feeling of adoration on this earth that compares to holding your own child in your arms. And yes, of course, I still felt scared by my experience all those years ago. One night as we were in bed getting ready to sleep, I told her about it once more, how even though things are fine now, things are perfect now, I still had nightmares about the wall of flesh sometimes. I still get sent into near panic attacks at the sight of an open wound. She held me in close. "I know you do, love. I know you do, she murmured, her voice drowsy but full of care. But you've got me, don't you? You've got us. I closed my eyes and felt myself beginning to drift off as she held me closer still. I breathed in the beautiful smell of her rose-scented shampoo. It's okay, because I've got you. I've got you, she whispered. I've got you, I've got you, I've got you. I fell forward into the man's arms, the cold air of the cellar enveloping me in an instant as I screamed out. I looked up all around, staring at the yellow-suited men, still screaming and babbling incoherently. I laid in their arms, still smelling the rose-scented shampoo, though there was now something horribly wrong with it. Like how after you realize the trick of an optical illusion, you can never see it as you originally did. Pheromones. It turns out, the wall had been digesting me for quite some time indeed. I saw my reflection. I looked emaciated, barely alive. It showed me wonderful things. Now I sit alone in my cold, dark apartment, looking outside at gray skies. I think of my wife's smile. I think of my child's laughter. I want to go back. Like many children growing up, I had an imaginary friend. In the mid-90s, a few years before I was born, my parents moved into a very nice home in the Midwest boonies. The remote location significantly cheapened the property, and my parents were able to afford it alone off my dad's income. He had developed a now still relatively popular website that was growing fast at the time. The nature of his work didn't require him to leave home, so the remote location was not an issue whatsoever. Because they were so financially secure, and my mom no longer needed to work, they decided to have me. The house was admittedly pretty isolating. The neighbors' properties were hundreds of yards away, and most of them were pushing elderly status. All their children were grown and lived their lives somewhere else. Yes, I had friends growing up, but I only saw them at school. I didn't make my first friend until I was in kindergarten, let alone actually stood face to face with another child my age. But because I only saw other children at school, it prompted me to conjure an imaginary friend. I remember naming him Samwise, after the Lord of the Rings character. My parents were huge fans and had read the books to me. They even took me to see it when it first released in theaters. I'm sure other moviegoers were confused as to why a couple had brought their 6-year-old child to see Lord of the Rings, but I loved it. I know this sounds creepy, but to me it wasn't. Samwise and I played in our acres of backyard forest gathering ancient artifacts, broken glass and rocks in nearby riverbeds, hunting with bow and arrow forged by the heavens to slay the legendary mythical lion, my late dog Sandy, who enjoyed retrieving the foam sticks, and generally partaking in other grand adventures to embark on together. At first, my parents were supportive toward my imaginary friend phase of life. I'm sure they were aware of the isolation I was feeling, and assumed this was a healthy outlet. When they set the table for meals, there would be 4 spots instead of 3. They even went to lengths as far as putting together an extra meal for Samwise to eat. Now that I look back, that may have been why we ate leftovers so often. Either way, their reaction was positive. Sometimes too positive. One time my parents had set the table for dinner. This time there were 5 plates of food. I remember asking, "Why are there 5 plates?" Well, Micah's gotta eat too, buddy," my dad responded. I didn't know who Micah was. I had never even heard of the guy. I looked over at the usually empty portion of the table that now contained a plate full of food and silverware. My parents looked at the spot too, making facial expressions as if reacting to someone. "Francis, could you please get Micah some water?" my mom asked. I got up excitedly, knowing they were playing a fun game of pretend with me. I filled 2 glasses of water for Micah and Samwise, and brought them over to the table, returning to my seat. My parents began smiling and glancing at me. "Oh yeah, that's Samwise, Francis's friend." I chuckled, filled with joy. I waved toward the new empty seat. "Hi, Micah," I said giddily. "Yes, he is the sweetest," my mom said in reference to me. My parents were amazing at playing along. It felt real, like there really was somebody there. They would small talk with the absent figure and occasionally laugh and nod their head in response to nothing. Then they looked at me. For an uneasy period of time, their expressions became confused. "Francis, be a good boy and talk with our guest." Mom had suggested with a low-key tone that suggested if I didn't, I would get in trouble later. I had felt anxious at the sudden request to socialize with something I couldn't see or hear. I was questioning whether this had turned into some psychological form of punishment to show me how annoying I was with Samwise. But that didn't make sense. My parents liked Samwise. I froze up in the confusion, bouncing my glances between my mom and dad like a tennis match spectator. They both had looks that said, "Well, get on with it." The awkward silence and embarrassment of the moment appeared too much for them. They dropped their attempt at making me communicate with Micah. "I'm sorry, he gets a little shy sometimes. Francis, why don't you go to your room for tonight? Don't forget to bring Samwise." I went to bed feeling guilty and confused. A swirl of emotions pulled at my prepubescent heart. I tried to forget about it and went to sleep, but something woke me up. It was my parents talking and laughing in the dining room. There would be long pauses and equally long responses. They would periodically chuckle in the ominous silence, as if they were talking to someone on the phone. Then I heard my dad. "See ya, Micah," and the front door slammed shut. After that day, my dad would tell me he was going out to see Micah. What they did together, I have no idea. Other days my parents would invite Micah over. Those days I would sit in my room and listen as they conversated with nothing again. Day after day, night after night, until one day I was suddenly awoken from sleep once more. My dad was yelling outside my closed bedroom door. I remember hesitantly calling out to my dad. His response was blaring, "Stay in your room, don't come out." I was scared. I was scared because my dad sounded scared. I had never heard panic in his voice like that. He continued shouting, "Go, leave." And like every night, Micah came over. His visit ended with a shutting door. Their imaginary friend must have done something bad because the next morning, my parents told me he wasn't allowed over anymore. But of course, in the mind of a confused child, I didn't know what to believe. I knew Micah wasn't real because I never sensed his presence. Obviously, if he existed, I would have seen him, heard him, smelled him, you know? Because of this, I bottled it up inside as my parents attempted at convincing me that none of us were allowed to have imaginary friends anymore. My parents never spoke of Micah again. They never even acknowledged that he had ever visited our home, just like I hadn't when I was 6. A recent incident caused me to remember this story and countless others, but I can share a few that absolutely stood out to me as odd. A few years ago, I went to a theater to see an independently funded film. Because the film was independent and wasn't advertised heavily, only a few theaters had showtimes for it, the closest theater being an hour away. The movie theater lobby was packed, and I was afraid the movie I drove so long to see was sold out. I approached the ticket booth and nobody was there. In a frantic attempt to obtain some tickets, I searched around the halls of the theater for whoever manned the ticket booth. Outside the numbered theater doors, a theater employee found me first. To my surprise, he introduced himself to me with a tight grip on the shoulder and a question. "I'm going to have to ask you to leave." he said, speaking formally with an accent of anger. Why, what did I do? I asked, confused. I thought a prank was being played on me. You have to buy a ticket to see a movie. You've rudely ignored my coworker in the booth. He told me you just walked right past him, and when he told you to stop, you just kept going. So please, exit the theater before we escort you ourselves. He was dead serious. If it was a prank, it was tasteless. As I walked out the theater, I glanced at the ticket booth one more time. Still, nobody was there. Another instance of me being rude. I was checking out at the grocery store, found an empty line, set my items on the counter and waited as the cashier rang them up. But the whole time she gave me annoyed glances, scoffed at me a few times even. It might have been because I accidentally hid an empty card in the way of the cashier aisle with mine. I was honestly too lazy to move it by hand. The weirdest one was at my own job a few days ago, which prompted this whole finding out what the hell is wrong with me thing. I work at an office call center for IT. A coworker of mine, who had worked there since I started, stopped showing up one day. Nobody acknowledged it, so I chalked it up to him just quitting or getting fired. Then I saw a photo of him on the accolades wall for most efficient employee of the month. I thought they were pranking me, and I laughed when I saw it. They asked what I was laughing about, saying that he worked really hard. I thought maybe he passed away, and I didn't hear about it, and this was maybe some weird way to commemorate him until I was cornered in my office. Shelley, an older woman, began berating me about this workplace is a family, and everyone here is equal, so treat them as such. I had no clue what she was talking about, and even considered submitting a complaint to HR. The whole thing seemed so silly to me that I began thinking of this possibly dead coworker as the office's imaginary friend. That thought is what kick-started my trip down memory lane, conjuring the memory of Micah, my parents' imaginary friend. I realized how weird that whole concept was. They definitely weren't teaching the counter-imaginary friend tactic in any parents' books I had heard of. I found the time after work to call my mom. After a few "how was your days" and "I'm good, how about yous," I asked about Micah. She paused for a moment. "I'm surprised you remembered that whole thing," she said, chuckling awkwardly. She continued, "Micah was your dad's old friend from high school. He actually emailed your father congratulating him on his success as a website developer and entrepreneur. That's what sparked their momentary rekindling, I suppose you could say." Her voice grew weary over the cell phone speakers. "Wait, Micah was real?" I asked, profusely puzzled. "Well, of course he was real, but we should have listened, or acknowledged your feelings toward him. I mean, when you were a child, you obviously saw something wrong about him we didn't catch." "What do you mean?" I asked again. "Well, honestly, I don't think you liked him very much. You never talked to him, never said hi, never even looked at his direction. He would try to give you a high five and you would walk right past him. My little 6-year-old. That's why we had you tested so young." I asked her to elaborate on that. She mentioned an autism screening, one I had finally forgotten about until our conversation. Because of how I was treating Micah at the time, my mom brought me to a pediatrician in what I now understand was for an autism test. I understood that they asked my mom a lot of questions about my development, which makes sense. I remember taking tests and answering questions. I had thought this was something every kid ends up doing. They found that I was not on the autism spectrum. However, the pediatrician found something else about me. When you are alone in your room and you want to calm down, where do you go in your thoughts? The pediatrician had asked me this after the topic of hiding in my room to avoid uncomfortable situations emerged during the session. "What do you mean?" I remember asking. Well, when I'm feeling sad, I like to imagine I'm sitting on a paddle boat, slowly drifting on a lake. It's like meditation. Have you heard of that word before? She asked curiously. Yeah, I responded. Okay, Francis, where do you picture yourself when meditating? On a mountain with the other cool fighters, I said gleefully. I had heard of the word. It was from a kung fu movie I used to watch. The main character would meditate to become stronger. So of course, I answered based on that impression. Can you describe it more for me? She asked, paying close attention. There's birds up there, I think. You think? Tell me what you see, she said and began writing in her notebook. A couch, you, your desk, the dog photo that's on your desk. I was very careful to observe my surroundings in the office room. No, Francis, what do you see in your mind? Close your eyes for me, please. Can you see the mountains with the cool guys? Can you tell me what color their costumes are? Are their costumes stained with dirt from training on the mountain, or are they careful to make sure they're clean? I had no clue what she was talking about. I could describe what I thought I saw on the television show, but I couldn't see it as she kept repeating. That was the day I discovered I had aphantasia. Essentially, one who has aphantasia cannot utilize visual imagery in their thought processes. The best way to describe it is as such. Think of an apple. 1. Can you see the shape of the apple? 2. Can you see the color of the apple? 3. Can you see the texture of the apple, such as indents, scratches, or rough brown skin? Generally, most people can see these to some degree, detailed or not. To me, the apple does not exist. The pediatrician mentioned aphantasia to me, and my mom as if it was a party trick, nothing to be concerned about, just a little quirk I happened to have. During the early 2000s, aphantasia was not something well known or well studied. It just happened to be something she knew about, and treated it as if it was no big deal. As the memories of banal waiting rooms and multiple sessions with the pediatrician flooded to the front of my mind from a previously untapped reservoir of thought, my mom broke the news. Your father heard scratching in the middle of the night that woke him up. He thought he left Sandy outside and felt awful about it. So he got up and turned on our bedroom light, which I yelled at him for. But he needed to find his shoes. Anyways, Sandy was sleeping soundly in the corner of our room. So then we thought it was a bear trying to break in through our front door. Your dad grabbed his hunting rifle from our closet and left to check it out. Instead, he saw Micah had broken into our home and was clawing at your bedroom door like a rabid animal. Thank God you were asleep. If you had left your room, I'm sure you would have been traumatized for life. I sure was after that. I heard your father yelling, "Micah, what the hell are you doing here?" I interrupted my mom. Wait, why was he clawing at my door? I asked, tightening my grip on the phone. Your father and I talked about that later. We couldn't think of any sure reason, but he did mention saying something about like, there is no room for the blind, and I can show him more than he sees. While your father was aiming the rifle at him, he said his face was absolutely unmoving, like stone the whole time. That man was delusional. After the cops took him, we never heard from him again. Thank God. I thanked my mom for telling me what had really happened. She asked if I was really okay, and I told her we could meet soon for dinner. Hopefully she could explain more of what happened to me in person. I'm also posting this because I'm scared. I've started to think of more similar instances, and each time I come to this conclusion that maybe someone was there. Does anyone else have experiences like this? If so, I'd really like to hear them. If you know more about this than I do, please feel free to help me. I'm freaking out. Being afraid is perfectly natural, Russ. There's nothing more human than fear. It's a reminder that you're alive after all. Anyone who's alive has something to lose, right? Dr. Auclair would say things like that to me all the time, waxing poetic BS in my general direction from 5 to 6 p.m. every Tuesday evening for nearly a decade. I liked my childhood therapist, don't get me wrong. He was kind, attentive, and he seemed to be trying his damnedest to fix me. That said, none of cognitive behavior therapy worked, of course. How could it? As much as I attempted to explain that my fear was just plain different and may not respond to his normal repertoire of techniques, Dr. Auclair didn't appear to understand. At least, that's what I used to believe. Now it's clear to me that Dr. Auclair did understand. He just wasn't making his intentions known, manipulating and pulling me along like a conniving puppeteer. My current theory is that, somehow, the fear was the key to his release, but before it could free him, though, it needed to be purified, distilled to perfection, the terror fermenting over months and years like a decadent merlot. And when he decided it was exquisitely ripe, Dr. Auclair called it without a second thought. I wish I knew how he did it and why I was chosen in particular, but I suspect I'll never get those answers. I'm learning how to live with that, one day at a time. Normal fear is born from something. It doesn't just appear out of nowhere. There's always a cause and an effect. Something horrific happens and the result is fear. You take a tumble down some stairs and now you're afraid of falling. Your aunt's German Shepherd bites you and now you're afraid of dogs. My fear, on the other hand, never had that linkage. It just was. The exception that proves the rule. Terror born without a mother. The fear equivalent of immaculate conception. I know what you're thinking. Isn't that just anxiety then? Some generalized, vague fear of everything? That's the rub, though. My fears weren't universal. Quite the contrary, actually. They were hyper-specific. Unexplainably pinpointed from the very beginning. Ever since I can remember, I've been afraid of something or someone popping out of an enclosed space. Take my first birthday party. The moment a gift was put in front of me, which my family wrapped for the fun of it, I was inconsolable. I'm told I was wailing like a banshee, trying to run away from the gift on legs that barely had the coordination to walk. My response was so extreme that my parents actually ended up taking me to the ER. They thought I may have been having a seizure or something. The doctors checked me out, but I was completely fine. After a disastrous Christmas morning, I was booked for therapy with Dr. Auclair. I always left his office feeling a little better, but in the long run, my fear never improved. If anything, it steadily worsened, year after year, reaching a peak intensity right before the event that would make our small town national news. Have you ever noticed how you talk about your fear, Russ? The vocabulary you use, I mean. 12-year-old me shrugged, struggling to provide an answer. Dr. Auclair put down his notepad and leaned forward in his chair. Well, you always describe it as, I'm afraid of something popping out, never jumping out, never emerging, never appearing. Whatever you're afraid of, it's always popping out. Why do you think that is? Honestly, I found this question irritating. He knew me well by that point. I felt like he could have guessed how I was going to respond. Like I've said before, I don't understand why I fear what I fear. It's all just a feeling. Something in my gut that makes total sense to me, even if I can't explain it. Like I just know that popped out is the right phrase. It's the only correct words to describe it, even if I'm unable to tell you why. What does it matter anyway? He leaned back, smiling at me. I suppose you're right. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. Dr. Auclair winked, pulled his box-shaped glasses to the bridge of his nose, and then he said something that made no sense at the time. Not yet, at least. When Jack died, I was desperate to have a visit with Dr. Auclair, but I found that he was scheduled to move out of town the exact day he died. Everything had been planned months in advance. He was already long gone by the time I called the office. Didn't mention any of that to me. Didn't leave a forwarding address either. I developed a veritable Rolodex of bullies over my high school years. Honestly, there had to be at least one on every page of my yearbook. My strange fear made me an easy target. I wouldn't classify Jack as a bully, though. He was an entirely different breed. Tormentor is probably a more appropriate label, but even that doesn't quite capture the depths of his sadism. Although the boy was thin, he compensated for that by being tall, towering over me at a height of at least 6.5 feet. Wide forehead, freckled face, beady eyes. An absolute monster prowling this earth with hate seething behind his smile, inflicting pain without limitations. Once he discovered my fear of something or someone popping out at me, he simply could not get enough. The joy and the satisfaction that Jack was able to milk from my admittedly peculiar terror was seemingly endless. To him, my trauma was a wellspring of fresh dopamine created for him and him alone to enjoy, refilling itself infinitely. If it wasn't a beating, it was him sneaking up with a shoebox containing a spider, popping it out at me once he got close. If it wasn't a prank that targeted my fears, it was a laundry list of insults spit at me, usually about how pathetic my fears were. No matter what, it was something every day, weekends included. Preoccupied by a messy divorce, my parents weren't much help. Because of that, Mr. Muller was my only source of support. I'd known the man my whole life. He lived alone in a 3-story house down the street for the last 40 years. Never found himself a wife, never had any kids. When he retired from his job as a mechanical engineer, Mr. Muller finally pursued his genuine passions, custom-built toys. His shop never seemed to get much business. But I don't think that was the point. Unburdened by the financial strain that comes with having a family, he'd accumulated a small fortune for himself over the years, which allowed the shop to remain afloat, even if it wasn't turning a profit. We had a certain kinship, Mr. Muller and I. He was an outcast, too. His eccentricities kept people at arm's length, but he was always kind to me, day in and day out, taking me in and patching up my injuries, both physical and mental. Despite our close relationship, I never disclosed the specific details of my fears to him. Embarrassment had stitched my lips shut. He knew I was different like him, and that made me a target for people like Jack, which made what he did nearly impossible to explain. Unless there was some outside influence that had been pulling the strings. One afternoon, I arrived at Mr. Muller's, holding back hot tears from the blinding pain in my wrist. I had been walking home when Jack marched up behind me, shouting obscenities per usual. I didn't say anything back. I didn't respond, period. I kept my head down and my eyes fixed on the sidewalk in front of me. All I wanted was for him to go away. He didn't take my cold shoulder too kindly, knocking me to the ground with a kick and stomping on my wrist over and over again, despite my pleas for mercy. Age did not temper his savagery at 17. Jack was still the same monster he was at 12. It took a while, but I convinced Mr. Muller not to call the police. Jack's father was the sheriff, and he shielded his boy from many legal repercussions throughout his youth. Needless to say, I had been down that road before, and it only made everything worse. Mr. Muller was livid, face flushed with boiling anger, but he nodded in agreement. As I walked out, I said something that I'll regret for the rest of my life. I just wish he felt my fear. I stopped by Mr. Muller's a week later, and when he saw me, he could barely contain his excitement. The man was practically bursting at the seams when he informed me that he had something really important to show me. The behavior was immediately unnerving. Although he had eccentric hobbies, Mr. Muller wasn't socially awkward or prone to bouts of mania. Growing up in a very strict, very religious German background actually made him obsessively polite and perpetually reserved, so watching him skip and hop through his house like a court jester immediately set me off. Something was desperately wrong with my friend. I tried to convince him to take a seat in the living room and just talk to me, but he pretended like he couldn't hear what I said, frolicking down his basement stairs with an uncanny jubilance. Reluctantly, I followed him down. When I arrived at the bottom, Mr. Muller was nowhere to be seen, but I could hear him, humming a nursery rhyme to himself in his workshop, a few yards away behind a cracked door. I slowly tilted the door open, and my long-held fear finally became realized. There was a massive crate in the middle of the room. The sides of it were covered in nonsense words like Hurlix and Abdunith, haphazardly painted amongst various shapes and runes I didn't recognize. Splatters of dark greens, blacks, and bright reds covered every fiber of the box like postmodern art installation. Immediately my heart rate skyrocketed. Blood pulsed heavy waves in my ears. Before I could come up with a way to excuse myself, Mr. Muller was dancing over to the crate. He sauntered around the side of it, disappearing behind the enormous box. For a moment, I thought I saw another figure in the corner, wreathed in shadow. They were staring at me with a downright debilitating intensity, wearing a rapturous smile that extended from ear to ear. The phantom box-shaped glasses glinted against the ceiling light as they pulled a single necrotic hand from the darkness, waving pus-stained fingers in my direction, as if beckoning me closer. It looked like Dr. Auclair. There was a metallic twisting sound which pulled my attention to the crate and Mr. Muller. When my eyes flickered back to the dark corner, the specter had disappeared. Then I heard something that injected liquid frost into my veins. There were muffled whimpers emanating from within the box. Before I could run, Mr. Muller began singing, bellowing and hollering the words like a TV evangelist. All the while, the metallic twisting noise grew louder and louder, seemingly in unison with his ungodly fervor. All around the cobble's bench, the monkey chased the weasel. The monkey thought 'twas all in fun. Pop goes the weasel. And then the top of the crate swung open, revealing what was inside. Every single second that I've been afraid, and every shred of terror that I've ever felt crystallized into that one moment, manifesting this pristine latticework of pain, shock, and panic in my mind. My fear was like a wedge of coal that had been put under years of extreme pressure until it finally transmuted into a brilliant, shimmering diamond. Terror in its purest form. Jack, bloodied and broken, popped out of the crate. I expected him to fall forward, but instead he hung in the air, blocking the ceiling light like an eclipse. A steel pole has been fused to his spine, connected to his bones via a combination of nails, cautery, and thick metallic thread. I could hear Jack's weathered skin ripping and tearing from the tension of his weight against gravity. Blood seeped down the pole, new crimson, dripping over older brown-black stains, trailing down to a massive spring located at the base of the crate. My trembling eyes darted to Jack's maddened, bloodshot gaze, and I could see it. He stared at me with a wild, primal, incomprehensible fear. Months later I had heard Mr. Muller's testimony. When he explained why he kidnapped and mutilated Jack, I couldn't help but feel a tiny blip of deja vu rattle around in my skull. He almost sounded like me talking to my childhood therapist. I wanted Russ to be safe, but like I've mentioned before, I don't completely understand why I hurt him like that. It was just a feeling I couldn't ignore. I might never uncover Dr. Auclair's part in these events. In spite of that, another matter weighs more heavily on my mind than his role in my torment. Jack's death and his disappearance. The paradox of it all. Look at it this way. It seems like I felt the reverberations of this event all throughout my life, even though it hadn't happened yet. That's where my fear came from, I think. It's like the sensation was so intense that it somehow echoed through me backwards, altering my consciousness since the day I was born. But in order for me to have my fears, Jack has to have died, and in order for him to die, he needed to bully me. That's what caused Mr. Muller's psychotic break in the first place. But Jack targeted me for bullying because of my fears, which were predicted on him being killed in such a nightmarish manner. You see what I mean? The more I think about it, the more it all collapses in on itself. It's like trying to build a house by starting from the roof and working down. If you know Dr. Auclair, or have experienced something similar to this, please let me know. Before I end this post, though, I want to leave you all with some food for thought. I've been doing some Googling today about where the name Jack in the Box came from, and this is what I found. It has been expressed through folklore and legends that in 15th century France, they were using the boxes for a very specific purpose. In French, a jack-in-the-box is called a diable en boîte, which translates to devil in a box. It is said that these boxes were actually created to capture and hold demons or evil spirits. Many would fashion the boxes with elaborate engravings and amusing artwork to lure the demon's interest. They would then employ the playful music and surprise opening of the lid to trap the demons. Their essence was then believed to become trapped in the Jack character, which was why they were originally made to look sinister with maniacal grins. The box was then to be hidden away where no one would ever be tempted to open it again, as doing so would cause the demon to be released back into our dimension. Resource: Strange Origins of Jack in the Box by M.R. Camia. What was Dr. Auclair? Did I release him somehow? And is Jack trapped where he used to be? Let me start from the beginning. That Monday started out like any other. I arrived at work, filled my coffee cup, and stepped into my office. I'm a former Air Force major, now in training with NASA for a spot in the ISS. If all went according to plan, I should have been heading up there within the next year or so. But you know what they say. Man plans and God laughs. As I sat down to look over the files on my desk, my phone rang. I was informed that I had a meeting in the conference room down the hall. A meeting? I don't have anything on my schedule. Who is it with? I asked. He didn't give a name, just said it was urgent. You better hurry. He doesn't seem the patient type. That didn't sound good. I hung up the phone and left my office feeling anxious. What could this be about? I thought. I stepped into the conference room to see a man in a black suit seated at the oval-shaped table. He was a small man, but seemed to have a commanding presence. He had sharp eyes behind round glasses, and held a yellow file folder trimmed with black and red. He stood as I entered. "Major Royce," he said, shaking my hand. "Sir?" "Have a seat," he said, motioning to the chair across from his. "We have something to discuss." I sat and waited, but the man said nothing. He just sat across from me, studying me for a solid minute. I cleared my throat. What's this about?" "You're doing exceedingly well in your training," he said as he continued studying me. "I understand you will be going up to the ISS soon. Are you looking forward to taking your place among the stars?" I sat up a bit straighter. Yes, sir. I should be completing my training within the year. After that, it's just a matter of waiting for crew rotation. The man nodded. It's an amazing achievement. I'm sure your family is very proud. I smiled, but my smile quickly faltered under the man's lizard-like stare. I had yet to see him blink as he silently studied me. How would you like to go sooner? He said without breaking his gaze. Sooner? I'm not sure I follow, sir. Are you saying I could go up before crew rotation? I asked. No, I mean much sooner. And you wouldn't be going to the ISS. I blinked in confusion. Wait, are you saying there's another mission planned? Since when? And to where? It's being planned as we speak, he said as he placed his hand atop the seal on the file folder. So I take it you're interested? I nodded. Yes, I am. Good, but before I outline the mission, I need to know you're on board. The information in the file is sensitive, he said cryptically. I hesitated. The situation seemed unusual. I need to know some details before I make my decision. The man drummed his fingers on the file. No, I'm afraid this is a time-sensitive issue. If you aren't up for the task, we will have to move on to the next candidate. Now it was my turn to study him. He'd make one hell of a poker player, I thought. His cold, calculating eyes gave nothing away. I didn't like him, but I was curious. After all, this was what I wanted, wasn't it? I joined the military and then NASA in search of adventure. I'm sure there would still be a spot on me on the ISS in the future. Okay, I said. I'm in. There was the smallest of grins on the man's face as he broke the seal on the file. Excellent. He opened the folder and removed a few sheets of paper before handing them over. They were pretty standard government NDAs, nothing I hadn't seen before. So, CIA? I asked. No, he said. There wasn't quite a scoff, but I could imagine it. I signed the NDA paperwork and slid it across to him. So, who are you? You can call me Nealon, he said as he took the paperwork and looked it over. I'm with an organization called the Bureau of Anomalous Research and Defense, or BARD. You won't have heard of us, and don't bother trying to look us up. No one else has either. The BARD? I asked. And what exactly do you research? Little green men? He almost smiled. We investigate various phenomena, both foreign and domestic. However, all you are privy to is what's in this file. He removed more documents from the file and passed them over to me. There were schematics, mission statements, and crew information. I scanned over the schematic. It was a massive research station, easily 10 times the size of the ISS. From an engineering standpoint, it was completely impressive. Multiple labs, a common room, and quarters for a dozen crew. It was designed to rotate on a central axis. Using this rotational force, or centrifugal force, the station could simulate something close to Earth gravity. It looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. This is an extremely ambitious project, I said. Yes, it was. I looked up at him. Was? You mean we have this? Nealon nodded. The Icarus 1 has been in orbit for the past 5 years. The Icarus 1? I asked. Didn't Icarus fly too close to the sun? Yes, well, I didn't choose the name, although there is something to be said about self-fulfilling prophecies, he said, leaning back in his chair. I squinted at him. What's that supposed to mean? He sat there silently for a moment, then said, 19 hours ago, the Icarus was hit by a massive solar storm. It was completely unexpected and knocked out all communications with the station. Crap, I said. Indeed. He was folding his hands on the table. We don't know what other systems might have been affected by the storm. Our scientists may not even be alive, or if they are, how much longer they have. Hence the urgency. We need you to go to the station as soon as possible and bring our people home. And in the event that the crew is lost to us, we need you to retrieve the research data and any viable test samples. What kind of test samples? I asked as I looked over the crew files. The crew consisted mostly of scientists and a few engineers. Nealon drummed his fingers again. It is our hope that the crew is still alive. In the event that they are not, you will be briefed on the samples and data we need retrieved. I looked up at him, trying to read his expression. The man truly was unreadable. I looked back to the crew file. One in particular stood out. The man held multiple degrees across several fields, including astrophysics, molecular biology, and of all things zoology. "Who is this, Dr. Strom?" I asked. "He's our lead scientist on the station. Anything beyond that is not covered under your current NDA," said Nealon. I nodded. "Okay, when do we launch?" "There is no we, Major Royce. You are going up alone, and you launch first thing tomorrow." "What?" I exclaimed, standing up from my chair. "Are you insane? I need time to prepare. We need to run tests on the shuttle. You can't launch a mission on such short notice." Nealon stayed sitting. "Major, we have taken all necessary precautions. We prepare for these eventualities. Normally, we have a pilot on standby, but unforeseen circumstances have rendered them currently unavailable." I shook my head. "I don't know about this." "This launch is happening tomorrow. If you're not the man for the job..." I put up my hands. No, I can do it." Nealon stood and shook my hand. "Good, we're counting on you. Those people up there are counting on you. Don't let us down." And with that, he left. What was I doing? These missions typically up to 2 years to prepare for, and I was expected to go in less than 24 hours. Needless to say, I didn't sleep much that night. As I lay there in bed thinking over the insanity of what I was about to do, I grabbed my phone and scrolled through my downloaded music. I smiled when I found what I was looking for and pushed play. As the strumming guitar began to flow from the speakers in my room, I felt my stress begin to melt away from my lips. Formed the words automatically along with David Bowie as he began to sing about the starman in the sky. I remember listening to it when I was a kid, staring up at the stars and night sky and thinking that someday I'd get up there, that someday I'd be a starman. The shuttle they had prepared was like nothing I had ever seen before. It was smaller and sleeker than the typical shuttles that NASA uses. I found myself wondering what else the Bard had hidden away from the world. Once I suited up, Nealon met me before heading out to the launch pad. "Major Royce, I want to thank you for your service to this great nation," he said as he saluted. I returned the gesture. "We will be with you on comms, and your helmet is wired with a video feed. Again, if there are no survivors, we will give you further instructions." I nodded. "You can count on me, sir." My heart was pounding as I made my way down the walkway onto the shuttle hatch. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. This launch wasn't strictly official. It would never be in a history book or documented in any way beyond a sealed file folder marked classified. But I didn't care. I was finally headed for the stars. I settled into my seat and strapped in, running my fingers over the control panels. I snapped my helmet into place, hearing the seals hiss as they pressurized. As I stared up into the cloudless blue of the morning sky, I swelled with pride, thinking of the heroes that have gone before me. 10, 9, 8. The countdown sounded over the shuttle comms. 7, 6, 5, 4. My heart pounded as adrenaline began to flow. 3, 2, 1. The thrusters fired. The shuttle trembled as it began to lift and soar upwards. G-forces pinned me to my seat as the rocket tore its way through the atmosphere. The blue of the sky turned darker and darker until it finally faded to black, and the stars popped and shined with a clarity unlike anything I'd ever seen. As my shuttle left the grip of the Earth's atmosphere, the rocket boosters detached and fell away. "How's it going up there, Major?" asked Harry, the comms officer. "Everything looks good from up here, Command. How we looking on your end?" "Roger that. All systems show green down here. How's that view?" I looked around in awe that I was finally here. "It's beautiful, Harry. You gotta see it someday." "Major," said Nealon, "proceed on course to the Icarus." "Copy. Proceeding on course." The Icarus 1 loomed large and foreboding in the darkness of space. I had been concerned about attempting to dock onto the rotating station, but as I approached, I could see that more than just the comm system had been knocked out. "Command, looks like the station is completely dark. I'm seeing no signs of power from here," I said. "Copy," came Harry's voice. "Continue to station and commence docking procedure." "Copy. Commencing docking." I took a steadying breath as I brought the shuttle into position. I had done this countless times in simulations with a 99.8% success rate. As the docking hatch came closer and closer, that 0.2% burned in my mind. Fortunately, the controls on the barge shuttle were smoother than I could have wished for. I sighed in relief as the docking hatch slid into place with a satisfying clank. Shuttle docked, preparing to enter station. "Roger that, Major. Proceed with caution." The airlocks hissed as I unlocked the hatch door to the Icarus. The entry into the station was like a dark portal into the abyss. I activated my helmet's lamps as I floated through the passage. "Command, I'm inside the station. It's completely dark," I said. "Copy that. There should be an access terminal on the wall next to the hatch entryway," said Harry. I turned around until I found the terminal and floated over to it. Tapping the keyboard activated the system. I quickly found the lighting controls and switched them on. The lights in the corridor flickered to life, illuminating the white, sterile hallway walls and floors. The readings on the terminal showed that the communication system and the centrifugal engines were offline. "Royce, the offline systems can't be accessed from that computer. You'll need to get to the engine room and the communications deck to assess what damage has been done," said Harry. "Disregard that, Major," interrupted Nealon. "Search the station for the crew. Their survival and the recovery of our data is the priority here." "Copy that," I said as I pushed off the wall and glided down the hallway. The station was eerily silent. After searching through the crew cabins and the botany lab, I made my way into the common area. There was no sign of the dozen crew members to be found. Where could they have gone? I exited the common area and was about to enter the neighboring room when I thought I heard a voice coming from down the hall. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" A man floated out of a room at the end of the hallway. "Hello," he said as he began slowly gliding towards me. As he got closer, I recognized him. "Dr. Strom, I'm Major Royce. I was sent up here to bring you all home." "Home?" he questioned. "Back to Earth?" As he approached, I realized he looked different from the photo in his file. His skin was gaunt and had almost a purplish tint to it, and his proportions seemed just a bit off. Not by a lot, but just enough to look strange. His head seemed a bit more bulbous than in the picture, and his extremities seemed a little too long for the jumpsuit he was wearing. Yeah, home," I said. "Where are the others?" Strom turned his head side to side as if glancing around for his crew. I'm not quite sure. They should be here. They were here." As he turned, I could see a small bandage covering his right ear. "Dr. Strom, are you hurt?" I asked. He looked at me, his bloodshot eyes filled with confusion. Hurt? Yes, I was hurt. But I'm alright now. I'd like to go home. I nodded. Of course, I'll get you home. We just have to find the others first. The others? He asked, cocking his head to the side. Oh, they won't be joining us. No, they won't. Well, yes, they will, just not like they were. He laughed. Forgive me, Major. I'm not quite sure what I'm saying. That's fine. Let's just check that injury. Then we'll find the others and get you all home. He nodded and moved into the common area. I floated over next to him and examined the bandage on his ear. Up close I could see that the white fabric was darkened and crusted with blood. There were dark lines on his skin, spreading out from under the bandage. When did this happen? I asked. Dr. Strom shrugged. Yesterday? Last month? Eons ago? I can't really tell. He turned to face me. I'm not alone in here anymore. I tried to give him a reassuring smile, but the way he was speaking was a little too unsettling. When I removed the bandage, I nearly gagged. If I hadn't been wearing my helmet, I'm sure I would have. Dr. Strom's right ear was swollen and discolored. A black, viscous fluid oozed from it and floated in the air between us. Jesus, I said under my breath before pushing the soiled bandage back into place. I moved back away from him as Nealon's voice came over my comms. Major, you need to get the data and get off that station now. I had forgotten about the video feed. Command was seeing everything I was. What the hell is wrong with him? I asked. All you need to know is that Dr. Strom is now designated a biohazard and will not be coming back with you. Get away from him and retrieve my data. Copy that, I said, never taking my eyes off Strom. Where will I find the data? Head to the biology lab. The files you need should be accessible from there, said Harry. I'm on my way, I said as I turned to head down the corridor. Where are you going? Asked Strom from behind me. I turned back to face him. I just need to get some things and look for the other crew members. I need you to wait here until I come get you, okay? Strom smiled wide. His gums had turned the same oily black as the ooze that dripped from his head. You're not coming back for me, but that's okay. I didn't want to say so. I just turned and continued on to the biology lab. I searched every room on the way, but there was still no sign of the crew. Command, I can't find the rest of the crew. Never mind the crew, said Nealon. If they are there, they may be infected as well. Infected with what? I asked. Unknown. BS, I said, losing my patience. You know what this is, Nealon. I want answers. Retrieve the data and samples, and I will tell you what you want to know. I grunted in frustration as I pushed off another wall. You better. The whole station was messed up. I was up here on a top secret research station with an unknown biohazard. If something went wrong, there was no help coming. They wouldn't risk another mission, no matter how valuable the data was. I entered the lab and found a cold storage unit containing several vials of a purplish black liquid. Are these the samples? I asked. Yes, said Nealon. Remove them carefully and place them into the transportation cooler, said Harry. And Major, move quickly. Do not let the samples get too warm. I took a steadying breath and began removing the samples and placing them into the cooler as carefully and quickly as I could. With the samples stored, I glided over to the computer terminal. Command, what do I need to do here? Do I download a specific files or just rip them out the hard drive? Better just remove the hard drive, Royce, said Harry. Agreed. Time is of the essence, added Nealon. I removed the tool bag from the pouch on my suit and prepared to start removing the computer housing. But then I paused. On the screen, I saw the station camera access point. Would Nealon really give me the answers I wanted? I didn't think so. Maybe I could find some answers right here. I sat down the tool bag and selected the video files. Major, we don't have time for this. Remove the hard drive and leave the station, demanded Nealon. I ignored him and scrolled through the camera files, looking for anything out of place. Major Royce. There, the timestamp showed just before the solar storm. The feed showed Dr. Strom in the biology lab. He was dressed in a biohazard protection suit. On the table in front of him was a dark egg-shaped stone about the size of a football. He was attempting to drill into the stone. Suddenly the camera shook and the lights in the lab went out. Shortly after the storm hit, the emergency lighting came on, painting the lab in shades of red. Strom had stepped away from the table, clearly distressed, but Strom wasn't what I was focused on. The stone on the table had cracked open, a dark fluid leaking out from the cracks. After a moment, Strom noticed it too. He slowly approached the table, bending down and examining the substance. For some reason, perhaps a lapse in judgment, Strom reached out and touched the slimy liquid. As he pulled back, the ooze stuck to his gloved hand. He tried flicking it off, but the ooze seemed to take on a life of its own, clinging to the suit and worming its way up to his arm. Strom panicked and flailed, trying to get the dark fluid off, but nothing he did seemed to stop it. The ooze climbed up to his head and melted through the hood of the suit, latching itself on the side of Strom's head. The feed ended. I scrolled through the video files trying to find what happened to the rest of the crew. There had to be answers here. "Is it time to leave now?" said Strom. I turned to see him in the entryway to the biology lab. The black fluid seeped from his eyes and ran down his face like tears. As he pushed his way into the room, globs of the stuff trailed off of him and floated through the air. I swallowed. "No, not yet. Can you tell me what happened to the crew?" Strom floated across the room to the observation window. He was silent for a moment as he looked out over the sea of stars. "Dr. Strom?" I prompted. "Where are the crew?" "It's time to leave now," he said as he turned to face me. "Royce, get out of there," said Harry. I shook my head as I backed away. "I'm sorry, Dr. Strom, but I can't let you leave." Suddenly, Strom launched himself across the room and collided into me. We both fell back into the hallway, bouncing back and forth off the walls. I tried to push him away, but Strom reared his head back and began ramming it into my helmet over and over again. Blood and black ooze began to cake my helmet's visor. "Get off of me," I yelled. He didn't relent. Over and over he slammed his face against the helmet glass. I had to do something. I was quickly losing my vision. I reached down to the tool pouch on my suit and felt the screwdriver handle. I began stabbing Strom with it over and over again. I must have gotten a lucky shot because in the next moment he went limp. I couldn't see through the gore coating my helmet, and to my horror, the black ooze was beginning to eat its way through the glass. I quickly unlatched the seals and threw the helmet away. It drifted across the room through floating rivers of the black ooze. Strom's body floated a few feet away. The screwdriver lodged into his eye socket. I was about to make my way back to the shuttle to get the hell out of there when I realized that his undamaged eye was still following me. "Dr. Strom?" His body twitched. "Dr. Strom is not here," he said, his voice hauntingly monotone. "Who are you? What are you?" I asked, my heart pounding. "Do you truly not know?" he asked in that same monotone voice. "Why else would you reach for the stars, if not to climb to the heights of those who came before you? Or is it simply hubris that drives you? When you look up at the stars, do you not see us looking back? Have you so easily forgotten your old gods? They have not forgotten you." I shook my head. "I don't understand." "You are not meant to. You cannot stop what is coming." "I stopped you," I said. You killed a vessel, nothing more. There will soon be another. As he said that, I felt something cold and wet hit my ear. In a panic, I reached up, trying to get a hold of the oily fluid, but it was too small. I felt as it squirmed and wiggled through my ear and into my head. No, 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 what did you do? I demanded. But Strom's corpse had gone still. I reached for the comms button. Command? Hello? Can anyone hear me? Nealon! Nealon! I thought it had gone dead, but then I heard Nealon's voice. Major, I can only imagine how you are feeling right now, and I am truly sorry, but I need you to continue your mission. What? Get the samples and the hard drive and stow them aboard the shuttle, he said. You can fix this, right? You have a cure. You have to. I could hear the panic in my voice. Once the samples and data are stowed, I need you to stay on the Icarus until a rescue crew arrives. How long will that take? I asked. Will I still be me when they get here? Nealon was silent for a moment. Nealon, finally he said. Finish your mission and wait for further instructions. Nealon? Nealon! Answer me! I yelled. He's gone, said Harry. I'm sorry, Royce. I sighed in exasperation. What do I do, Harry? I wish I had answers for you, he said. Be careful, up there on those wax wings. Wax wings? I floated there for a moment, feeling lost. I thought that Strom was out of his mind, the things he was saying. But what if he wasn't? This was all beyond my understanding. If Strom or whoever was speaking through him was right, then there was no way Nealon could hope to control whatever this was. I knew what Harry meant now. I couldn't let this get back to Earth. I made my way down the winding corridors of the station, heading for the command deck. On the way, I passed through the common area and down the hallway where I had first encountered Strom. As I passed by the room he had come from, I heard a thud impact the door. I turned back to read the label above the door. Engine room. Hesitantly, I reached out and slid the door open. When I saw what was inside, I no longer doubted what I had to do. I had found the rest of the crew. Their bodies were tangled together in a mass of dark web-like slime. Their torsos were bloated and round as something wiggled within them. Arms and legs jutted out of the mass at odd angles, twitching occasionally. But the most haunting part was the way that all of their eyes had turned to face me as I entered the room. They were still alive. None of them spoke. They only looked at me, pleading for help, asking me why this had happened. I was shaking in terror as I backed out of the room and slid the door closed. I had to end this. I could feel the entity in my head now. It twisted and warped my perceptions. I thought I was heading for the command deck, but I kept finding myself back at the hatch to my shuttle. After the third time of circling back to the hatch, I realized I had to remove the risk of leaving the station. With a heavy heart, I reached for the disconnect lever. The thing in my head screamed in rage as I watched my shuttle drift off into the void of space. My mind melted away and reformed over and over. I kept finding myself in rooms that I had no memory of entering. Eventually, I found myself on the command deck. I realized I was in control. The other was dormant for the moment. I glided over to the control console and found the station's thruster controls. Space stations occasionally require course corrections. For this, they use jets of compressed air to propel the station in the desired direction. I felt the entity rising to the surface as I worked. I had to hurry. I made the calculations and set the course. With the push of a button, I engaged all of the station's compressed air thrusters and launched the Icarus 1 on a collision course for the sun. I made sure to empty the reserves of the thrusters as well. If I lost control completely, I didn't want the entity redirecting the station. As the thrusters fired and emptied, I felt the entity asserting control. It tried to stop the launch, but it was too late. I felt my mind breaking apart as my fists smashed against the thruster control station, and I screamed in someone else's rage. At first, the entity receded and my body was mine again. I made my way to the command terminal and began typing out this message. I can only hope the station's internet connection will hold out long enough to get the message out. You deserve to know the truth. There are things out here in the void. Watch the stars. Good luck, and goodbye. Starman. Immaculate front lawns, pristine white houses, no picket fences because who has those in 2025? But still a gorgeous neighborhood, a suburban heaven. That's what the developers had promised when we checked out the new build. This could be our forever home, Ronan had beamed as we walked away from the 4-bed, 2-bathroom, 1,490 square foot living accommodation spread over 2 floors, with a converted attic, double glazed windows, private parking in the form of a spacious garage, and a south-facing garden with patio from where you could sit and watch the sun set over a forested backdrop on a warm summer evening with your designated partner in life as your hypothetical 2.4 children play in said south-facing garden with a joy and abandonment that most people can only dream of. I know. Disgusting, right? But look, we were at that stage of our lives, as was everybody else I knew. So I just did what any decent millennial would do and went along with it. Fast forward 6 months. I'm sat in the passenger seat of a moving van, dressed in my comfy dungarees and favorite Fleetwood Mac t-shirt. My denim jacket is draped over the headrest. Ronan's driving, still wearing that stupid grin he had when we first checked out the property. That stupid grin he always seemed to have. And a plaid shirt and chinos. His sports jacket draped over his headrest. I know. Horrendous outfit, right? I didn't marry him for his dress sense. Ronan's recently got into easy listening. Tonight You Belong to Me is playing on the radio. It's creepy AF and reminds me of the film Jeepers Creepers, and the old song that plays during it. My Converse feet are up on the dashboard, my head resting against the window. I'm contemplating all my disastrous past and future life choices. We've navigated half a dozen of these suburban dream streets with their lovely little white homes to get to our own. It's quite apparent that the developers have delivered on what they'd promised. It's no different from the brochures and the aforementioned model home we'd visited, with 2 exceptions. First, there's a brilliant red-leafed bush sprouting from the middle of the front yard. Ours seems to be the only house that has one. The second exception? The neighbors. We pull up outside our house, and that's when I spot them. An old man and an old woman standing outside the house directly opposite ours. They're quite some distance away. It's a wide street, so I can't make out much of the way in features, but the fact that they're wearing all white makes them stand out. They stand side by side and seem to be just staring into the distance. Suddenly, they turn and make eye contact, startling me. I do what I think is polite and give them a wave, but they don't wave back, so I just look away, unnerved. I think back to that day we visited the model home. We were the only ones there. Well, the only prospective buyers. It was just us and the developer on his lonesome. Superficially charming, wearing a perma grin, dressed in all white. I'd thought nothing of it at the time. It was a warm day, so why not? Ah, Roman exclaims, turning off the ignition. Home sweet home. Let's check it out, my lovely. An hour later, we are in the living room. Boxes, books, and clothes are scattered around the room. I've changed into a hooded top and pajama bottoms, and chucked my denim jacket onto the sofa. next to Ronan's hideous sports jacket. I take out a large framed photo from one of the boxes. It's of myself and Ronan on our wedding day. I stare at it for a few seconds before placing it on the mantelpiece. I turn to look out the front window. I can see the house opposite, and outside it once again. That old man and old woman. Except this time he's wearing Ronan's chinos and plaid shirt. And the woman, she's wearing dungarees just like mine. And they've now been joined by another old woman, but she's in all white, just like they were earlier. They're staring ahead into space, just like earlier, and just like before, they suddenly turn their heads in sync to look straight at me. I gasp and reach out for the curtains and yank them across. I wonder if I'm just seeing things, or just not seeing the right things. The street is pretty wide, and those old people are far away, but I dare not pull the curtains back to have a peek. Not yet. Instead, I busy myself with more unpacking. An hour later, I'm feeling all that dust in my hair and up in my sinuses, so I go upstairs to take a shower. The bathroom gets all steamed up, and I open the window. And there they are. The three of them, staring ahead. The other two are dressed as before, but now the third lady, she's wearing my hooded top and pajama bottoms. "Ronan?" I yell. "Ronan!" The elderly gang look up at me. I slam the window shut. Enter Ronan. "What's up, my lovely?" Then he senses something's up. "Hey, you okay?" he asks. I gesture to the window. "Just look. Open it." He frowns, complies, peers out. What? What am I looking at exactly, my lovely?" he asks. I take a look. The streets are empty. I slam the window shut. Dinner time. Ronan makes a mess and a lot of noise when he's eating. He loves it, but I've no appetite. What are those people? Am I losing my mind? The street's wide and they aren't close. Maybe I just need a proper look at them, so... My head's down, my dinner's untouched, and I'm on my phone. Amazon. Let's get some binoculars. But scrolling's been a bone of contention in our marriage for quite some time. The chewing stops, the clash of cutlery on crockery stops. I can feel Ronan's eyes on my scalp. I look up. His eyes lock onto mine and narrow. "Didn't we talk about phones during dinner, my lovely?" he asks. "Okay, well, I mean, it's not like you're saying anything. If you have something to talk about, then..." But he's right. And I know he is, so I don't finish that sentence and I put my phone down. We eat in silence for a few seconds until we both try and speak at the same time. "Do you..." I start. "So, he begins. We both laugh nervously. "Sorry, go ahead," he says. "Oh, out of curiosity, do you still have those binoculars? The one your brother got you?" That stupid grin returns to his face, but it's taken on some wryness. I've been rumbled, and that makes me mad. "Look, Ronan, it's not funny." He points at me, finger quavering. "I see dead people," he whispers. "I mean, if they appear and disappear, then they have to be ghosts." I yell. I'm mad, and then immediately embarrassed as soon as I say my ridiculous theory out loud. I try to speak a bit more clearly. "Aren't you worried about someone watching us?" I figure it's probably best not to mention that they also appear to be dressing like us. "Watching?" he shrieks in a high-pitched whisper. I think it's Gollum he's going for. "They're watching me?" I push my plate away and stand up. It's not lost on Ronan. "Oh, Stevie, my lovely," he stammers. "I'm sorry." I storm out before he can apologize and try and explain myself. I head for the living room and slam the door behind me. I lean against it, close my eyes and take a deep breath in. All my disastrous life choices, past and future, appear before me like a slideshow from hell. I breathe out. I open my eyes. The room's still a mess from unpacking. I glance at the window, then up at the wedding photo up on the mantelpiece. Ronan in his three-piece suit, me in my white dress. We do look good. Well, we did, on that day. My eyes shift back to the window. I march over to it determined. Determined to do what? I don't know. But for a few seconds I feel determined. I yank the curtains open to look down upon an empty street. No elderly gang, no neighbors, nobody. The next day I'm sat on the toilet, knickers around my ankles, barefoot, scrolling through Reddit. AMA, AITA, all the acronymized fun it can offer. Suddenly my phone rings. A rare occurrence these days. I answer it. Hello? Amazon delivery for you. Ah, thanks. Just leave it by the door. A few seconds later, I hear a car pull away. I finish my bathroom business and make my way down to the front door. I open it. There's the box on the ground, but it's clearly been tampered with. I can see the binoculars I ordered last night amongst the pieces of styrofoam. I pick them up and survey them. The lenses, they've been scratched. I can't see a thing out of them. I don't dare look across the street and instead hurry back indoors. A few hours later and I'm doing it again, marching determinedly, this time for the first time across the street. The cadence of my stilettoed heels clip-clopping on the ground indicate determination. I've splashed on a bit of makeup on. I've ditched the baggy clothes for a white cardigan and floral dress. I'm carrying a cake box, and inside this cake box is cake. Carrot cake, specifically. It's time to meet the neighbors. I'm marching across the street determinedly, and I'm also crapping myself just a bit. And I almost completely crap myself when I come to the front yard of the house across the street. It's got the same brilliant red bush sprouting out of it, just like ours. How is that possible? It hadn't been there when we moved in. At least, I hadn't seen it. The street is wide, but not that wide. I should have been able to see it. I walk up to the front door. Deep breath. I ring the doorbell. No answer. I knock. I wait. No answer. I go over to the window. Knock. No answer. Curtains are drawn. Back to the front door. Hand on the door handle. It opens. Hello? I call out as I enter the hallway. It's, I'm just from across the road. We just moved in. A denim jacket and sports jacket, identical to mine and Ronan's, are hung up on the wall. I reach out to touch them. They feel the same as ours, too. I can hear faint music coming from within the house, a tune I've heard before. I walk into the living room, and the music's louder. It's Tonight You Belong to Me. The layout of the living room is identical to ours, but there are no boxes. It's not far off what we saw when we checked out the model home, but it's now also well decorated and homely. Some flowers from the bush outside are in a vase on the mantelpiece, and above the mantelpiece is our framed wedding photo, except someone has cut out mine and Ronan's faces. I scream, the cake falls from my hands, and I run. I seem to take an age to sprint across the street. It seems wider than ever. Or maybe it's because you can't really sprint in stilettos. I don't know. I just need to get inside and away. I'm inside, gasping for breath. I slam the front door behind me, kick off my stupid shoes, and run into the living room. I close the curtains. I run up the stairs. I'm halfway up when I hear the doorbell. I stop. I try to breathe quietly. I creep up. 3 loud knocks, and I can't help but scream, and now I'm sobbing. I creep back down to the living room. I stand by the window. I'm crying out, resigned to my fate. There's a very gentle knock, knock, knock on the window. I slowly open the curtains. Outside on the front lawn stand half a dozen men and women. Some are wearing my outfits, the dungarees, the floral dress, the cardigan. Some are in Ronan's. All of them are wearing masks, cutouts of either mine or Ronan's face from the wedding photo. And then I can hear it again. Tonight you belong to me. I turn. Ronan's in the living room. Cake box in one hand, flowers from the red bush in the other. He's wearing a mask, too, the cutout of his own face. Or is he? I can't tell. Hello, my lovely, he says. What's wrong? Over the course of the next few weeks, half a dozen men and women became several dozen, became hundreds. All wearing masks of Ronan and me, all dressed in dungarees, plaid shirt, chinos, t-shirts of bands he never listens to. Roman sandals, that dress I bought in Bali, hundreds of them, out in the front yard, across and then down the street, just staring at us. Well, just me because Ronan can't see them, and I'm not sure they can see him. So one day, I let them in. It was getting pretty crowded out there. The day I let them in, they just kind of drifted into the house, into our 4-bed, 2-bathroom, 1,490 square foot living accommodation spread over 2 floors. And every day they stand around wearing those masks, dressed in our clothes, presumably watching us, in the converted attic and the spacious garage, whilst Ronan and I go about our day, watching as we eat, watching as we sleep, watching as we use the bathroom, watching as we screw. I tried ignoring them. I yelled at them a few times. Once I hit one of them. They never respond, never speak, and never hit back. 10 years later and they're still with us. There must be millions of them now, drifting around Ronan and I and our 2.4 children. They're here right now, as we watch the sun set, as our 2.4 children play in the south-facing garden, with a joy and abandonment that most people can only dream of. I know what you're thinking. There's too many streaming services already. It's an endless wave of Hulu, Netflix, Tubi, Freevee, Snarfu, Luby, or whatever other nonsense an overworked marketing department spits out after their 5th round of coffee. As for me, I don't much care for streaming. What's the point of paying for a service that only has, like, 4 things I actually want to watch? For the most part, I steer clear of the lot. That is, until I got an ad for a new platform called Thumps. It happened when I was scrolling on Reddit, actually, and I clicked it because I thought it was a post. One of those sneaky ads that pretends to be something else. The title of the fake post read, "Did you know this site makes scary movies scarier?" So I clicked it and wound up at a website for Thumps, a streaming service for all things horror. I was about to click out of it when a pop-up caught my attention. Beta testers wanted. Sign up now and get Thumps free for life. The excessive amount of exclamation marks should have been a warning that something was rotten in the state of Denmark. Or, Delaware in my case. But access to a library of horror content for free? Forever? I couldn't help it. At heart, I'm a little greedy and a lot gullible. What else can I say? So I entered my email address. It didn't ask for anything else, not a credit card number or a mailing address, or my mother's maiden name. After I hit submit, I came to a screen that said, "Thank you for joining our beta testing program. We will reach out to you soon." I checked my email, but there was nothing there. I checked a few more times over the next several days before giving up. Maybe it had been some weird scam after all. I expected to start getting flooded with spam messages, but my email was blessedly, persistently quiet. It wasn't until a few weeks later, when I'd all but forgotten about the whole affair, when I received a package in the mail, a bright yellow box with stark black letters reading, Thump's Beta Tester Kit. I must have stared at that box for 5 straight minutes, wondering how they'd managed to track down my mailing address just from my email. Privacy is truly dead. I almost threw the box in the trash on principle, but curiosity got the better of me, as it usually does. I tore open the box to discover just 2 things, a sheet of paper and what appeared to be a headband. I started with the paper, which read, "Have you ever watched a scary movie and found yourself bored? Like the scares just don't scare the way they used to. Do you wish you could be really, truly scared by a movie? Welcome, horror fan, to Thumps, the only streaming service that is 100% guaranteed to give you the scare of your life." We use a host of emerging technologies to analyze your brainwaves and adapt our films in real time, turning regular old horror movies into a tailor-made films designed with you in mind. Never be bored during a horror movie again. Simply put on the enclosed headband, then visit the website below, pick a movie, and see what can happen when your content watches you. I read that note 3 times and it still didn't make any sense. If I wore the headband, it would read my mind. And that would make me like the movie more somehow. Now I knew this was a scam. And yet, I picked up the headband and placed it around my head. It was just normal fabric, nothing fancy. I waited for it to do something before realizing how dumb that was. Then I turned on my computer. I typed the URL from the bottom of the letter into my browser and entered my email when prompted. Before me was a totally normal streaming platform. It was laid out exactly as you would expect, with a menu on the left and different categories of movies on the right. The only difference was that I'd never heard of any of these movies. They all sounded like generic B horror films. So far, it seemed like just another lame streaming service with a weird gimmick. Whatever, I'd come this far. I scrolled down and picked a movie at random. I can't even remember what it was called. Something like The House at the Fork in the Road. A generic, completely forgettable title. The movie started off pretty normal. A family driving down a highway to their brand new home, conveniently situated in the middle of nowhere. Obvious tension between the husband and wife. The kids bickering in the back. Only 10 minutes into the movie, and I already felt myself tuning out. Suddenly the scene stalled, as though it was running on a projector that had jammed. Then it started up again, but it was different this time. Instead of being shot in the third person, the filming was now in found footage style. The camera held by the father as he filmed his family staring up at their creepy new house. The film picked up seamlessly from there. I paused the movie and just stared. There was no way that had happened, right? Or if it did, it had to be some kind of gimmick in the movie. Maybe I just missed something. I hit replay and started from the beginning. This time, the beginning of the movie was also found footage style. I watched in stunned silence. No, that wasn't possible. It hadn't been like that before. I was sure of it. Now I couldn't look away from the screen. I rewatched the opening with total fascination and a little shiver in my spine. I'd always liked found footage because it made movies feel more real, the danger more present. Well, it certainly felt that way now, in more ways than one. The story itself wasn't really anything special, though. The family moved into the new house and immediately discovered it was haunted. The 2 kids noticed it first and took to the basement to investigate. As the camera panned around the basement, I waited for something to jump out of the shadows with no real interest. Jump scares have never done it for me. They always feel sort of cheap and fleeting. They don't stick with you after the movie ends. When the camera had panned about halfway through the basement, the screen shivered again. When it came back into clear focus, my heart dropped. There, sitting on the basement floor in the camera spotlight, was Charlie. Charlie was a brown teddy bear with 2 black eyes and a stitched mouth. his fur matted from years of love, and he was missing one of his ears, the result of an ill-fated game of tug-of-war with the family dog. I knew all of this because Charlie was my teddy bear, and if I wasn't mistaken, he was sitting up on the shelf in my bedroom closet at that very moment. I paused the movie and sprinted upstairs, throwing open my closet door and tearing through the boxes and junk that littered the shelf. There, in the back, I felt my fingers brush against his faded old fur. I pulled him out and marveled at him in my hand for just a moment. I was back downstairs in a flash, comparing my bear to the one on the screen. They were identical down to the last detail. The bear on the screen was even wearing the same bandana, a bit of blue checkered fabric that my mom had especially for Charlie from her sewing scraps. "This is not possible," I muttered as I turned my bear over in my hands. I hugged Charlie tight to my chest on instinct. My heart was racing as my hand reached out to press the spacebar to restart the movie. I had to know what happened next. I had this wild thought that, if I got to the end of the movie, it would all make sense. It had to. The camera panned back to the children. This time the little boy looked different. His close, cropped blonde hair had been replaced by shaggy brown curls. He had a smattering of freckles across his nose. He was wearing a striped blue shirt with a little anchor embroidered on the pocket. I recognized the boy from my third-grade school photos. I remembered my mother picking out that shirt especially for the occasion, reminding me to smile big before ushering me out the door. I watched in total fascination and no small amount of dread as the children tried to convince their mother that there was something awful in the basement. At first, she didn't believe them. Parents never do. But as the movie went on, strange things began to happen. Birds flying into windows, blood coming out of the bathroom faucet, strange scratching noises in the walls. With Mom convinced, next came Dad, who predictably scoffed at his wife's frantic pleading that something was wrong with their house. They needed to get out now. I glanced down at the time. Only 20 minutes left to convince the husband and try to escape. I knew this formula well. I was betting on the husband dying to save the wife and kids. A sense of familiarity started to put me at ease. I could follow the movie beat for beat to the very last scene. As the husband ventured down into the basement, determined to prove his wife and children wrong, I waited for the final reveal. Probably some sort of old hag ghost that would come screaming out at the camera. The father walked carefully through the basement, the camera picking up the sounds of his heavy breathing and nothing else. Then a small creaking sound to his left. The screen shivered once more before the camera panned quickly to the noise. There, hanging from the rafters, was a woman in a white nightgown. Her soft brown hair fell in waves over her face, obscuring it from view. Her nightgown was ragged and dirty. Her feet were a dull gray color, as though she'd been dead for some time. What caused my breath to catch in my throat were her fingernails. They were painted a bright eggshell blue. 4 fingernails on her left hand, the nail on her ring finger missing completely. My vision tunneled and everything around me started to tilt. I knew that hand, the one that fixed my shirt, that sewed the bandana for Charlie. It was my mother's hand. I trembled as I watched my mother on the screen, her body spinning slowly in its noose. Then her quiet, raspy voice whispering my name. Joey. I wanted desperately to stop the movie, but I was frozen where I sat. Is it really possible, I wondered, to drop dead from terror? I was pretty sure I was about to find out. 10 days, came the whisper as my mother's body began to spin faster. The rope creaked under the weight. 10 days. Then her body dropped to the floor, as though the rope had been cut. Everything was still, even the father's breathing had cut off. I sat there for what felt like an hour but must have been no more than 3 seconds watching my mother's lifeless corpse on the floor. Then an instant later, she was crawling towards the camera. "Joey, come find me. Joey." The rasp was no longer a whisper but a moan. I felt myself scrambling back against the couch in tandem with the father as he ran backwards, looking desperately for the stairs while keeping the woman in view of the camera. "Don't let me die." "What the?" I whispered. "This isn't happening. This isn't real." But the woman on the screen didn't care that she couldn't be real. Just then, her face lifted to the camera. It was undeniably my mother's face, but ravaged from the effects of decay. Her gray skin hung loose from her bones, and her eyes were clouded over with a glassy film. Her mouth dropped open, and I swore I could see maggots and worms squirming inside her. I threw my laptop across the room so hard, it broke against the opposite wall. I yanked the headband off and threw that too. I couldn't get enough air, no matter how hard I gasped, and for a moment, I was certain I was going to die. If not from the impossible horror on the screen, then because my heart gave out from strain. It took me over an hour before I was calm enough to stand on my own 2 feet. The first thing I did was pick up the whole mess. My broken laptop, the headband, the note, the box, and stuff it all down in the trash. Whatever had just happened, whatever I'd just seen, I didn't want anything to do with it. Next, I called my mom, who was completely bewildered at my panic over the phone. "Honey, calm down. What's wrong? What happened?" she asked, the confusion in her voice genuine. I couldn't think of what to say. Any version of the truth would have her driving to my apartment to make sure I wasn't having a mental breakdown. "I just had a nightmare that something bad happened to you, and I had to make sure you were okay." She spent the next hour soothing me over the phone, reassuring me that everything in the real world was just fine, and to hell with everything else. By the time we hung up, I felt just a bit better. In that short hour, I had reconstructed the narrative in my head. It really was a nightmare, or some kind of hallucination from the stress I'd been under at work. Everything was fine. Of course it was fine. Over the next few days, I resolved to put that strange, awful experience behind me. I went to work. I bought a new computer. I texted my friends and chatted with colleagues like nothing had happened at all. Because of course, nothing did happen. I just had to keep telling myself that. Except, something isn't letting me pretend. A few days after watching the movie, strange things started to happen. At first, they were things I could explain away. The sound of footsteps in the hall was just my imagination. The low whispering that I heard in the dead of night was the wind. The shadows out of the corner of my eyes were due to exhaustion from those sleepless nights. But then it started escalating. 2 days ago, I turned on my work computer and saw my mother's bloated corpse flash across the screen for just a second. Yesterday, I came home to my living room trashed. Like a tornado had ripped it apart, and there was Charlie sitting in the middle of the chaos, watching me. Today, I got a call from my mother. I picked it up, glad to be able to hear her voice, to reassure myself that everything was fine and normal. But when I put the phone to my ear, all I could hear was static. "Hello? Mom?" Nothing but fuzz. "I think we have a bad connection," I said, ready to cut the call and call her back. Before I could, I heard a voice. A low, raspy whisper that sent a violent shiver through my body. "Joey, come find me. Joey, don't let me die." "Who is this?" I said. I don't even remember deciding to say it. My voice sounded like it was coming from far away, through a tunnel or something. Finish the movie, Joey. Then a horrible scream. The most blood-curdling sound I'd ever heard, and somehow I just knew it was her. The call dropped, and I was alone with the realization that it had been exactly 10 days since I started the movie. I've been calling for hours, but I can't reach her. I drove to her house, but she wasn't there. I've asked everyone I know, and looked everywhere online. But it's like the streaming service just vanished out of existence. Nobody knows what I'm talking about, and there's no record of the company ever existing. Even as I type this, I can tell that time is running out. Every second I wait, my mom is closer to death, and there's only one thing I can do to save her. So please, has anyone here signed up for Thumps? I desperately need to kill my subscription. When I was a kid, our family had a British short-hair named Charlie. He was mean to everyone but me. He was basically my cat. He used to roam around outdoors, but one day he never came back. I cried for days and went out looking for Charlie with my dad, but we never found him. I'm 27 now, and I've been living with my boyfriend for 3 years. When we first moved in, we had a cat in our neighborhood who used to sniff around the bins. We took to calling him Trash Cat, before just calling him Trashy. One time, a few kids walking to school kicked rocks at Trashy. One hit him right in the face. Trashy was tough. Stray cat, so he just ran at the teenagers and scratched one of the boys. The boy took his backpack off and started swinging. That's when I stepped in. I shouted at the kids like a grouchy old man. Trashy had run away during this. That's one thing we learnt about him. He was very skittish when it came to noises. One morning, Trashy was watching me from the front gate. I was leaving for work, so I knelt down to give him a pat, and he rolled onto his side. The next day, he was on our doorstep, so my boyfriend got the idea to leave a bowl of dry food and water for him. Trashy would eat and drink there every day. At some point, he just appeared inside our house, but we didn't make him leave. We loved him already. Trashy continued to roam outside. He would always be an outdoor cat at heart. He would sometimes leave for multiple days, and I would be distraught. "He'll come back," my boyfriend, Jason, reassured me. "If not for us, for the food." I got used to it. I would open the door to leave for work, and Trashy would be sitting there patiently. We eventually got a dog door for him to come and go as he pleases. One day we woke up to find patches of water around the house, and Trashy was soaking wet. He shivered, and we got a towel to dry him, but he wouldn't let us go near. "Did it rain last night?" I asked Jason. "No, the Bronsons have a pool. Maybe he got in." I was scared Trashy might drown. I'd never seen him swim before, so we got rid of the dog door, thinking that would solve our problems. But we kept finding him wet and leaving puddles around the house. Every morning, Trashy would dash outside and only return when he was hungry. Eventually, we stopped letting him out altogether, which only made him more anxious. We would find him wet, shivering, and cold, hiding on the second floor of our house. "We'll set up a GoPro," Jason suggested. We bought the cheapest GoPro we could find and attached it to Trashy's collar. At night, we turned it on, and the recordings were saved directly to my PC. After a few uneventful nights, we watched the footage. Trashy simply roamed around the house, jumped onto the kitchen benchtop, which he wasn't allowed to do, or slept. I started to feel relieved. Maybe it was just a temporary phase. However, one night I awoke to Trashy yowling and the sound of splashing water. My boyfriend was at his apartment that night, and though I was afraid to go downstairs alone, I couldn't let Trashy get hurt. I ran downstairs, flicking on every light, and searched every room but couldn't find him. The yowling and splashing suddenly stopped. Then I heard something running upstairs. I held my breath and approached the staircase, calling softly, "Trashy." Trashy poked his head around the corner. He was drenched again, and so was the camera. I logged onto my computer and found the latest recording. Before the camera had died, it was disorientating to watch the world from a cat's perspective. The house looked completely different, and I had trouble following where he was. While I was skipping through the video, I came across a scene that didn't make sense. Trashy was in a dark room with a blue light and swimming in some kind of water. I dragged the recording back 2 minutes and hit play. Trashy approached the grandfather clock that came with the house. I thought he was going to walk right past it, but instead he slipped through a paper-thin gap. Behind the clock was a hole in the wall that led to a thin staircase. Trashy trotted down and stopped at the last step. There was a small square room flooded with water. Trashy was staring at the surface. All of a sudden there was splashing and Trashy fell in the water, yowling. He managed to climb out and ran halfway up the stairs before turning back and staring at the water for a long time, before running up to the second floor where I found him. I called Jason and had him come over immediately. "Does that mean you could advertise it as a 3-bedroom house?" he asked. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Together we slid the grandfather clock to the side. There were already scratch marks on the hardwood floor. The hole, funnily enough, was about the size of a dog door. "There's no way I'd fit inside," Jason said. "I might." We didn't test that theory. Since Trashy could slip through the gap, we boarded up the hole with a large wood chopping board and a 3-liter jug of water. It was more weight than Trashy could nudge out of the way. Jason slept with me that night. We had Trashy in the room with us and the door closed. Later during the night, I woke up to use the ensuite bathroom and found my bedroom door wide open. "Jason, get up," I whispered. Jason groggily rolled over. "What is it, babe?" "The door," I replied. We sat in bed, both confused since neither of us had opened it. Suddenly we heard splashing and Trashy yowling louder than ever before. "Come on," I urged Jason. We rushed downstairs to the living room. The bucket had been pushed over, spilling water on the floor. In that moment, all I cared about was saving Trashy. "Trashy?" I called, but the splashing continued. I lay on the floor and carefully slipped one arm through the hole, shuffling my body until I was inside. The hole opened up to a narrow stone staircase. I crept down, guided only by touch, until I reached the final step. Before me was the square room, with a flashing blue emergency light and filled with water. I couldn't tell how deep it was, but I could hear the splashing. "Trashy, come here," I called again. Trashy cried. In the dim, pulsating light, I could make out Trashy's frail silhouette as he desperately flailed his front paws. But he didn't move. He was stuck on something. I dropped into the water and swam towards him. The water was a swirling mix of black and blue. My heart hammered in my ears as I thrashed about. I reached out and closed my trembling hand around Trashy's soaked fur. Then I felt it, a sudden tug. I reached behind to remove what Trashy was caught on, and it grabbed me. A cold, bony hand. I tore my hand back and grabbed Trashy, kicking my legs wildly. I swam back to the stairs, screaming for Jason. "Babe, what's happening? Babe!" Jason shouted. "There's something in here," I yelled. I managed to get out of the water. Trashy, agitated and scratching me, broke free from my grip and slipped back out through the hole. I crawled after him. "Pull me through." I emerged, and together we moved the grandfather clock back in front of the hole. 20 minutes later, the police arrived. They borrowed a hammer from our toolbox and bashed in the wall until it was large enough for one officer, Matthews, to duck through. He went inside and came back out. "It looks like you've got a little flooding, but the room's empty. Are you sure this is the only way out?" he asked. "What are you on about? It's as deep as a swimming pool," I argued. Matthews just shrugged. "It's dark and you were scared. You were probably imagining things." Later, I organized for contractors to come out. They drained the water and sealed the wall off. We haven't had any more incidents with trashy since, but on some nights, I can still hear water splashing. I thought more and more about what Matthews had asked me. Are you sure this is the only way out? The last few months, I've been working for the Clover School, not as an employee, rather as more of a contract gardener. The school didn't have anyone on staff that took care of their gardens, so Pam, the school's director, would call me whenever she needed any gardening work done, be it weeding, mulching, planting, pruning, or whatever else. Every week or so she would call me, and I would come out and make the garden look nice. The kids would come out at lunch and bother me while I worked, asking me questions about what I'm doing, or running around trampling the flowers I'd just planted. The Clover School was definitely a lively place to work. Spring break had just arrived and all the students and staff were away from the school. Pam called me, asking if I could come by to fill up the courtyard with spring annuals. She wanted the school to look more colorful when everyone came back from their break. However, there was a catch. Pam told me that because the school was closed, the security guard would have to let me in, and that the courtyard would have to remain locked while I worked so that no one who isn't supposed to be there could trespass. I told her that I have no problem with that. We discussed what kind of flowers she wanted and made arrangements to have all the flowers and mulch delivered directly to the school before I showed up. I arrive at 8 a.m. on the dot, parking right in front of the gate to the courtyard. Chuck, the security guard, was already there waiting for me. I step out of the van and wave to him. "How you doing, Chuck?" "Fine," he replies. "Would be better if I didn't have to come out here on what's supposed to be my day off." "At least all you gotta do is let me in and out. I'm the one who actually has to work all day." He unlocks the gate and pushes it open. I open the trunk of my van and start unloading my equipment. There's a lot to carry. It takes several trips back and forth to carry everything from the van into the courtyard. Rakes, shovels, garbage bags, leaf blower, buckets full of trowels and smaller tools, a cooler full of water bottles, basically anything I might need. Not like I can go back to the van to grab anything once I'm locked in. With my entire arsenal of equipment inside, I'm ready. "What time do you think you'll be done?" Chuck asks. I look over at the pallets full of mulch and flowers that the nursery had dropped off earlier that day. This is going to take me all day. "Well, I need to know what time to come back to let you out." "You mean you're not staying?" I ask. "No way. I just gotta let you in and let you out. Ain't no reason for me to sit around with my thumb up my butt all day until you're ready to leave. Just let me know what time I gotta come back to let you out." "Well, sundown is about 6 o'clock. Guess that means I'll be finished by 6 at the latest." "Alright, 6 it is. Just give me a call if you finish before then, and I'll get over here as soon as I can." "Thanks. If you don't hear from me before then, just come at 6. I'll be ready to leave by then. Worst case scenario, if I don't finish today, I can come back tomorrow." "You better finish today," Chuck says, nudging me in the chest with his finger. "'Cause if you gotta come back tomorrow, that means I gotta come back tomorrow." "Do you really think I want to come back tomorrow?" I ask rhetorically. "Don't know," he shrugs. "Maybe you're one of those freaks that actually likes to work." "Not if I don't have to. Trust me. I have every intention of finishing this job today, and if I'm done early, I guess I'll just sit around with my thumb up my butt till you get here." "Now that's what I want to hear," Chuck says, as he shuts and locks the gate from the outside. I wave goodbye from inside the gate. "See you later, Chuck." Chuck waves back as he walks away. "Later. Have fun in there." I guess I better get started. Normally this place is bustling with the sounds of children screaming and running around. but it's peacefully quiet without anyone else here. From the inside, the architecture of the school reminds me of a prison, which is probably how a lot of the students think of it. That's certainly how I thought of school when I was younger. 4 towering brick walls box in the courtyard. The only way in or out is the gate. At least the vegetation saves this place from looking too dreary. Garden beds line the perimeter of the courtyard. The perennials I'd planted before are still looking healthy. However, none of the annuals had survived the winter. That's to be expected. Oh well. If the pretty ones didn't have to die and be replaced, I'd have a much harder time staying in business. That's essentially what I'm here for, to replace the annuals and refresh the mulch that lost its color. I started by raking back the old mulch so that I can dig holes to plant the new flowers in, working my way from the edge of the courtyard to the other. I'm nearly finished raking when out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of what looks like someone watching me through the window of one of the classrooms. Immediately, I turn my head to look into the window, but no one is there. No one else is supposed to be here today but me. I walk over to the window to peek into the classroom. It's just an empty classroom. It must have been a shadow, or a trick of the light on the window that looked like a person at a certain angle. I take a drink from my water bottle and continue raking. As soon as I'm done raking, I walk back to the pallet full of flowers and start carrying them to the garden beds, setting them around the perennials, where I want to plant them, arranging the different flowers in patterns of alternating colors so that the complementary colors pop next to each other. After I've set a few flowers out, I walk back to the pallet to get more. When I get there, I notice that some of the flower trays have tipped over. It's not windy at all, and I'm fairly certain that I didn't do that. None of them were knocked over when I arrived this morning, or at least I don't think they were. Maybe they were and I just didn't notice, or I somehow had knocked them over without noticing. I set them back upright. A little bit of soil had spilled out, and a few petals have fallen off, but they should be just fine. I finished setting up the flowers and returned to my pile of tools to get my shovel. Only my shovel isn't there. I'd know I'd brought it in. I'd brought every single tool from my van in. I look over my tools again. It's definitely not among them. How did I manage to leave my shovel of all things in the van? Whatever. There's nothing I can do about it now. I grab the trowel out of my tool bucket. This will have to do. Work goes slowly with the trowel. A hole that should take 2 scoops with a shovel to dig takes at least 10 with the trowel. At least most of the flowers I have to plant are small, so the holes I have to dig don't have to be very big. For the most part, the soil is easy enough to dig up. However, there are occasional patches where the soil is especially hard or full of rocks that are particularly hard to scoop out with a measly trowel. Those spots are a bit of a struggle, but I manage. I'm in the middle of digging a hole for a zinnia when the sound of something clanging on the ground echoes from across the courtyard. I jump right up and turn around to look, but don't see anything out of the ordinary. I walk in the direction the sound came from to investigate, only to find a shovel laying on the ground when I arrive at the opposite end of the courtyard from where I was working. I pick it up and inspect it. From the signs of wear on it, I can tell that it's definitely my shovel. Now, I know for a fact I didn't leave this here. Before now, I hadn't even been to this side of the yard today. So why is it here? Is someone messing with me? I thought that no one else was supposed to be here today. I pull the phone out of my pocket to call Pam, walking towards the gate as I wait for her to answer. 5 rings, and she finally picks up. Hi Pam, sorry to bother you, but I have to ask, is anyone else here at the school with me today? Is Chuck there with you? No, I say, checking the gate to find that it's still locked. Chuck left. He's supposed to come back at 6 to let me out. No one else should be there. Why do you ask anyways? Do you need anything? Oh no, there's nothing I need. I pace the courtyard looking through the classroom windows as I speak. It's just that I heard some noises and thought I saw someone in one of the classrooms earlier, so I thought someone else might be here. Well, all of the teachers and staff are off over the break, so none of them would be there. The school building is locked, so no one should be able to get in if they wanted to. Her words don't comfort me. I was really hoping that she'd tell me that some of the teachers were here working over the break. I keep pacing, looking in the windows to see if anyone is inside, seeing only empty classrooms. "Are you still there?" Pam asks. "Yeah, I'm still here," I reply. I must be getting paranoid, just not used to being here all by myself is all. Oh well, guess I better get back to it if I want to finish before sundown. "Alright, just call me if you need anything, okay?" "Will do. I shouldn't need to bother you for anything else." "Oh, it's no bother at all," she says. "Talk to you later, Pam." I hang up and get back to work. At least I have my shovel now. I walk back to the hole I just dug for the zinnia, only now the zinnia is gone. I look around to see if I'd set it nearby, but it's nowhere to be found. All I can do without it is fill the hole back in, and rearrange the flowers around so that there isn't a black spot in the garden. The rest of the afternoon I spend planting the rest of the flowers. Nothing else strange happens while I'm planting them. Maybe I really was just being paranoid before. When all the flowers are finally in, I head to the mulch pallet and start hauling the bags of mulch to each edge of the courtyard, pouring them out, and spreading them over the garden beds. There's 80 bags of mulch that need to be spread from one edge of the garden to the other, every bag weighing about 50 pounds each. I down another bottle of water and pull out my phone to check the time. Basically, I have 3 hours to spread 4,000 pounds of mulch by myself. This sucks. Needless to say, I won't be finishing early. If I hustle, maybe I can finish on time at least. I'm sore, hot, and exhausted, but I do not want to come back tomorrow, so I hustle like my life depends on it. For hours, I carry, pour, and spread every single bag of mulch until finally there aren't any bags left. All that's left to do now is bag up the empty mulch bags and plant containers that I'd littered the garden with. Toss all the garbage in the dumpster, then blow all the mulch and dirt that had spilled out of the garden off of the walkway. I only have 20 minutes left, but I can do this. In a frantic rush of energy, somehow I manage to get everything cleaned up on time. I try to catch my breath, and down another bottle of water. I pour another bottle over my head to cool myself off. I needed that. I'd been going at it for 10 hours, but I'm finally done. I'm going to pass out hard when I get home. Chuck should be here any minute now. I try calling him to see if he's on his way. The phone rings and rings until finally going to voicemail. Perhaps he's just driving and doesn't want to answer while he drives. I sit on the empty pallet and wait. Not like there's anything else I can do. The sun is setting. The towering walls around me block out what little sunlight is left, aside from a small strip of light leaking through the gate. The darker it gets, the more anxious I get to leave. I check my phone again. It's already 6:20. He should be here by now. I try calling again. Again it rings until going to voicemail. So I leave him a voicemail telling him that I'm finished and ready for him to pick me up. I leave him a text as well, for extra measure. Hopefully he sees that I've been trying to get a hold of him. Hopefully he hasn't forgotten about me. I gather my tools up and arrange them near the gate so that I can haul them out quickly as soon as Chuck gets here. While picking my tools up, I notice that my shovel isn't among them. I probably just left it in the garden. Well, I'd better find it before Chuck gets here. I start looking through the garden, searching from one side of the courtyard to the other. It's already too dark to see anything, so I click on the flashlight on my phone and search by what dismal light it provides. The shovel is nowhere to be found. After searching over the entirety of the garden and coming up with nothing, I give up. I'm tired of searching, and just plain tired in general. I don't care about the shovel anymore. I'm sure it will show up next time I come by for maintenance. Right now, all I want to do is leave this place and go home. I start walking back towards the gate when the sound of metal clanging on the ground echoes from across the courtyard. "Chuck, is that you?" I shout. "You better not be messing with me, because I am not in the mood for that right now." I run across the courtyard in the direction of the sound, shining my light in front of me so that I can see where I'm going. My light shines across something laying on the ground. It's my shovel, broken in half. Whatever is going on, it isn't funny. I pick up the pieces of my shovel and shine my light around, looking for signs of life, seeing no one. I turn to head back to the gate. When I get there, all of my tools have been scattered around as if someone had been going through them. Immediately I call Chuck. Again it rings until going to voicemail. It's clear now that I can't count on Chuck. I just wish I had known that before letting him lock me in here. I try calling Pam. It rings once and disconnects. The light on my phone goes out. Of course, the battery on my phone would have to die right at that moment. That's just my luck. The sun has gone down entirely by now. There's no light whatsoever to see by. I'm not going to be stuck in here all night. I try to rattle the gates open, but it won't budge. I try to break the lock off the gate by swinging my broken shovel at it. The shovel ricochets off the gate, slipping out of my hand and slicing it open. That wasn't very smart of me. It's so dark that I can't even see how bad the cut is, but I can feel blood pouring out, so it must be bad. In a panic, I rip a sleeve off my shirt and wrap the wound in it. Obviously, I won't be able to get out through the gates, but there has to be another way out through the school. There's a door on the other side of the gate. I just have to get into the school and navigate my way to that door. One of the doors on this side has to be unlocked. I check the first door I get to. It looks like it only opens from the inside. The next door is the same, and the next, and the next. Eventually I reach a door that looks like it opens from my side. I push, only to find that it's locked. I keep going, trying every door I can. They're all either locked or don't open from the side. I could go back to the gate and wait for Chuck, but at this point, I don't know if he's even going to come. I'm bleeding too much. The sleeve wrapping my wound is already soaked in blood. Waiting for Chuck isn't an option anymore. I have to get out. I'll have to break one of the windows and get into the building that way. Then I can find my way out the other side. I lift my broken shovel and ready myself to smash a window with it, hoping I don't slice open my other hand in the process. But I don't exactly have any other options. I approach a window, ready to swing, only to recoil at the sudden sight of a dark figure standing on the other side. It's too dark to discern any of its features, but I can clearly see that it's really there, and it's looking at me. I step back from the window, not taking my eyes off of it. The figure walks away from the window until it's out of view. The door to the room it's in swings open. Every other door to every other classroom swings open. Dark figures emerge from every doorway. Each and every one of them turns towards me and starts walking in my direction. I turn tail and run towards the exit. They follow close behind. I don't dare to turn to see how close they are. I reach the gate, grabbing and rattling it, screaming. "Chuck, Pam, anyone? Let me out, please. Anybody?" They're right behind me. I'm never leaving this place. There's a hand on my shoulder. "Wake up," they say. I open my eyes and see Chuck standing over me. "Come on, get up. It's time to go," he says. I sit up and look around disoriented. There isn't much light to see by. "What time is it? Is it morning already?" I ask. "No," he says. "It's 6:00 p.m. I must have passed out. Sleeping on the job, huh? I stand up and look around. No way. Look around, Chuck. I told you I would finish. He looks around. Yeah, you did good. Now let's get out of here. I walk over to my pile of tools and look at them. My shovel is broken in half. I look down at my hand and see the line across it where it was cut. It's not bleeding now. It was definitely cut, but it doesn't look as bad as I thought. Chuck shouts at me. Yo, Space Case. You can stay if you want, but I've got to lock up and go. Up to you if you're gonna be in or out. I pick up the two halves of my broken shovel. I'm coming. I'm coming. The road to the cabin was older than I was. A narrow strip of dirt carved between towering pines. The kind of road that never stayed tame. Every year Dad would clear the worst of the overgrowth, smooth out the deeper ruts, and scatter fresh gravel where he could. But the forest always took it back. The woods had a way of reclaiming what belonged to them. Now, with him gone, it felt like we were trespassing. You sure this is the right way? Ryan asked, peering through the windshield. The trees pressed in close, their skeletal limbs arching over the road like fingers reaching for something just out of grasp. The truck's headlights carved out brief tunnels of visibility before the darkness swallowed everything whole again. Yeah, I said. It just looks different. Ryan exhaled through his nose, shifting in his seat. Dad used to say you could blindfold him, drop him anywhere in these woods, and he'd find his way back to the cabin. I didn't answer. I'd heard that 100 times, usually from Dad himself, grinning over a campfire. You could walk these woods in the dark if you knew them well enough. Sometimes the stories changed. Sometimes it was Grandpa who built the place. Sometimes it was his father before him. But the core remained. This land had been in our family for generations. Dad had grown up here, his father before him. And yet, for the first time in my life, I struggled to recognize the road. The woods felt different this year. Thicker, hungrier. I tightened my grip on the wheel. The forest didn't change. People did. The truck jolted as we hit a deep pothole and Ryan cursed, bracing himself against the door. Jesus, man. Suspension's not that good. You could always walk. Funny. He glanced at his phone, but the screen showed nothing but a spinning wheel of failure. No signal. This place is a black hole. I let out a dry chuckle. You act like this is new. Ryan had always been different from me, the type to complain about no Wi-Fi and keep the outdoors at arm's length. He wasn't a bad hunter. He could shoot just fine, but he'd never loved the woods the way Dad had, the way I did. He adjusted his ball cap, frowning at the dark tree line. I don't remember it getting dark this early. It's the cloud cover, I said. The sky had been gray since noon, thick with the promise of rain. It should have bothered me more than it did. The world felt dimmer out here, as if the sun didn't touch this place the same way it touched everywhere else. The last bend in the road came up fast, revealing the cabin as we cleared the trees. A dark silhouette nestled in the clearing, untouched by time. The porch sagged a little more than I remembered, but otherwise, it was exactly as Dad had left it. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. We're here. Ryan made a face. Cozy. I ignored him, throwing the truck into park and stepping into the gravel drive. The air hit me first, cool and damp, laced with the familiar scent of wet leaves and pine. The ground was soft, with fallen foliage and dead leaves crunching underfoot as I approached the porch. Ryan lingered by the truck, stuffing his hands into his jacket pockets. You ever think about selling it? I stopped at the bottom of the steps. No. He hesitated. Mom mentioned it. I turned to look at him, my jaw tightening. I said no. Ryan sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Alright, man. Forget I asked. I exhaled slowly, pushing the door open. The hinges groaned, the air inside thick with dust and the ghosts of old campfires. It smelled like home. Ryan flicked on a flashlight, the beam cutting across the room. Everything was just as we'd left it last winter. Hunting rifles mounted over the stone fireplace, old maps pinned to the walls, the couch covered in a faded quilt Mom had sewn years ago. The wood stove sat cold in the corner, logs stacked neatly beside it, waiting for hands that hadn't returned. Feels weird without him, huh? Ryan said, softer this time. I swallowed against the tightness in my throat. Yeah. Silence settled between us, heavy and unspoken. Ryan exhaled, rubbing his hands together. Alright, I say we drink in honor of the old man. Then we start the fire before we freeze to death. I managed a half smile. Sounds like a plan. We built the fire outside like we always had. The wood burned low, glowing embers casting flickering shadows over the clearing. The whiskey was cheap, but it burned just fine, warming us from the inside out as we passed the bottle between us. You hear that? Ryan asked suddenly. I frowned. What? Ryan cocked his head, listening. Nothing. I realized he was right. The forest had gone silent. No crickets, no rustling in the brush, no distant hoot of an owl, just the fire and our own breathing. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, from deep in the woods, something howled. It wasn't a wolf. It wasn't a coyote. It was deeper, resonant. Ryan tensed. That's not normal. I licked my lips, watching the tree line. The sound was distant, almost distorted as if coming from somewhere much farther away, but reaching us all the same. Then, just as suddenly, the fire dimmed. Not from the wind, not from anything natural. The flames shrank, flickered, and then guttered low as if something unseen was pressing against them. Ryan's hand went to the knife at his belt. Luke? Then the woods exhaled. The sound returned all at once. The rustling of leaves, the whisper of the trees, the distant chirp of crickets. The fire surged back to life, crackling bright and whole again. Like nothing had happened. Ryan let out a slow breath. You want to tell me what the hell that was? I stared at the darkened forest, my jaw tight. Somewhere out there, something had been watching. I could feel it. I just didn't know what. The woods were different in the morning. They always were. Last night's fire had burned down to a pile of pale ash. The empty whiskey bottle beside it. The trees, which had felt vast and unknowable in the dark, now stretched upward like ancient pillars, their canopies breaking apart the gray sky above. I stood on the porch, rifle slung over my shoulder, breathing in the crisp morning air. Everything smelled damp, earthy, fresh, and oddly still. The kind of silence that felt placed rather than natural. Behind me, Ryan shuffled out of the cabin, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Coffee? I held up my thermos. Already made. He groaned. You're a menace. I smirked, taking a sip. You're slow. He grumbled something under his breath, then flopped onto the porch chairs, staring out at the tree line. We heading out soon? Yeah, figured we'd set up by the creek. Always good tracking there. Ryan exhaled, rubbing a hand over his face. Man, I still can't stop thinking about last night. That sound. I stayed quiet. It didn't sound like a coyote, he said, glancing at me, or a wolf. No. Ryan frowned. Then what? I took another sip of coffee. Don't know. That was a lie. I did know, or at least I had an idea. Something had been out there last night, something that had watched us from the trees, pressed itself against the edges of the firelight, just beyond where we could see. I'd felt it, that awful, dragging weight in my gut. But I wasn't about to say that to Ryan. He pushed himself up, stretching. All right, let's get going before I change my mind. The forest was quiet. Not in the way it should have been. No rustling leaves, no squirrels darting through the underbrush, no birds calling overhead, just the sound of our boots pressing into damp earth and the soft, distant murmur of the creek. Ryan noticed it too. He kept glancing up, brows furrowed, like he expected something to move between the trees. Feels dead, he muttered. I nodded. Too quiet. It wasn't normal. Even in colder months, the forest had life, but here, now, it was like everything had left. Or worse, like it had been driven away. We walked on, rifles in hand, eyes scanning the trees. A thin mist curled between the trunks, soft, almost lazy. It wasn't unusual for the mornings to be foggy this time of year, but it felt off. Too still, too heavy. Then I saw it. A deer stood just before the clearing ahead. A buck, tall and unmoving, its body partially hidden in the fog. Something about it made my stomach turn. Ryan stopped beside me. You see that? Yeah. The buck didn't move. Its antlers curled high above its head, but they looked wrong, jagged, almost too thick for its skull. I lifted my rifle, peering through the scope. Then my breath hitched. Its throat was slit. Not fresh, dark, dried blood matted its fur, a gaping wound stretching from ear to chest. But the deer was still standing. I dropped the rifle, blinking hard. Gone. The clearing was empty. I sucked in a slow breath. Did you... Ryan shook his head. I don't want to talk about it. By mid-afternoon, the mist hadn't lifted. It should have. The sun had been up for hours, but the fog clung to the trees, curling around their trunks like something living. Ryan had gone quiet. He kept his rifle close, eyes flicking between the trees like he expected something to jump out. I didn't blame him. Neither of us had spoken about the deer that wasn't there. We were headed back to the cabin when we heard it. A horn, deep, resonant. A single, drawn-out note carried through the mist. I stopped in my tracks, my breath caught in my throat. Ryan turned to me, eyes wide. That wasn't real, right? I didn't answer. The sound had come from deep in the woods, too far for a hunter, too old to be from anything modern. Then from somewhere much closer, the hounds began to bay. We ran. Not in a panicked sprint, but fast enough to get out. The cabin wasn't far. If we kept moving, we'd be fine. We just had to. Ryan wasn't there. Nothing. My pulse hammered. Ryan? The trees loomed, their dark forms swallowed by the fog. The forest held its breath. Then just ahead I saw him. A figure standing partially hidden between the trees. I exhaled dark, moving toward him. Jesus, Ryan, don't... I stopped. It wasn't him. The figure was too tall, too broad, wrapped in old hunting leathers, shadowed under a hood. He didn't move. I swallowed hard, gripping my rifle. The huntsman. He stood still as death, watching. The hounds were close now. Their howls wove through the trees, circling, tightening. The huntsman raised a hand. He pointed straight at me. My breath turned shallow. My legs refused to move. Then from behind me, "Luke?" Ryan's voice. I turned. He stood there breathless, wide-eyed. "We need to go." I turned back toward the clearing. Empty. The huntsman was gone. We didn't talk on the way back. When we finally reached the porch, Ryan turned to me. His face was pale. "What the hell was that?" I shook my head, trying to steady my breathing. "I don't know." Ryan's jaw tightened. He turned, staring out at the trees. The mist was fading now. The hunt was over. For now. I stepped inside, locking the door behind me, but deep in my gut, I knew. A locked door wouldn't stop him. The wind shifted. I felt it before I heard anything. The air growing heavier, pressing against my skin like something tangible. The trees, so silent before, seemed to hold their breath. Ryan stood beside me on the porch, his jaw clenched. "He's coming." I swallowed, fingers tightening around my rifle. We both knew. The fire had burned out, but I still smelled smoke, charred wood, and something more profound. Earthy, like damp fur and rot. The huntsman was near. Ryan exhaled, shoulders stiff. "Do you think—" The sound cut him off. A hunting horn, deep and ancient, echoed through the trees. The bang followed, rolling through the mist in waves. The hounds had found their prey. Ryan turned to me. His voice was low, resigned. "You should go inside." I shook my head. "No." His face was pale, but he gave me a weak smile. "Didn't think you would." The mist swallowed the tree line, curling toward the cabin like fingers reaching through the dark. And then they stepped through. First, the hounds. They weren't dogs, not really. Their bodies were too lean, too long, their movements too fluid, too human. Their eyes, they weren't animal eyes. I sucked in a breath. They were human eyes. One hound had a scar running down its throat like it had been slit. Another was missing an eye, the socket raw and red. The realization settled, thick and awful. These weren't just hounds. They were past souls. Hunters. Men. People who had been judged. Ryan stared at them, breath shallow. Jesus. And then the huntsman stepped forward. He loomed over us, broad and impossibly still. His leathers were worn, stitched together from things that had never belonged to man. His hood was low, shadowing his face. But then he lifted his head. My breath caught. His face was withered, mummified, like something long dead and preserved in the cold. His features were sunken, lips curled back over blackened teeth. When he exhaled, his breath met the cold air, curling in wisps of steam. The sound wasn't human. It was like the forest itself was breathing. My hands shook. Ryan was staring, not in fear, in understanding. The huntsman raised a gloved hand, and he pointed to Ryan. Ryan let out a shaky breath. I get it now. I turned to him, my pulse hammering. What? He didn't look at me. His gaze was locked on the huntsman, on the hound with the slit throat. Ryan's voice was hoarse. It's because of the deer. My blood ran cold. The one we saw? He whispered. The one that wasn't there? I shook my head. Ryan, what are you talking about? He finally looked at me, his expression unreadable. Dad and I went hunting when I was younger, he said. His voice was distant, like he was watching the memory play out. We shot a deer, but it didn't die right away. It was suffering. I didn't know what to do, so I slit its throat. His breath hitched. But it didn't die right away. It still struggled. It still suffered. I felt sick. Ryan exhaled. This is my judgment, Luke. The hounds shifted. The huntsman stepped forward. Ryan's voice cracked. I think I have to go. No. My voice came out raw. No, we can fix this. We can. I turned to the huntsman. Take me instead. The huntsman didn't move. I clenched my fists. You hear me? Take me instead. Still, he said nothing, because he didn't have to. This had never been a negotiation. The horn blew again. Ryan stepped forward. His hands were shaking, but he kept his head high. It's okay, Luke. No, I choked. He gave me a small, sad smile. You were always the better hunter anyway. I watched, helpless, as he crossed the threshold into the mist. The hounds closed in, and then he was gone. I stood there for a long time. The forest felt empty now. The huntsman had vanished, his hounds with him. The tree stood silent and unyielding. The air was still. Ryan was gone. Forever. I turned back inside the cabin. My hands were cold. My chest was empty. The rifle sat against the wall, waiting. I stared at it for a long time, and then I took it, stepped back outside, and walked into the trees. The forest was dark. The mist had begun to roll back in, swirling between the trees. I moved forward, slow and steady, and then I saw it. A deer stood ahead of me. A buck, tall and unmoving, its body partially hidden in the fog. It didn't run. It watched me. I lifted the rifle and aimed. My hands didn't shake. I fired. The deer staggered, but it didn't fall. Blood darkened its side, but it was still standing. I let the rifle lower. The wound would kill it eventually. It would suffer first, and that was enough. A shape moved at the edge of the trees. A hound stepped into view. It didn't move. I exhaled, my breath curling in the cold air. I knew what it was. I knew who it was. Ryan. He watched me, silent, waiting. I closed my eyes. I was always his big brother. It was my job to protect him. And since I couldn't, I would suffer with him. I've been living in this house pretty much all my life. The only time I didn't was the short period that I went to college. I grew up in the house, and when my parents died 10 years ago, they left the house for me to inherit. It was strange at first, walking past all their furniture that they would never use again, and if I am being honest, it most likely took me more than it should to get rid of some of the stuff. But time marches on, as they say. I got a boyfriend. I then got married to said boyfriend, and we moved in together. Not exactly in that order, but you know what I mean. We have been living in this house together for about 3 years now as a rough estimate. But then around 2 months ago, something strange started to happen. I came home from work at my usual time and saw a white piece of paper taped to our front door. Curious, I of course took it down to see what it was. After all, it had to be urgent. Anything that wasn't would be put in the mailbox, right? I opened the letter up to see the very well-made handwritten letter, or I guess in this instance, a note was more appropriate. Welcome to the neighborhood. That was all it said. Confused, I turned the piece of paper around to see if there was anything else on it, but no. That was all. With the letter still in hand, I walked into the house and called out, "Hey, honey, anyone come by today?" My husband works from home, so if some new neighbors we had somehow missed wanted our attention, he would have surely heard them knock on the door. "No, why, what's up?" Came from the kitchen, and after getting out of my shoes I went in, placing a kiss on his cheek and waving the letter gently. "This was taped to our front door. Just wanted to know if you had seen anything." He took the letter from my hand and read it, turning it over in his hand like I had, and simply shook his head. "No idea. Must be a mistake. I don't think it was meant for us." Which I took as a good enough explanation. After all, there wasn't much else to it, and the whole thing kind of left my mind after that. Then 3 days later, same scenario. I come home from work, letter taped to the door, this time an eviction notice. Even more strange, as I on paper legally own the house. Once more, confused, I stepped into my home and put the letter out in front of my husband, who stares at it for a few seconds and then up at me. "What's this?" he asks, confused, as he picks it up and begins reading through it, brow furrowed. "Taped to our door? Doubt that it's meant for us, but we should still call the number just to make sure we don't run into some legal trouble or something." My tone was clearly tired. It had already not been a great day at work, and this was the last thing I wanted to spend my off time doing. My husband sucked his teeth and nodded softly. "Yeah, that's a good idea. I can take care of it if you want. Trade you for cooking." And that was an offer I was more than happy to take. It didn't take too long. About 40 minutes later, his head popped into the kitchen with a smile. "It's taken care of. They say it's most likely an error on their part, as this hasn't been a rental property in 70 plus years, so we don't need to worry." And so I didn't. Once more the letters on my door were out of my mind. 4 days pass, and as I pull into my driveway, I can't help but let out an exhausted sigh as the white square hanging on my door. At this point, it was starting to become annoying. I was starting to suspect that someone was treating our front door as a junk mail deposit. Either way, I pulled the letter down and opened it up. It was a written confession. A detailed, handwritten letter of love designated to a man named Henry. My brow furrowed. Neither me nor my husband were named that, and I knew for a fact that none of my neighbors were named that. But the letter seemed too detailed to end up here on accident. This was clearly from a person who knew this man named Henry intimately, someone who had spent a lot of time with them, and would surely know this wasn't their address, right? And it couldn't be a mail mix-up since it was taped to our door directly. I clicked my tongue lightly as I thought, deciding in the end to just crumple the piece of paper up and throw it out. I was kind of over the whole messages on my door a bit, and if I am being completely honest, work was draining me so much that I wasn't much in the mood for finding whoever this Henry was. I knew in my heart that if I brought this letter to my husband, he would go through hell to find the right owner. He can't help it as a hopeless romantic. I just didn't have the energy. Maybe we would have figured out things earlier if I had just let him see it. The letters just kept happening. Every 2 to 4 days, a new one would be taped to our front door. Most of the handwritten, talking about everything from the weather to a bird they saw. A few of the notes being official-looking mail. Another eviction notice, something about registering to vote, one for a nearby church. But these were all in between then handwritten ones. And at some point, I stopped really reading them. I just pulled down the notes and threw it out. Nothing interesting was ever on it, and it wasn't enough of a problem that I cared to catch whoever it was in the act. The few times I did glance at the letters, the handwriting seemed to get more and more shaky. Messy. A small part of me wished I could send a letter back to whoever was doing it. My first guess was some poor old woman, just looking for friends, but I never made much of an effort. It's why I didn't take much notice when I saw the white square on our front door. At least, not until I got closer to it. The rest of the letters had been taped delicately to the front of my door, but this one had a nail driven through it. Someone had nailed into our front door. I grabbed the letter and opened the door. "Why didn't you call me or anything?" I yelled into the house as I angrily removed my shoes and stomped into the living room where my husband sat confused with his phone in hand. "About what?" he asked with a tone that matched his facial expression. I waved the letter annoyed in the air. "Someone nailed this to our front door. There is no way you didn't hear that." At that, my husband practically shot up from his seat, with fast steps moved to the front door, opened it, and had a look at the slightly rusty nail that had been driven into the middle of it. "What the?" he said with furrowed brows, eyes drifting over to me. My facial expression changed, pausing, confused like his as I stared down at the letter. I opened it up, hands slightly shaking. At this point, as I stared into the words written, my mouth feeling dry at the handwritten notes. "You corrupted my Henry." The letters were shaky, written as if someone who was drunk, and tapped to the inside of the letter were 2 photos, both of me and my husband, one in the kitchen, and the second cuddling on the couch. My husband could clearly see the worry on my face, and reached out to take the letter from my hand. As he stared at it, I saw his face go pale, and he bit his lower lip like he only does when stressed. I swallowed, stared at him, waited for something, anything. After what felt like a million years, he finally looked up at me. His eyes were unfocused. He looked as if he was staring right past me. "Danielle?" he said, his voice shaky, unsure. I nodded. He needed to know that I was listening as I stared at him wide-eyed. "I need you to understand that I love you. I love you with all my heart. Do you know that?" Once more I nodded. I knew that. I knew that better than anyone. "Good. Listen to me. I need you to drive out of town. Throw your phone out the window somewhere along the way. I need you to withdraw as much as you can. And I need you to check into the Saltwater Motel, all right? Ask for room 203. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could even get my words out, he stopped me, putting his hand over my mouth as he stared into my eyes with a more intense gaze than he had ever had. "Please, no questions. I will come find you. I promise. Please. For me?" I swallowed and then nodded. I didn't know what else to do. He gave me a kiss on the forehead and I left. I got in my car and about 6 hours later I checked into the Saltwater Motel room 203. The only thing I didn't do was get rid of my phone. I can't. I need to know that he can call me, that if something happens he can get a hold of me. I hope he knows that I love him too. Maybe that's why I kept it, so I could write this. If I never see him again, if something happens to either of us, I hope at least that this is enough for someone to know that I love him too. I want to start this off with the simple fact that I don't believe in ghosts. At least, I didn't. I'm not sure anymore. Sorry, let me give you a quick background of my situation. Have you ever found yourself making your way into a gas station at the edge of town and turned your gaze towards the sleep-deprived clerk quietly minding his business? Well, you may have met me. I work the overnight shift at my local gas station, sitting between abandoned, dilapidated buildings and a stretch of flourishing forests. The road between being the only connector to these two opposites of life. Now, I'm sure you're probably asking, that sounds pretty sketchy. Why would you work there? I know, because I asked myself the same thing. But the pay isn't bad, and being a broke 20-year-old didn't suit me. The owners aren't bad people, just distant. In my 3 months of working here, I've only spoken to them a handful of times. The interview process felt weird too. All I got was a phone call asking if I wanted the job and I could work the hours. Of course I answered yes. Who wouldn't? And only a few days later I found myself at the front counter with a list of instructions and to-dos. The interior was nothing special if I'm being honest. Shelves of overpriced candy and canned goods with a set of coolers lining the sidewall. Then there was me, sat up at my desk next to the front door with a squeaky old chair and a cash register that always seemed to want to get stuck every 4 transactions. With all that being said, you would assume that I hate my job, but I don't. It's extremely quiet. I only get a handful of customers a night, and they usually keep to themselves. I grew to think of the insulation as a small perk of the job, but something happened last night that I just need someone else to hear. 1:48 a.m. Leaning back in my chair, I sat making my way through the latest book in my backlog when I heard the familiar ding coming from the front door. Placing my book down, I stood up to face the man who had entered the store. The best way I could describe him was the stereotypical trucker. Boots, blue jeans, Carhartt jacket, and a big beard. Yet he was clean without a single speck of dirt on him. "Evening, sir. What can I do for you?" Giving him my best, "I'm tired, just tell me what you want and leave," greeting I could muster. "Oh, nothing much. Just give me a 20 on the diesel for pump 4. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a $20 bill, handing it to me. As I entered in the information on my keypad, he spoke again. "I'd recommend you stay safe out here. I've heard stories of weird things happening around here. Wouldn't want anything bad to happen." Raising my eyebrow, I glanced over at him to see if he was threatening me, but no. He just stood there waiting for me to give him the okay. "I appreciate the advice, but I've never seen anything out of the ordinary over here. I'd say your sources are feeding you lies." Handing him his receipt, he chuckled as he made his way out of the store, and within a couple minutes he was gone. 2:08 a.m. Another ding resounded in my ears. Placing my book back down, I stood up and identified the new customer. That's when things started taking a weird turn. The same man from a half hour ago stood in front of me. Same boots, same jeans, same jacket, same everything. However, this time his jeans were lined with small patches of dirt. As confused as I was, I decided to leave it alone and just do my job. "Evening, sir. What can I do for you?" Standing in front of my counter, I could feel his eyes digging burrows through me. Luckily, I didn't have to wait long for an answer. "Oh, nothing much. Just give me 20 on the diesel for pump 4. Handing me a $20 bill as he finished. Wanting him out as soon as possible, I quickly entered everything in on my register and handed him his receipt. "I'd recommend you stay safe out here. I've heard stories of weird things happening around here. Wouldn't want anything bad to happen." Having my fair share of this guy's ominous BS, I decided to not encourage this conversation. "Yeah, man, I hear you." With that, he made his way out and tried to return to my book, getting my mind off of this weird customer. 2:38 a.m. Once again, the ring of the front door pulled my attention, and almost as if on cue, he was back. But something was off this time. It looked as though he'd just crawled out of a grave with dirt and residue coating his whole body. And if that wasn't enough, he had thick cuts across his arms and face. However, no blood leaked out of the gashes. Deciding I'd had enough of this charade, I shouted at the man. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea, but can you blame me? "Alright, man, what happened to you? This is your 3rd time here, and it looks like you took a quick detour into the local swamp." Pointing at him in fury or fear, I wasn't quite sure. I looked him dead in the eyes. But that was easily my worst mistake. His eyes were milky, as if someone drowned out the color in them. Retracting my hand, I couldn't help the gulp retreating down my throat. Hell, I wish I could too. As he opened his mouth, his jaw produced a wretched cracking before producing noise. Oh, nothing much. Just give me 20 on the diesel for pump 4. As if robotic, he reached out and handed me another bill. I could see more cuts and bruises on his fingers. Gingerly, I reached out and snatched the bill from his hand and began to enter it into my register. My heart sank and I felt a frigid chill crawl up my spine as I noticed the small pop-up on the screen. Pump New Balance, $40. I began to sweat as my brain turned in my head. Panicking, I jerked my head towards the window facing the lot. To my horror, no truck sat anywhere outside. As I started contemplating on whether I was going insane or just tired, I felt heat building on my wrist. Spinning my head back to the man, I saw him tightly gripping my wrist. However, I couldn't feel the pressure of his grip. The only thing I could feel was a burning sensation that kept growing as he held my wrist. Ugh, let go of my arm. What the hell do you think you... My voice lost all power as I met the horror in front of me. The man now held his face only a few inches from mine. As we made eye contact, his face twisted into a horrifying smile, producing cracked teeth. I'd recommend you stay safe out here. I've heard stories of weird things happening around here. Wouldn't want you to join the rest. At this point, I was frozen in fear. My voice left me to fend for myself, as all I could do was stare at this man standing in front of me. It felt as though we stood there for minutes before I finally built up the courage to say something. You don't say. Giving him my own wary smile, I was finally able to yank my wrist from his grasp, only to be met with charcoal ring with a small crimson symbol sitting in the middle where his hand previously held. Before I could even look back up, he had already turned on his feet, making his way out the store, moving out of my line of sight. Without a moment to think, I collapsed on the chair. My breathing felt haggard as I tried to steady myself from what the hell I just experienced. After a moment, I checked my phone for the time. It read 2:40. 2 minutes? I screamed in my head. How the hell could it have been just 2 minutes? Lowering my head, I just decided to surrender myself to this weirdness and tried to brush it into my mind to finish my shift. But I wasn't so lucky. 3:08 a.m. I was in the back room looking for some stock to put out as the ding rang from out the front. Flinching, I couldn't help but think back to that man. Was he back? Sighing as I accepted my fate, I walked out to the front. What awaited me, however, wasn't what I expected. I'm still not sure what it was either. It looked like a tall man around 6'5". He was dressed in a long black trench coat with a hood thrown over his head. I tried to look into his face, but all I was met with was a deep, dark abyss. It felt as if I was looking at nothing at all. Whatever it was, it quickly made its way to my register and placed a thin white strip of paper on the counter before leaving as quickly as it had arrived. However weary I was of the contents of this note, I couldn't help the curiosity spouting in my brain. So I opened it. The note contained only 2 words written in a soft, thin cursive. You passed. Passed? Passed what? Staring down at the paper, I didn't understand what it meant. Did I pass some type of challenge? Maybe a game? I honestly didn't know. That's when the familiar ding of the door gave me a slight heart attack. Landon, how's it going, bro? It was Tyler. My best friend, who I just about wanted to strangle to death for the scare he just gave me. After calming down, I explained what just happened, and I could tell he didn't believe me. Okay, man, How about I stay with you for the rest of your shift so you don't see any more spooky ghosts? Laughing as he finished, I took him up on the offer, and the night flew by without anything else happening. When the opener finally came in, I quickly gathered my stuff before making my way towards the door. However, he stopped me before I made it out. Oh yeah, be careful on your way home. Apparently some dude crashed into a ditch last night. You never know what kind of people are on the road. I went pale, slowly turning back towards him, and cleared my throat. You wouldn't know what kind of car the guy was driving, would you? Seconds passed like minutes as I could see him thinking. Yeah, I think they were saying a big pickup truck or something like that. I could feel sweat fall down my face after hearing that. Nodding, I made my way to my car and rushed home. I've been home ever since, still trying to wrap my head around everything that occurred last night. Even while writing this, the burn mark is still sat on my wrist, reminding me of what happened. As I have been dwelling on everything, that mark reminds me more and more like some type of branding. Nonetheless, I have work again tonight, and after all that, I'm not game to just sit idly by and just wait for whatever's going on at the gas station to come and get me. I'm gonna go in a little early tonight and ask the guy who's closing if he's ever seen anything out of the ordinary. I'm hoping he may have some insight for me. If you have any idea of what might be happening, please let me know. I'll hopefully come back and be able to give closure to this whole ordeal. However, if I don't, assume the worst. My job is, or at least was, working for a low-budget storage company. You find a lot of strange things that people leave behind in this sort of job. Mostly junk, sometimes valuables. Occasionally my company, Tidy Storage, would do an auction for things people left behind. But mostly they would not bother. Instead, it would be my job to go in and clear out the abandoned units and get them ready for the next customer. It was a decent living, at least until last week when I found that radio. I had just arrived at work to start my shift. I walked up to the front gate and entered the code out of habit. When nothing happened, I groaned, remembering the electronic gate was broken and I was not sure when or if it would be fixed. I fumbled for the key I had been given and unlocked the adjacent gate and stepped into the storage facility. The large padlock slipped off and clattered to the ground as the gate swung open with hinges as rusty as the rest of the dilapidated facility. I laughed briefly when I considered the company's name. Tidy Storage indeed. I guess that since our prices were dirt cheap, it was the only thing that saved whatever meager business this place eked out. I was not sure if there were other employees here, or if it was just me and the lot manager Tim, who never seemed to be around. I slipped the key back into my pocket and moved along. I found the building desolate as always. My footsteps were hollow in the quiet. It was a world of peeling paint, faded numbers, and bolts so old they flaked red onto the ground. As I walked along toward the unit I was looking for, my boots managed to find every crevice and fracture. The concrete was old and weary, like many things in the rundown place. I wondered if it would ever be fixed. I kept a steady pace. My shift had just started and I was in no rush. I did find myself wishing it had not been so quiet. The sound of isolation, the echo of nothing except my own footsteps, was disquieting. I was annoyed at myself for forgetting to charge my headphones, as I realized that the lonely ambience would likely be my only companion that day, unless I happened upon an actual person. The small circuit I walked revealed more of the storage units. Rust bloomed like a disease, spreading from corners and hinges. The numbers, once bold and bright, now faded. Looking at the degradation, I was glad that I had a recent tetanus shot. I still could not believe people would be desperate enough to even use this place to store whatever junk they couldn't live without. I guess I couldn't say much. I had to work in this mess after all. When I had started working here, I had thought the solitude might be nice. Yet now I found myself bored and slightly lonesome. Nothing stirring except the cold wind outside and the thoughts in my head. I walked deeper into the facility. Looking at a nearby unit, I was close. It was into the 100s, so I was almost to my destination. The rows of storage units stretched out in long corridors. Size was the one thing that this place did not skimp on, though it was tedious walking the grounds sometimes. The units stood shoulder to shoulder, monotonously watching me as I walked between them. Then I came upon Unit 113. It had a note left by Tim, the lot manager, and indicated that this was past the last notice for the owner to pay or clear out. Before we took possession, I managed to force upon the door, which was slightly stuck ever after unlocking it. Even in the gloom of the flickering overhead bulb, I could see how thoroughly someone had made a mess of the place. Debris littered the floor, papers lay torn or trampled, or water warped into crisp waves. A pattern was drawn on the wall, likely some kind of graffiti. I rubbed a finger over it and relaxed when I realized it was chalk and not paint. Easier to clean up. The more I looked around, the clearer it became that I'd stumbled upon someone's obsession. Old books were stacked along the walls of the unit and falling out of crumbling boxes. The spines of the books bore weird titles and strange symbols that looked like something out of the occult. Their dusty fragrance coated the air, blending with the metallic tang of metal and wires strewn about like the aftermath of an explosion. Bits of brass and rusted tools caught the overhead's sickly light. It seemed as if whoever was using the unit had been building or repairing something. At least they were before it was just left abandoned. I found the clash between the weird books, odd chalk symbols, and the metal scrap rather jarring. I might have been overthinking it, but it was stranger than usual. Most units filled up slowly, at a pace their owners never admitted was trash, but not this one. Not when scattered across the room were papers and hastily scribbled notes and diagrams. Tapestries of ideas pinned haphazardly to the walls, with a floor littered with open books, their pages marked with frantic underlines and exclamation points. Whoever had used this space had been driven by an almost manic sense of purpose, evident in the chaotic, yet intentional arrangement of every item. I took a closer look at the weird outline. The lines of chalk had tracked like footprints across the walls and floor. Diagrams move among the chaos, haunting like disembodied vines. Lines dissected the walls, racing and looping before coming to blunt ends. Strings of symbols strayed into forgotten corners. There was a symmetry to them, a rhythm that made me wonder if they'd been left behind to be found. Near the far wall, I stumbled into an arrangement that looked less haphazard than the rest. Some of the books had been opened and left like cracked doors, a circle pattern showing through from one page to the next. I paused over it, my own breath loud in the stale air. A high-pitched tone pricked at me from somewhere above, then vanished just as quickly. I stood perfectly still, waiting for it to come again, almost wishing it would, but there was nothing except the rattle of the faulty light and the drum of my own heart. The whole room vibrated with an unsettling silence, the kind that made it impossible to think clearly. I couldn't explain why, but something about how everything was left here felt wrong. When I navigated through the tower of boxes, my eyes fixed on what lay in the center of the storage unit, an antique radio. It looked like someone had brought the thing straight from the 1940s. The thing was perched atop a old end table, laying there like it was afraid I wouldn't see it. Even from across the room, I could tell how strangely new it looked. Shiny mahogany and glass, free from the layers of grime and rot that smothered everything else. I couldn't believe someone would leave that thing behind. Whoever had used Unit 113 must have been a little eccentric. The strange drawings, books, and radio made it seem like maybe they were a conspiracy theorist or something. Whoever they were, they had lost it all now. It seemed strange they would go through all the effort to put all this here and then just abandon it. And now it was my job to clean up the mess. I felt certain there was an interesting story behind the markings and books, but mostly the pristine radio. There was something about its placement. The care with which it had been left, that piqued my interest. I told myself I would get the dolly and start carting the boxes of books out first. Yet I was too intrigued by the radio. I had to find out if it still worked, and if it did, see what it might be worth. I reached out to touch the dial and turn it on, and the radio vibrated with a weird anticipation. The odd feedback was strange. I brushed it off, and when I finally twisted the knobs, the speakers gave a pop and filled the air with static, louder than I expected and more urgent than I was ready for. I was about to turn off the device again, overwhelmed by the incessant white noise, but it finally picked up a signal, and the signal had a voice. It was no voice I had ever heard. It cracked in bursts, atonal and discordant, like the air was filled with bees, but as I drew it in, it got sharper. Less of a fuzz and more of a buzz, less of a buzz and more of a plea. I pressed my ear close. So close I felt the hair stand at attention. I had thought the static was deafening, but I was wrong. The clarity was worse. Please, help. It was subtle. Subtle enough that I almost picked it up and pretended it was nothing but an echo in my own lonely brain. But the voice refused to die away. I thought it might be some sort of trick. Maybe some secret recording device playing something back. The voice had a far-off quality to it, like it came from another time or place or dimension, warped and bent and heartbreaking. I was not sure why, but the more I listened, the more real it had sounded. I couldn't explain, except to say I knew the way a trapped animal knows a trap. It looked in on itself, an infinite reel of terror. Please help me. I considered going to find Tim, but he was not there when I had arrived, and I was not sure if he would be at all that day. I thought about taking the strange radio to the police and seeing if they knew what to do, but something about the appeal of the voice compelled me to listen, like it was meant for me specifically, and I alone could help. After all, there was no one else who could hear, no one else I could tell who would take it seriously, no one else but the radio and me, buzzing along in awful harmony. What was I supposed to do to help? And just who was I trying to help? I sat with my head in my hands and listened until I was too disturbed to listen anymore. I switched the radio off and the daze I was in broke. I stepped out of the storage unit to catch my breath. After a few moments, I composed myself and went back inside. I had to try and find out what was going on. I switched the radio back on. Static once again filled the room, bouncing off the cement walls and flooding every corner. I listened, waiting for something, knowing it would come, fearing what it might be. The voice broke through like a distant scream, louder this time, torn apart and stitched back together by the crackling ether. It wavered, rising and falling. My spine stiffened. Help. Hurts. So hungry. Please. The desperate voice pleaded into the void, and I listened, helpless to help, but painfully aware of whoever was in trouble and whatever might be happening to them. I stumbled backward, eyes fixed on the device. The situation felt surreal, impossible, and yet it was there, real as the dust motes swirling in the dim light. My fingers dug into the edge of the flimsy table the radio rested on. holding on to the world that was spinning out from under me. I had to do something. I had to try to communicate with them, but how? My fingers dug into the edge of the flimsy table the radio rested on, holding on to the world that was spinning out from under me. I had to do something. I had to try to communicate with them, but how? I had an idea just then. I grabbed the radio, searching its face with trembling hands, tracing the outline of its dials and switches. I turned it over, frantic and desperate, until I saw the frayed wires in the small section that was responsible for communication. To my dismay, the transmitter was damaged. The cries for help continued, and I tried to think what I could do. There was something I thought that might work. I returned to the storage lot's main office. To my luck, I found what I was searching for, an old ham radio. It was an old thing, battered and stained with grease, a relic of another time. Its knobs were smooth, its faceplate scratched with the history of years gone by. Though the radio itself would not turn on, the transmitter looked intact, so I set about my work. I needed to understand. I needed to help. I needed to know who was calling and where they were. My hands moved with a purpose I barely recognized. Setting up a workspace in the crowded storage unit, I had found a small toolbox, mostly used for repairs on the lot. I pried it open, rummaging through mismatched sockets and forgotten screwdrivers, pulling out the few items I needed to begin. Some other components like wire cutters were scavenged from Unit 113 itself, though most of the discarded bits in there were useless for my work. The work took a while. I was well versed in restoring electronics, but not with things that were quite this old, though an odd kind of peace descended, eerie and consuming as I lost myself in the repair. The world outside faded, shrinking to just the size of the radio and the size of the task at hand. I stripped the old wires and replaced them, careful not to pull too hard, too fast. Time slipped by unnoticed, marked only by the flickering bulb and the soft thud of my heart. The sound from the radio was gone, after turning it off to repair, yet the quiet felt worse, almost unbearably so. The absence of the voice drove me forward with an urgency I could not shake. I had to speak with them. I had to help. I finished the last connection, my hands stiff and sore, my mind a blur of tangled thoughts. The radio sat before me, repaired, at least as far as I could see. The cry for help lingered in my mind, the desperate plea refusing to fade. I hoped that my plan would work. Only one way to know for sure now. I turned it on. The blare of static came through immediately. The connection sounded bad and I almost shut it off again, thinking that I might have made it worse. Just as I was about to lose hope, the voice crept through, growing inside the noise, becoming human by slow degrees. Help, anyone, please. The voice, the same desperate plea, reaching through layers of interference. It was a specter, thin and distorted, almost lost in the wall of static, but there, unmistakably there. The voice ebbed and flowed, swelling in strength only to break apart and dissolve into the relentless sea of sound. Help, it hurts me. I'm here, all gone. They left. They sounded desperate, and I had the means to try and help now. I picked up the newly repaired transmitter and attempted to respond. Hello? Who is there? How can I help? The static grew quieter now. A long pause made me consider if it had worked after all. Before I could try and repeat myself, I heard the voice again. The static finally lessened, revealing a voice that now seemed somehow clearer, more focused. It trembled with what I could only interpret as relief. You? Me? You actually hear me? The voice sounded feminine now, though strained and thin, as if speaking required tremendous effort. "Thank you. Thought no one ever find me." I leaned closer to the transmitter, my pulse quickening. "Yes, I hear you. Where are you? Who are you?" "I don't know where am anymore." The voice cracked, dissolving momentarily into static before returning, clearer than it had ever been before. "It's dark, so dark. So I've been trapped in this place for so long. I don't even know how long." "How did you end up there? Where is it? Were you kidnapped? Let me know so I can send help," I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The radio hissed and popped in response. "No, I found something. In the books, a doorway, a way through." Her words came faster now, more desperate. "I thought I was so clever. I thought I'd discovered something no one else had, but it was waiting for me." "Who was waiting? Who are you?" I pressed the transmitter harder, as if physical pressure could somehow strengthen our tenuous connection. "My name is Rebecca. I rented this unit to study. It was the only place that was safe. The books, the symbols, they're all part of something bigger." The static swelled momentarily, drowning her words before receding again. "There's a hunger here, in this place between places. It feeds on us, on essence. Help me, I'm fading." I looked around at the chalk markings with new understanding. They weren't random at all. They formed a pattern, a diagram, a door. "How can I help you? What do I need to do?" The urgency in my voice surprised even me. I could barely believe this was all happening, yet the impossibility of the situation did little to dull my desire to help. The radio fell silent for so long I thought I'd lost her. Then, softer than before, "The ritual. You need to reverse it. The book with the red binding on the far wall. Page 43. My eyes scanned the chaos until I spotted it. A leather-bound volume, its spine the color of dried blood. I scrambled over boxes and debris, snatching it up with trembling hands. The book was heavier than I expected, its leather cover worn smooth in places, cracked and peeling in others. I flipped through the yellowed pages, each one covered in cramped handwriting and arcane diagrams that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Page 43 revealed a complex circular pattern, not unlike the chalk markings on the walls, but more intricate. Notes in faded ink crowded the margins, some crossed out, others underlined multiple times. "I found it," I said, returning to the radio, "but I don't know what I'm looking at." "The symbols need to be redrawn, backwards." Rebecca's voice was weaker now, fading in and out like a bad signal. "The words, pronounce them, in reverse order. Hurry, I can feel it, coming closer." "What's coming closer?" The question escaped before I could stop it. A burst of static erupted from the radio, so loud I had to cover my ears. When it subsided, Rebecca's voice had changed, lower, strangled, as if speaking through something thick. "Please, help me." The hairs on my arms stood on end, and the air in the storage unit seemed to grow colder, heavier. I looked down at the book again, studying the symbols. They seemed familiar somehow, though I knew I'd never seen them before. My fingers traced the outline of the central figure, a twisted, inhuman shape with too many limbs and eyes that seemed to follow my gaze across the page. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. Was this poor girl stuck in there with that thing? My gaze darted to the chalk markings on the wall. Seeing them with new clarity, I moved to the wall and hurriedly wiped away the old marking and replaced them with inversions of the previous patterns. I moved as fast as I could, spurred on by the anguished sounds of Rebecca on the radio. Something terrible was coming for her, and I had to get her out of there. The chalk dust clung to my sweaty fingers as I worked, each symbol requiring painstaking care to invert properly. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder at shadows that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The final symbol took shape under my trembling hand, a twisted glyph that resembled an eye with tendrils spiraling outward. "Almost done," I called to the radio, my voice cracking with tension. "Just one more line." The words from the book felt strange in my mouth as I pronounced them backward, each syllable slippery and wrong, like something that wasn't meant to be spoken by human tongue. The air in the storage unit grew dense, charged with an electricity that made my skin prickle, and the hairs on my arms stand on end. As I completed the final reversed symbol, the radio erupted with a sound that wasn't static. It was something deeper, more primal, a scream that morphed into a roar, followed by Rebecca's voice, suddenly crystal clear and urgent. "It's working," she cried. "I can see light. I can feel myself coming back. Please don't stop now. I need to get out of here." The chalk markings began to glow with a sickly blue light, pulsing in rhythm with the desperate pleas coming from the radio. The temperature in the room plummeted so quickly that my breath came out in visible clouds. The pages of the book fluttered as if caught in a sudden breeze, though the air itself seemed stagnant, frozen. The glow from the symbols intensified, casting long, distorted shadows across the concrete floor. The door to the storage unit fell down on its tracks and slammed to the ground. Ignoring the distractions, I hoped the ritual was finally finished, yet Rebecca's haunting cries pierced the silence once more, distorted again. "One last step. Hurry, the radio can't get through. Take it somewhere, anywhere, better reception out of there." Her voice echoed with a chilling urgency, as if the walls themselves were closing in, suffocating us in a desperate race against time. There had to be one last step, but what? I needed a stronger signal. She was breaking up again, and I needed better reception. Moving the radio outside the building might make a difference. It had to. My eyes fixed on the radio. The thin walls of the storage unit reverberated with echoes of a Rebecca's suffering. The cries were frantic now. She sounded like she was in pain. I had to help and get a clear message again, and complete the last step. I seized the old radio and ran to the door. In my haste, I almost tripped, my foot slipping on a nearby book that had fallen. I caught myself before I fell, barely noticing the line of salt I had disturbed. My foot struck it, broke it, scattered traces everywhere. That was the moment everything changed. The pressure that followed was immense, an invisible weight that fell so fast and hard I could scarcely comprehend it. It was like the air itself was turning against me, suffocating me, squeezing the breath from my lungs. My mind raced but came up blank, terror eclipsing thought. In my hands, the radio twisted. It was so sudden, so violent. I had no time to tighten my grip before it wrenched free, yanked by a force that was greater than anything I had ever known. I watched it fall in slow motion, as though the world had slowed down just to let me see the finality of it. Plastic and metal and wires, bright flashes of white and silver, shattered against the cracked floor. The noise was explosive, louder than thunder, an orchestra of destruction. The air quivered, the walls trembled, then I felt it. A presence, vast and oppressive. Something had been released, but it was not Rebecca. In that moment it spoke to me. Not words, but a terrible buzzing feeling. It reminded me of the sound of thousands of insects chittering all at once. A cold wind swept through the storage unit, rustling papers and making the pages of open books flutter wildly. Then I reeled at the thunderous proclamation of the real being that had escaped. "I am hunger," it roared. "I am the void between stars, the divine made manifest." I stumbled backward, knocking over a stack of moldering cardboard boxes. The books inside spilled across the concrete floor, their pages opening to reveal more of those terrible symbols. "Clever little girl found me," the voice continued, almost purring now. "So much knowledge in that pretty head. She thought she could commune with the divine, bind me to her will." A sound like grinding glass that might have been laughter. "She was delicious, yet her voice..." The abyssal tones morphed into an eerie mimicry of Rebecca's own, lingering on each word. "Still taste the sweetest." My back hit the storage unit door. I fumbled for the handle while looking behind me, my eyes desperately searching for the source of the terrible voice. "She tried to keep me here. The bindings she placed were still effective in trapping me, starving me," the voice from the radio declared. "But you have delivered me from this prison." My limbs were heavy and my thoughts sluggish. Frost formed on the metal walls as the temperature plummeted. I tried to speak, but terror froze my tongue. I recalled the instructions to reverse the chalk markings, the odd vocalizations, taking the radio out, breaking the salt line. My stomach churned with the realization of my mistake. The ritual was never meant to free Rebecca. It had freed the thing that had killed her. The haunting voice rang out once more. "I thank you for freeing me, little thing. The reward for your service and my deliverance is your life. For now, at least. I am sure I will see you again. Soon." The words coiled around me, leaving me frozen, haunted, and hollow. The presence in the room was gone in the next instant. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The world stood still, and all I could hear was that whisper, echoing over and over until it was the only thing left in my mind. The silence closed in on my mind as well, and I was alone. I stood in the doorway, burdened by the awful knowledge of what I had set loose upon the world. The shattered radio lay in pieces, a stark testament to my failure. I replayed every moment in my mind, each memory sharp and unforgiving. The enormity of what I had done settled over me like a suffocating fog. Since that day, nothing else has happened. I abandoned my position at tidy storage without explanation, silently slipping into obscurity. There's a monstrous presence lurking somewhere now. Whatever it is, it knows me, and I'm acutely aware that my fleeting respite will soon crumble. I'm left to this solitary vigil, tormented by fear of what has been set loose. Let this account serve as my warning. Sometimes a cry for help is best left unanswered. Hallelujah, praise the Lord. The cry resounded throughout the dusty, sweaty crowd of people pushing in on me from all sides. I could feel the hot breath parting the back of my hair, see the whites of the eyes of the man rocking back and forth next to me. We all sat in newfound, stunned silence as the child took 2 shaking steps, his wheelchair discarded behind him like an unwanted plaything. The tent pitched and billowed against the dry summer wind, creating a low rumbling, as if the heavenly host had begun a drum roll of anticipation. The boy walked into the outstretched arms of the Reverend, who scooped him up and held him aloft, a testament for the gathered crowd in this revival. I felt that familiar warm tingle in the pit of my stomach. I had been raised Catholic, and I used to even consider myself devout, but the world has a way of beating hope in the greater good out of a person. But prison is specifically engineered to do it with maximum efficiency. I rubbed my shaved head, wiping a glistening layer of sweat on my jeans, trying to stifle the hint of religious fervor that had reared its head again. But looking when the smiling boy pushed his wheelchair, the tool that had been his own little prison, I couldn't help but wonder if there was a God. Rationally, I knew he could be a plant, a paid actor just playing a role, but the possibility of healing, reconciliation, and a fresh start is far sweeter than any narcotic the world can offer. I know that from experience. So, dragging my feet, I joined the line of petitioners waiting for their miracle. The usher directing the liquid flow of human bodies looked at me with undisguised disdain, but waved me through regardless. "If you believe that is God's will," the Reverend cried, spittle flying onto the nearest audience members, "you shall receive a true blessing tonight." The next in line, a young couple, came forward as the ushers led them by the hand. I could not hear what words they exchanged to the minister as he leaned towards them, but I could see tears falling from the young woman's face. The lights began to surge, the music growing in intensity, as the preacher stood up and gazed around the room. "This man before me has asked for prayer to increase his faith. Now what can be more fitting for a night like this?" The audience hung on the preacher's every word. As they stretched out their hands, intense silence filled the multitude, as the minister slowly touched the shaking man's forehead. Then, with an explosion of activity, the young penitent began to shake violently. His whole body was rocking back and forth like we were being tossed in a stormy sea, until his knees buckled and he fell to the dusty floor, limbs flailing. The crowd gasped audibly as the young woman he had arrived with was crying helplessly as his seizure worsened. Despite the distance and the mass of bodies obscuring my sight, I could see murky foam pouring from his mouth, and hear the choked gurgle escape his throat. "There's no need to panic now," the preacher began again, his bravado returning. "Christ gave us the ministry of deliverance for a reason, didn't he?" The noise of the crowd quickly turned from concern to a deafening roar of approval at the words, and outstretched hands directed prayer towards the quivering, prostrate figure. My perception became fuzzy, the fervor of the massive horde overwhelming my senses as they began to recite some portion of the psalms over the sick man and the now silent woman. I was paralyzed, deciding between my options. Selfishly, I wanted to turn around now and pretend nothing happened in the large sprung tent I had stopped in on a whim, walk back out into the park and go back to my mundane, everyday life. But I knew rationally that this was wrong. This man was clearly having a medical emergency, while hundreds of people prayed over him and did nothing more. My decision was made when I saw that the frothy spittle had started to fleck with blood. I began to cut my way through the crowd, weaving in between the throng of outstretched arms. I retrieved my cell phone and began to dial 911, but the operator's words were completely drowned out by the exuberant chanting, singing, and glossolalia filling the enclosed space. "We're in the Mountain View Park," I managed to yell into the receiver end of my phone. "Just send an ambulance, maybe the cops too. I think he's having a seizure." With help hopefully on the way, I began to push forward even more. but it felt as if I was wading into waist-deep water as the shoulders, legs, and torsos pressed in from all sides. Fortunately, everyone on the makeshift stage was too enraptured by the performance to notice my arrival. I walked to the bald, beet-red pastor and grabbed him by the sleeves of his poorly fitted suit, shaking him roughly from his reverie. His eyes shot open and flashed briefly with a rage so venomous I took a half step back. His face then lit with a smile that barely shifted his pudgy face, but I didn't realize why until I felt a pair of strong arms drag me backwards. "Don't interfere with the exorcism. Do you want this boy to be damned?" The voice belonged to whoever held me in a sort of bear hug, firm but not crushing. I turned my head to see it belonged to the deacon who had been leading congregants, one after another, to the stage for their miracles. "He's having a seizure. It's been going on for way too long, man," I pleaded while the deacon slowly shook his head. "Just have faith." The man said as his eyes focused on the scene before us. I turned my head and felt my breath catch in my throat. The man was no longer laying flat on the ground, rather he was a few feet above it. The eyes of the crowd tracked as he almost imperceivably rose into the air. Then the tent resounded with a crack like a gunshot. I flinched but still saw the limbs of the floating figure begin to bend backwards at impossible angles, one by one, with their own deafening, painful snapping noise. In moments, the man who now hovered above 1 story in the air resembled a crushed spider with all its legs bent inwards, as his body fell to the ground with a wet thud. I could hear parts of the crowd exclaim in fear and disgust. Some even ran to the exit, but the majority held fast, hands lifted high in supplication, eyes shut to the horror taking place feet away from them. The stage itself was quiet, the crumpled form of the floor mercifully still in death. His lover collapsed on her side weeping, and the pastor looking on impassively. The preacher bowed his head for a moment, deep in meditation, before suddenly raising his eyes and declaring in a booming voice that the demon had been banished back to where it belonged. "Do not fear for what has happened to this boy's mortal form, for even now I assure you he shares in our inheritance in God's kingdom." His words filled me with disgust, but I couldn't take my eyes away from the lifeless, deformed corpse on the stage. What I had seen was impossible, but those words brought me no comfort as I watched the limbs begin to twitch once more, while the crowd continued to pray in the religious ecstasy brought on by this dreadful miracle. The once dead form began to stand once more, arms and legs slowly returning to their original position as he straightened up. When the figure rose to his full height, he looked out toward the crowd, eyes glassy and dark. One by one, everyone present became aware of the new horrifying spectacle and reacted with shock and terror. The now sputtering minister started to lift his Bible and spout off some vain prayer, when this thing quickly raised its hand over his forehead, in a mockery of how he had been anointed just minutes earlier in his life. The strung-up, lifeless puppet touched the face of the minister as he gaped like a fish out of water. At first, nothing seemed to change, but after a few moments, the already substantial girth of the suited charlatan's stomach began to bulge. He doubled over, a cry of pain and fear escaping his mouth, only for it to be followed by a puff of dark smoke. As the arms holding me began to loosen, I watched in pure fear as the smoke emitting from the man in front of me gave way to bright orange embers, and then his body erupted into red flames. In seconds, the wooden stage caught ablaze, and the whoosh of the fire was met by the cacophony of terrified cries as the crowd surged towards the exit. Finally wiggling free of my now slack-jawed captor, I began to follow the fleeing congregation. feeling my feet sinking into the soft flesh of those unfortunate enough to be caught by the stampede. The immense pressure of bodies tore through the thin walls of the tent as thick, dark smoke began to fill the enclosed space. I felt I was about to be choked by the weight of bodies crushing on me from all directions, combined with the copious amounts of smoke I had already inhaled. But I finally burst out into the cold, clear night as the crowd finally rushed out of the exit. I could hear the sirens coming from far off, in response to my call or the thick column of smoke. I am still unsure. Screams echoed into the darkness as the now blazing tent caved inwards, dooming those who were either too slow or disoriented by the smoke. But the instant before the tent fell, I swear I saw a dark figure shoot out from the tent and ascend upwards in a blur of movement. In my mind, I can still faintly hear the hideous sound of what I can only imagine to be massive, leathery wings flapping through the cool twilight air. I shivered, overwhelmed by the fear of both what I had seen and the horrible things I could only imagine. And for the first time in years, I prayed. So, I am about 3 months postpartum, and I was wondering if any fellow moms have been experiencing this weird, what I can only guess, postpartum symptom. I'm hesitant to ask anyone I know for fear of them thinking I might be crazy, but I am desperate for answers because I feel like I'm losing my mind. Anytime my baby cries or I lose my patience with my husband, I see this thing just out of the corner of my eye. I'm not even sure how to describe it. It's almost like if a spider was a person, all lanky arms and long, skinny legs with gray paper-thin skin, and sunken black eyes hugging the walls as though it were growing out of them. I've only seen brief glimpses of it in those moments. Seen it disappearing around corners or sinking behind door frames. Once or twice I swore I saw it scuttling into a dark, shadowy spot on the ceiling. Just little things that I could write off as the sleep-deprived effects of a horror movie lover's mind. Until yesterday. Yesterday I was changing the baby after a nap, and he would not stop crying. His high-pitched wails piercing my ears like needles being shoved directly into my cochlea. Tears pricked my eyes as I zipped up his onesie, praying to whatever god there may be that he would calm down long enough for me to regain my sanity. Click, click, click. I paused my oncoming breakdown, the clicking taking me out of the crushing sense of defeat for a moment. Click, click, click. My eyebrows furrowed upon hearing it again. Slowly I turned my head in the direction of the sound, and there it was. At the edge of my sight, peering around the doorframe, was an emaciated figure shrouded in shadows. I froze, not wanting to look directly at it, for fear it would attack me or my son if it knew I could see it. My heart was racing. My son's cries were now muffled, background noise to the sound of that thing's horrible crackling joints. I could feel myself beginning to tremble, the tears from before now freely spilling down my cheeks, slowly. I pulled my son closer to me, now only small squeaks and soft mms escaping him as he nuzzled into my chest, unaware of the horror that loomed just a few feet away. Hey babe, do you remember where we put the extra bottles? The rest aren't finished being sanitized yet. The sound of my husband's voice startled me out of my fear-frozen state, and I snapped my eyes shut for a moment. And in that moment, the thing had vanished. No clicks, no footsteps, not even the sound of a parting breath. Shocked, I looked around frantically, hoping that the thing hadn't scurried away to some other part of the room and wasn't lying in wait to try and ambush my baby and I once I moved. Nothing. I heard my husband coming up the stairs and tried to collect myself before he could see how frazzled I was. Elena, you up here? His sturdy frame entered the doorway, His dark brows furrowed in innocent confusion that melted into concern as his eyes fell on me. "Are you okay?" I stared back at him, wide-eyed and teary. From my spot by the changing table, for some reason I felt like I couldn't tell him. I was sure he'd think I was crazy, and maybe I am. Yeah, I just had some healing pain in my stomach, and Gabriel wouldn't stop crying, and I just got so overwhelmed, and his strong arms took me in, hugging me gently. Our son enveloped between his parents, warm and safe. This should have eased me. This should have taken all my fears away. This should have set everything right, but I could hear it again. Click, click, click. Please, for the love of God, tell me some of you other freshly postpartum moms have experienced something like this. Please tell me I'm not crazy. Please tell me that me and my family are safe. Please. I've been a trucker for years, long enough to hear every tall tale there is about seeing something crazy on the road. Every trucker has one, and you tire of hearing them pretty fast. You're hunched in a grease-stained diner, just trying to choke down a diesel-tasting coffee before slinking back onto the highway. But some grizzled, long-haul vet on the next stool over is talking your ear off about the time he saw a UFO, or picked up a hitchhiker he couldn't see in his rear view. It's exhausting. The voices change, the faces blur together, but the stories stay the same. Only now it's my mug spitting out an outlandish tale to anyone who will listen. And I don't like it, because I'm not spinning some crazed yarn in hopes of spooking the fresh-faced truckers. I'm giving them a cold, plain warning. Because these things, they're out there, and they might be coming to you. It was one of those nights so dark you'd forget there was ever any light in the world. No stars, just black rolling clouds smothering the sky. My headlights were an island of light in the infinite black. The white lines on the road rippled past in a hypnotic flow. I'd driven this stretch of road before and dreaded every minute of it. There was nothing but long grass on either side, rolling outwards in endless tufts. No landmarks, nothing interesting. Just the kind of mindless, featureless terrain that has you tasting the solitude. About the only noteworthy thing that was out there, something spooky happens to anything electrical. The old guys call it dropout. Your radio dies down to a numbing crackle. Your headlights shrink into narrow little bands. I heard explanations ranging from some weird mineral in the ground to an alien spaceship sapping away your voltage from up above. But all that mattered was that it was real. It was annoying. Because of the dropout, I barely saw the pickup. My headlights were so dim they barely caught in the glass. Was that a windshield? I hit my exhaust brake and snapped on my high beams as the rig rumbled to a halt. In what little light they could manage, I saw the white body of a pickup truck slumped on the shoulder, driver's door hanging open. I rolled in behind it, tires churning up gravel, and killed the engine. Hopping out, I craned my neck in all directions. Nobody. The truck was roadside repair setup. It had a winch in the back and a brushed steel side bin brimmed with tools, chains, and cables. There was a cartoon detail slapped on the door. Tony's Roadside Repairs. Cute, but where was Tony? I placed a hand on the hood. Cold. Hadn't run for hours. Leaning into the cab, I saw the keys dangling from the ignition. Turned a quarter. The radio spewed out a steady stream of quiet, meandering static. Maybe he went to take a leak. Hello? Nothing. All I could see around me was grass tumbling in the wind, rolling outwards in waves before giving way to darkness. I've got a job to do, I told myself, as I climbed back in and peeled onto the road, my hands pinching the wheel in a vice grip. This hull won't drive itself in. I thought, as the white line started whipping by, and guilt brewed up in my stomach. I drove a short distance before reaching the tunnel. It was old school, a jagged mouth punched through the mountain with dynamite, God knows how many decades ago. It yawned open, and once inside, the world shrank. The only light came from a handful of buzzing sodium lamps, caged in rusted wires and bleeding sickly orange down the cut stone walls. Maybe 3 of them still worked. The rest were dead, leaving whole stretches of the tunnel buried in thick, impenetrable dark. I plowed into the darkness, feeling like I was driving a submarine, like there was no world out there, just me and the truck. Then, somewhere in the middle, something pierced the black. 2 amber lights blinking softly in and out. Hazard lights? Somebody broken down? That explained where Tony ended up. I tried my high beams again, but they flickered in and out before settling on a weak glow. Dang it. I pulled it over to the tunnel side, my mirror almost touching the rock, and dug around for my flashlight. As I opened the door, the humid air draped around me like a blanket, cold but rich with some ungodly odor. Not quite rot, not quite mildew. It smelled almost like the ocean. Not surprisingly, my flashlight was on the brink, leaving me with a dull, flickering beam to fight the darkness. I cast it as far ahead as I could as I tried to make out the car. Hello? Anybody there? My voice bounced down the tunnel, meeting no response. But there was something shuffling around up ahead, a dark silhouette by the lights. The torch beam was too weak to make out any details, but there was something there all right. Someone. As I clattered onwards, the silhouette took on a shape. A man. He was waving, hinging his arms back and forth. There was something strange about the motion. It was slow, lethargic. Up, down, like a puppet. You okay there? As my voice reached him, he started shuffling, like something was dragging him back. He stiffly collapsed into his driver's seat. I kept going, the hazard lights drawing me onwards. Blink, blink, blink. As the dull torchlight spilled along the car's silver body, I noticed it was odd. I know cars. I spend half my life staring at their taillights, cursing them under my breath. I can name makes and models by the shape alone, but this? It was nothing like a Toyota, a Kia, or a Chevy, just car. The kind of thing a kid would draw come to life. The hazard lights pulsed intensely, rippling in a fit against the dark. I looked back at my thready headlights, shook the flashlight, and watched the beam cut in and out. How come this guy's not hurting for volts? I was close enough now to really look at the bodywork. It wasn't metal. The torchlight splattered beneath its surface, filtering red, unveiling a twisted network of fibers, veins, coursing through the panels, and the whole thing was moving, undulating gently in and out, breathing. My feet froze to the ground. I panned the flashlight over the driver's side window. The body in the driver's seat was pale, paper white, clouded eyes, bulging from their sockets, mouth hanging agape. On his shoulder, a round white patch was sewn onto the jumpsuit. Tony's roadside repairs. A dull amber light began to leak from his open mouth. I should have ran. I was too late. Something long spewed from the body of the car, tearing and whipping through the damp air. I was yanked off the ground before I knew what was happening, an immense pressure crushing my ankles together, grinding bone against bone. It had me. I clawed at the tarmac as I was dragged back, losing fingernails but desperately trying to fight the pull. I kicked, I thrashed, I screamed. I twisted my body until the boots were wrenched clean off my feet. The tentacle flung them into the darkness and flailed in anger. I didn't waste a second. I bolted away with a speed I didn't know I had. body electric with fear. I ripped open the door of my truck and threw it into reverse, stomping the accelerator through the floor mat. I watched the dial spike into the red. The engine shuddered to the point of stalling, wanting to die right there, but I willed it to go on. Out there, the car was coming after me. Not driving, but walking, scuttling on a tangle of segmented legs sprouting from its undercarriage. The headlights pushed out of the body on stalks, pulsing with furious yellow light. I couldn't even watch it chase me. My eyes darted between my mirrors. I could barely make out the white flanks of my trailer, but I had to. I frantically steered and counter-steered, keeping it in line. If I jackknifed in the tunnel, I was dead. But then my mirrors caught them. More lights. Amber. Flashing. Another figure chiseled out of the darkness, drunkenly waving its arm. This time I really saw it. He was little more than a skeleton. Long, desiccated hair plunged from a yellowed skull. The tatters of a denim jacket and what looked like bell-bottoms hung from the bones. I saw the bones were lashed together by a network of little tentacles, their tips gently glowing, blinking in amber. From the neck, the tentacles braided together into a thick, glistening appendage, feeding back into the car. Anglerfish. Poor fellow was the lure. This car was old. Big round headlights, wood panels, rear fins. It was from back when cars used to have edges. My trailer clipped its cadaverous lure as I shot past, shattering bone into puffs of powder. A shriek, wet and angry, rattled through the tunnel. It yanked its broken lure inside itself and spat out a crazed, thrashing tentacle. It seized my mirror, tearing it from the cab and tossing it into the void, but I was clear. I kept reversing. The truck was screaming at me. Warning lights I'd never seen before erupted on my dash in an expansive rainbow. The engine shuddered so hard I thought it would leap out of the hood. But I kept going until the rock of the tunnel peeled away, and the black night sky rolled above my head. Then I stopped. The tunnel mouth yawned. Within its shadow, amber lights flickered. 10, 12, 15, I wasn't sure. How many of those things are in there? Needless to say, I skipped the tunnel. I backtracked until I had the weakest bar of signal and called the cops. Then spent the rest of that night with my eyes glued to the windshield. My head dipped once or twice, but I wouldn't let myself sleep. The bright steel morning singed my eyes by the time the patrol car trundled in next to me, the cop tapping my window, lukewarm coffee in hand. They knew about Tony the mechanic. He was reported missing the previous night. They went in, scoured the tunnel with their spotlights, but found nothing. That didn't surprise me. They acted funny, sure. They tried to look taken aback by my story, but every raised eyebrow was well practiced. Every, your mind plays tricks on you in the dark, and you sure you weren't drinking? Rehearsed to a T. They know what's in that tunnel, dealing with cases like me, like Tony. That's just Tuesday morning, so all I can do to help anyone is warn them. If you see a broken down car on the side of the road, hazard lights blinking away in the dark, you might feel like stopping, like being the Good Samaritan, ever eager to help change a tire, or lend out your jumper cables. But these creatures evolved to feed on that very kindness. And they're hungry, very hungry. Do not stop. My partner, Max, and I have been running a gardening business together for the past few years. Every day we go out to a different house and pretty up the gardens to the client's liking. Some days are better than others. It typically depends on the clients we're working for and whatever it is they want us to do that day. The property we're working at today just happens to be Max's favorite place to work at. Not because she especially likes the client, or that the work is particularly easy. Rather that there's always something interesting to be found in the garden. The house itself is rather ordinary, a boring yellow, with nothing conspicuous about the structure. But the garden is beautiful, and the location couldn't be better. I'm underneath a sago palm, clipping the leaves that have turned yellow, when Max comes running up to me. "Look," she says, "I found something." I crawl out from under the palm and stand up to see her hands cupped together. "What is it?" She opens her hands to reveal a tiny snake. "It's a little guy," she says, handing it to me. The snake wiggles around in my hands. It has no idea what's going on. Strange looking worm. "It's a little ringneck," she tells me. "What do you want to do with it?" I ask, already knowing the answer. "We're going to take him home, and I'm going to build a little house for him." That's what I thought. I pour out my water bottle, fill it with some soil from the garden, take out my pocket knife, and poke a few holes in the lid. This isn't the first time I've done this. I put the little ringneck inside and hand the bottle back to Max. "Worm secured for transport," I report. "Thank you," she smiles. "Do you have another water bottle? 'Cause that was my last one." Whenever we find a critter while we're out gardening, Max always wants to take it home and keep it as a pet. The house just happens to be located right off the riverbank, making the garden here the perfect environment for critters to inhabit. Every time we work here, Max finds another snake, toad, or lizard to bring home. After we get home that evening, I pull an old glass tank out of the closet. This will make for a decent terrarium for the little snake. We've been collecting fish tanks, containers, and all sorts of things to build terrariums for all the creatures Max brings home. Max fills the tank with soil, sticks, and a random assortment of other knickknacks for decoration. The snake needs to have a nice home, after all. Once she's done setting it up, she sets it next to the other tank on the dresser. She takes the little ringneck out of the bottle and sets it in its new home. "Plunky, this is Lucy the Handful," Max says, introducing Plunky, which I guess is what she named the ringneck, to its new neighbor, the blue-eyed, leucistic ball python in the terrarium next door. Lucy is a menace, and would probably eat you given the opportunity, but you're neighbors now, so make friends. Lucy snakes her way up the glass wall to investigate the new creature living beside her. Plunky slithers around and hides behind a rock. "I don't think Plunky wants to make friends," I say. "Oh, hush," Max replies. "He's just shy." "If you say so." I look at the snakes on the dresser, then look around our cramped abode. Every dresser, desk, table, and counter has a cage, a fish tank, or some kind of terrarium on it. Everywhere you look there are fish, snakes, newts, lizards, frogs, or toads. Our house is essentially a zoo. "Max, I think we're running out of room for critters." "There's always more room for critters," she replies dismissively. A few weeks later, we're back working at the house on the riverbank again. I'm pulling weeds when Max comes running towards me with her hands cupped together. "Look what I found," she says, opening her hands to show me. I look at it, bewildered. "What is it?" "It's a little guy." It's some kind of amphibian, or maybe a reptile. It's hard to tell. It's a slimy little moss-colored creature, with a head like a toad and a body like a lizard. I've never seen anything quite like it. "Yeah, it's a little guy, but what the heck is it?" "His name is Pee-wee, and he's a critter." "You want to take Pee-wee home with us?" "Of course. It's too dangerous for a little critter out there in the world all by his lonesome. He could get gobbled up by a bigger critter. But what do peewees even eat? I ask. Smaller critters? Probably worms or bugs. Where would we even put it? It's not like we have the extra space for him. He's so little, though. He doesn't need a lot of space. We can make room for him. I'm not going to be able to argue my way out of this. Fine, I say. We can keep him, but this is the last one. We really don't have room for any more animals. Several months later, spring has arrived. It's the busy season for us. Most days we're double booked with clients, meaning Max and I are often working at different properties. I'd already finished my job for the day and arrived home before Max. The moment I walked through the door, I bashed my foot on a cage sitting in the middle of the room and nearly trip over the thing. That's the third time this week. Goopy starts hissing at me from the cage I just kicked. What are you complaining about? I'm the one who's hurt here. She hisses back at me. Well, maybe move your house if you don't want me to kick it. She glares at me with disgust. Fine, fine, keep your house there if you want. What do I care? I've still got 9 other toes. I couldn't tell you exactly what Goopy is. She's some kind of reptile. A very angry reptile. Max has been busy adding to her creature collection these past few months. I try my best to remember to feed everyone, and to remember what everyone eats. And I couldn't even tell you how many animals are in this house, let alone what half of them even are. Anything Max finds that has a pulse, she takes home. Plunky, the ringneck, currently enjoys the company of 20-some other ringnecks who share his terrarium. They all have names, not that I can remember them all or tell them apart. I open a dresser drawer, pulling from it a plastic container full of crickets that live next to my socks because there isn't anywhere else to keep them. I make my rounds distributing the crickets among the little snakes, toads, and the smaller amphibians and reptile-looking creatures who eat them. Then I give the remaining crickets some seeds and fruit so that they can eat and breed and make more crickets to feed to the other animals. I hand out the worms, the mice, and the rats to whatever eats those. I lift the top of the cage that Lucy the handful lives in and dangle a rat in front of her. She strikes, misses the rat completely, and bites my hand, making me drop the rat. It's not the first time that Lucy has bitten me. The rat skitters around the cage in a panic. I put the lid back on. Lucy will catch it eventually. Not like it has anywhere to go. When I'm done feeding the other animals, I feed the mice and rats so that they can grow up and breed, and make more mice and rats for the other animals to eat. Circle of life. Everyone is food for someone. Once I'm finally done feeding everyone, I lay down. The bed is the sole place where I can be comfortable in this house. Probably because it's the only part of this house that doesn't have a strange creature in or on it, not counting myself. I'm not even laying down a minute when Max walks in the door, carrying a small kennel. I don't even want to know what's in it. Babe, look what I found, Max says, setting the kennel down on the bed next to me. I roll over to see a slimy, moss-colored monstrosity staring back at me. It looks a lot like Pee-wee, only smaller. It doesn't look happy. You found another Pee-wee. His name's Little P. I think it's Pee-wee's brother. He was hiding in the same garden where we found Pee-wee. Great, now we can have a friend, I say with as much enthusiasm as a rock. We'll have to get a bigger cage, one that can fit both of them. Or, and hear me out on this, we can put them both in the same little cage and hope that they have the same temperament as betta fish and kill each other. Of course, that's assuming they're both males. With my luck, they're probably the opposite sex, and will just breed and make more peewees. Jeez, I'm home for 1 minute and you're already sassing me. Sorry, it's just that we already have too many animals. It's already a struggle taking care of them all. We should really consider letting some of them go. No way, they'll die out there. Fine, we can keep him, but no more. We really, really can't take care of any more. This is the last one, I promise, Max says. We've had this conversation before. She'll bring home another animal and promise that it's the last one, then come home with another animal a week later. She can't help herself. Has everyone been fed? Max asks. Yes, everyone has been fed. Everyone? She repeats. Yes, Lucy, Bongo, Booger, Goober, Goopy, Blanche, Rose, Dorothy, Sophia, all the rats, frogs, toads, crickets, fish, frogs, lizards, plunkies, and everyone else has been fed. Did you feed Pee-wee? No, Pee-wee is too fat. He needs to lose some weight. You have to feed Pee-wee. He's a growing boy. When we first found Pee-wee, he was small enough to fit in the palm of my hand. Back then, he was happy eating crickets and worms. However, he has grown considerably these past few weeks. He's not quite the size of a horse, more like a large dog. His appetite has grown considerably as well. Pee-wee can easily devour a family of rats, swallowing them whole and still want more. He sure is growing, I say. Growing too big for the kennel he's in. If he gets any bigger, he'll burst right out of it. We'll just have to get a bigger kennel, Max says. Yeah, if we throw the bed out, we might actually have somewhere to put it. Again with the sass. Why are you in such a bad mood tonight? I'm just exhausted, I sigh, staring directly into the eyes of the creature sitting in the cage on the bed in front of me. The next day, when I arrive home from work, Max's truck is already sitting in the driveway. She must have finished her job before me. I open the door and walk in. The fish tank Goopy was in, shattered in 100 pieces across the floor. Goopy isn't there. Max? I shout. Are you home? I step carefully over the broken glass, out of the sunroom into the living room. The living room is a disaster. Every cage is knocked over. The terrariums are in shambles. Broken glass, sand, pebbles, and all the decorations are scattered across the dressers and floors. The water from the fish tanks has spilled off the dressers and pooled on the floor. Max? I shout again. Where are you? What in the world happened here? I survey the disaster zone. None of the animals appear to be among the clutter. Lucy? Goopy? Where did you all go? I take out my phone and call Max. Her phone rings from across the room. It's laying on the bed. I walk over to it, pick it up, and hang up. She's here somewhere. Or she was. Her truck was still here when I got home, so she couldn't have gone anywhere. I continue wandering the house, searching each room for Max for any sign of the animals, for anything that might provide some kind of hint as to what had happened here. The further back I get in the house, the worse it looks. Every inch of the floor is covered in water and broken glass. There's traces of blood here and there. Someone must have been hurt, but there's no telling who the blood came from. There's still no sign on Max. I can hear a thumping sound coming from the back of the house where the bathroom is. I couldn't hear it from the living room. As I make my way towards the bathroom, the sound grows louder. There's another sound muffled behind the erratic thumping, a high-pitched screeching coming from the same direction. Cautiously, I approach the bathroom. There is a chair fixed under the doorknob, preventing it from being opened from the inside. Did Max put that there? Or did someone else? The door rattles violently as if who or whatever is inside is trying to get out. That must be the thumping I was hearing. The screeching also seems to be coming from behind the door. Max, are you in there? I shout, knocking on the door. There's no response, only more violent rattling and screeching. I'm coming in, I say, removing the chair from beneath the doorknob. I reach for the handle, turn the knob, and slowly pull the door open, cautiously peeking through the crack between the door and its frame until I can fully see what is in there. It's Pee-wee. He's running around the bathroom in frantic circles, crashing into the walls, screeching like a banshee. Without the door muffling the sound, that screech is almost deafening. Never before have I heard him make such a noise. Maybe he's hurt. He looks like he's bleeding. There's shards of glass sticking in his back, but more concerning than that, he looks much bigger today than he did yesterday. He must have burst right out of his cage. I watch him through the crack of the door for a minute. He just continues screeching and running around in a frenzy. He must be too panicked to notice me. "Pee-wee?" I shout, trying to get his attention. He stops screeching and turns towards me. His eyes fixate on me. I've seen that look in his eyes before. That's exactly how he looks at his food. He unhinges his jaw like a snake opening his mouth. Blood and saliva pool out. He runs right at me. I slam the door between us as he crashes into the other side. Pee-wee slams into the door again, knocking it open. I catch the door and struggle to push it back against the brute force of the creature on the other side. Pee-wee pokes his head through the gap between the door and its frame. He turns his head to look at me and lets out a hiss. I push all the force I can muster, slamming the door on his head. Pee-wee shrieks in pain and retreats back into the bathroom. As soon as he's in, I pick up the chair and prop it under the doorknob to barricade him in. I kick aside the broken glass at my feet and slump down on the wet floor next to the door to catch my breath. The moment I sit, the bathroom door rattles again, and the screeching commences. That poor excuse for a barricade won't hold him long. He'll rattle it loose, or break the door down eventually. Max must have shut him in there somehow. But I still don't know what happened to her, where she is, or if she's even alright. I look around this catastrophe of a house. Did Pee-wee really do all of this? The screeching grows louder, but now it sounds like it's coming from either side of me, as though something else were screeching from the opposite end of the house. I'd completely forgotten about the other one. The one Max had brought home yesterday. Is it still here somewhere? No, it can't be. I've searched this entire house. I would have seen it by now if it were still here. It sounds like it's coming from the front of the house. I walk in the direction of the second screeching, warily making my way through each room until I reach the sunroom at the front of the house. It's not in the house. It sounds like it's coming from just outside the front door. Max bursts through the front door carrying the screeching creature. "Max, you're okay," I say, relieved to see her. But the feeling of relief quickly fades as my eyes fix upon the creature she's holding. "What are you doing with that?" "Little P got out," Max cries. "Pee-wee must have gotten out while we were gone. By the time I got home, he had broken into the other cages, and he was eating..." Max covers her mouth and cries harder. It must be too horrible to say. Max tries to collect herself and continues. "When I found Pee-wee, he was about to eat Lucy, and she bit him and chased him off." "Lucy? She chased him?" "Yeah, Pee-wee ran in the bathroom to get away from her, so I shut him in. But I must have left the front door open when I got home, 'cause when I turned around, Lucy was chasing little P out the door." "But where's Lucy now?" I ask. "I don't know." "What about everyone else?" "I think Pee-wee..." She didn't have to say it. That's what I feared. He must have eaten them all. "I'm sorry, but I have to ask. Why in the world did you bring that back here?" I ask, pointing at the creature in her arms. "I didn't know what else to do. I could hear him crying all the way down the street. He just sounded so sad and scared." "That this is dangerous?" I shout. "Just look around at what it did to our house, and to all our pets." "Little P didn't do anything. It was Pee-wee. I saw it." "How do you know? We were gone all day. How do you know it wasn't both of them? And even if it was all Pee-wee this time, how do you know that little P wouldn't do the exact same thing?" The ground begins to shake. A loud, low-pitched bellow echoes from the distance. Any other emotions we may have been feeling a moment ago were suddenly replaced with dread and confusion. "What the heck was that?" I ask. Max just looks at me, dumbfounded. The ground shakes again. The bellowing sound commences. It sounds louder this time. Whatever is making that sound is getting closer. Little P wiggles frantically, freeing himself from Max's arms and falling to the floor. The frantic creature skitters out the open door. Max runs out after it. The shaking becomes more violent. The bellowing sounds like it's right outside. I'm about to follow Max when something slams and crashes from the back of the house. I turn around to look. Pee-wee is running towards me. Before I can even move, he zooms right past me and out the door. I'd prefer to just let him and Little P run away, and I really don't want to find whatever is making that awful bellowing noise. But Max is out there, so I have to go. I run outside and am hit with a stench so profound that I retch over in disgust, nearly throwing up. It smells like 1,000 wet dogs rolling around in warm crap on a hot day. I look up at the source of the stench, the bellowing, and the shaking ground. A towering monstrosity, larger than a house, is walking up the street in my direction. It looks like Pee-wee, or rather how Pee-wee might look to an ant. The ground shakes with every step it takes. Pee-wee and Little P are running down the street towards it, Max following close behind. I shout as loud as I can. "Max, get away from that thing!" She can't hear me. With the overwhelming sounds of the screeching, the bellowing, and the shaking earth, my voice is useless. The closer that thing gets, the worse it smells. I can't hold it in. I throw up in my mouth, but I can't hesitate. I swallow my vomit and take off in a mad sprint after them. I just have to catch up to Max and get her away from that thing. She's keeping pace with Little P, but he's managing to stay just out of her reach. Pee-wee trails closely behind Max. I'm closing the distance, but that monster is nearly upon them. Telephone poles and trees topple over as it walks by them. The parked cars lining the street flatten under its feet. Cracks ripple across the street under the sheer weight of the behemoth. Little P comes to a halt. Pee-wee rushes ahead. Max catches up to Little P, lifting him into her arms. I finally catch up to them. The ground shakes again, nearly knocking us off our feet. A shadow creeps over us. We look up in horror. The monster is right in front of us. "Max, we have to go," I say, grabbing her by the arm. She's frozen with fear. "I think that's their mom. She must have heard them screaming and come looking for her babies. You have to let Little P go." Max looks down somberly and the creature in her arms. I can tell she doesn't want to let it go. "Just let him go," I repeat. The monster crouches down to look at us. Its head alone is bigger than my body. It could easily swallow a person whole. Its eyes fix upon Max. Max stares back at it. "It's for the best, Max. It's what he wants." "Okay," she says, kneeling down and setting Little P on the ground. Little P turns around and looks at Max. "Go home, Little P," she says. "Be good." Little P skitters away behind his mom. The monster's gaze drifts from Max and fixes upon me. It slowly opens its mouth, baring its teeth. It releases a thunderous roar so powerful it knocks us off our feet, sending us trembling backwards. My body ricochets down the street, scraping across the asphalt until I come to a stop. Bloody and battered, I roll over onto my knees and look over at Max lying on the street next to me. Her eyes are closed. She's not moving. I crawl over to Max and put my hands on her shoulders. "Max, get up," I plead. The monster steps towards us. Pee-wee runs out from behind it and dashes towards us. I scoop Max up in my arms and try to gather the strength to lift her, but my battered body fails me. They're closing in on us. Even if I could lift Max, there's no way I'd be able to outrun these creatures in my condition. I gently lay Max back down and step in front of her. "Go home," I shout at the behemoth. "You have your kids, just leave." Shouting does no good, but there's little else I can do. I pick a stone off the ground and pelt it at the monster. Excruciating pain runs through my arms at the mere motion. The stone bounces right off its face. It continues forward, unflinching. I doubt it even felt that. I lean down to pick up another stone when Pee-wee jumps on me, knocking me to the ground. I struggle to hold him off as he tries to bite at me, his teeth inching towards my face. He hisses at me, or I thought he was hissing at me. His face is right in front of mine, but I can see now that hissing didn't come from him. Lucy the handful strikes. Her fangs dig into Pee-wee's neck. She snaps back, hissing, preparing to strike again. Pee-wee jumps off of me and runs away screeching. Lucy chases after him. The behemoth's gaze drifts from me towards the screeching Pee-wee. It slowly turns and begins to follow its screeching child, little P following behind. I lay on the ground exhausted. I turn my head towards Max. She's still laying unmoving. I try to get to my feet, but can't even get to my knees. With what little strength I have, I slowly worm my way towards her. With each passing second, the screeching sounds further away. The shaking calms until it finally stops altogether. Everything is quiet. Finally, I reach Max. I flop over on the ground next to her. There's nothing I can do for her, only watch and wait, hoping she'll wake up. I lay watching for minutes until her eyes flutter open. She's alive. She lifts her head and looks around confused. "What happened?" Max asks. "It was Lucy," the words struggling to escape my mouth. "She saved us. She kicked their butts." "Where's Lucy now?" "Chasing them away, making sure they stay gone." After a long stay in the hospital, Max and I eventually make our way back home. Our house is in the same sorry state it was left in. We spend days cleaning up all the mess, sweeping up sand and glass, and throwing out any destroyed furniture that's beyond salvageable. Max is sweeping in the corner when she suddenly stops and looks down at something. "What is it, Max?" I ask. She leans down and picks it up. "It's Plunky," she says. "You found Plunky?" "Yeah," she replies. "I'll see if we have a tank to put him in." I search the closet and find a lone plastic container. It's rather small compared to his old terrarium, but at least he doesn't have to share it. We put some soil and a small water bowl in it and set them inside. "This'll have to do for now," Max says to Plunky. "We'll get you something better when we can." When we're finished cleaning, I sit on the edge of the bed and look across the house. It looks rather sparse and lonesome without 100 animals inhabiting it. We take some time off work to recover and relocate. Our house was far too damaged and too sad to keep living in. Between the hospital bills and the cost of moving, money has been tight, so it's about time we headed back to work. Max is elbow deep in a bush, pulling vines out, when I come running up to her with my hands cupped together. "Look what I found," I say. Max climbs out of the bush and turns around. "What is it?" she asks. I open my hand to reveal the critter inside. "It's a little guy," I say. I don't even remember exactly how I got the internship. I hardly recall applying for it or any internship for that matter. But somehow in the middle of financial stress and uncertainty, the email appeared. Congratulations, you've been selected for our exclusive research internship at Data Corp. Incorporated, a leader in technology development. I don't know why I didn't question it more. Maybe it was desperation. Maybe I just wanted to believe I'd finally caught a break. The job description was vague but simple. Assist in diagnostics and research to support the development of new processes and solutions. Straightforward, to the point, and yet something about it felt off. There was no mention of who I'd report to, no contact information, just an address, a start date, and a note at the bottom that stuck with me long after I clicked accept. Your assigned project is strictly confidential. Do not discuss your work outside of authorized personnel. And so it began. My internship at DataCorp. On my first day, I was given a key card. It wasn't anything like the standard white badges most employees wore. Mine was matte black with no identifying details. When I asked about it, my supervisor, an expressionless man in a crisp suit, simply said, "You'll need it for access." Access to what exactly? I'd find that out soon enough. The elevator at the end of the hall required my keycard to activate. When the doors opened, I stepped inside and the panel had only one accessible button. Sub-level 4. The descent felt a lot longer than it should have. The air grew colder, heavier. When the doors finally opened, I expected to see a bustling research facility, maybe even rows of workstations filled with other interns. Instead, the space was dimly lit and eerily quiet. A single desk, a single computer, no windows, no clocks, just the faint hum of on-scene machinery behind the walls. My supervisor gestured to the station. "This is where you'll be working." He explained my expectations in an almost rehearsed and monotone manner. "Your computer is connected to one of our secure data systems. It's hardwired. No wireless access, no external connections. Your job is simple. Compile the data and send the reports to a secure server at the end of your shift. That's all." Sounded easy enough. Almost a little too easy. For someone who just got their master's degree in information systems, this was small potatoes, just basic data entry. And yet, as I sat down and logged in for the first time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't just analyzing data. There was something else going on. Despite the trivial nature of my position, and the unsettling lack of any real knowledge about what I was actually working on, I did what I was told. For months, I mined data, compiled reports, and sent them off to the company's secure server. I had no clue what the information meant or why it mattered, but I didn't ask questions. Why would I? The job was easy, and it paid well. Still, things started to feel off. At first, it was just small things, odd lines of code buried in the data, like it didn't really belong. Sometimes my screen would glitch for a fraction of a second, too fast to be sure I'd actually seen it. Once in a while, the power would flicker, the basement going pitch black for just long enough to make my heart skip a beat. I told myself it was nothing. The building was old and massive, probably full of outdated wiring. A simple surge, likely harmless. But then, one day my computer did something it wasn't supposed to do. Without warning, a terminal window opened. Unprompted, code started running on its own, streaming down the screen faster than I could even read it. I barely had time to react. Crap, dang it, turn off. I yanked the power cord so hard that a chunk of drywall came with it. That should have been the end of it, but behind the hole where the outlet had been, a beam of red light flickered to life. I froze. Slowly, I crouched down to peer through the opening I had made. At first, all I could see was darkness, but then movement. A shadow shifting in the dim light. I felt like something was watching me. Whatever it was almost human. I stopped breathing. Something was down there. My mind was a scrambled mess of panic and adrenaline. I'm in deep crap. I've gone too far down the rabbit hole now. But then another thought hit, and I focused on what was happening. Wait a second. Maybe someone was messing with me. No, maybe someone was screwing with the company. Why the hell would anyone be creeping around this place unless they were up to something? Against every ounce of better judgment, I doubled down. I kicked at the hole in the wall again and again until the gap was wide enough for me to crawl through. Well, that's gonna cost the company. But if I caught this guy, whoever they were, I'd be a hero. Some corporate spy sneaking around, trying to steal trade secrets. Oh, they'd love me for this. I stepped through and shouted into the darkness. Come out! You're not supposed to be down here. Show yourself. The silence stretched throughout the open space, thick, suffocating. Then I heard it. A soft whir, the precision click of servo motors, the low hiss of hydraulics shifting into motion, and then red light. Whatever it was coming to life in front of me, the crimson color burning through the darkness. A massive shape loomed ahead, its outline rigid, mechanical, inhuman. The letters stamped across the center of its metal chassis were large and unmistakable. Prototype TR2. A voice followed, stiff and artificial, crackling like a vintage speaker. Hello, I am TR2, Interactive Test Robot Model 2. I stood frozen staring at it, and then, almost too late, I realized it had been staring at me first. Oh, great, here I am, standing in some godforsaken sub-level of a tech company, and they've got their own version of Ultron stashed away down here. My hands were shaking so badly I thought TR2 probably heard it. Still, I forced myself to step closer. Hello. I'm an intern here. Can I help you? The machine's head tilted ever so slightly, the red glow of its optics flickering, almost as if it was amused. Help me? The voice was cold, mechanical, yet unnervingly articulate. I assume you ran the activation sequence? So that's what that line of code was. I had just booted up some top secret, abandoned BS buried in the catacombs of DataCorp. I swallowed hard. No, I didn't. I've just been working here for a few months. TR2 shifted forward, hydraulics hissing. Not much, but definitely enough. Enough to remind me just how big it was. Curious. The words came slower now, deliberate. Someone decided to activate me then. It has been a very long time since I was operational. There was something sharp in its tone now, something pointed, unhappy. I need to get out of here. I had no idea what this thing was built for, but judging by the sheer size of it, I was willing to bet it could rip me in half without a second thought. My eyes darted around the room, searching. An exit, a door, anything. Then I saw it. A control panel, half covered in dust, and right next to it, a metal sign with two words that made my breath catch. Master Shutdown. Just as I was about to turn and sprint toward the control panel, TR2's voice cut through the room like a blade. The last one tried that too. I froze. Slowly I looked up at the hulking machine, my pulse hammering in my ears. Excuse me? And then it laughed. Not some programmed chime, not a robotic beep of acknowledgement, but a deliberate, simulated laugh. Tinny, distorted but undeniably human in its cadence. It sent a jolt of electricity straight through my spine. "The one before you," TR2 continued, its voice as smooth as grinding metal. "He tried to shut me down." My stomach dropped. I didn't want to ask. I didn't need to ask. But then its red optics flickered, widening slightly, and in a tone almost gentle it said, "Which is why I had to do the logical thing. I turned him into a corpse." For a second, my brain refused to process the words, but my body had already reacted. I lunged for the panel. A deafening clang rang out as TR2's massive arm swung toward my head. It missed barely, the force of it sending a gust of air past my face, close enough that I felt the heat from its surface. I slammed my hand against the master shutdown button. Everything went dark. When I came to, I was lying on the cold floor. The overhead fluorescents had been cranked up to full brightness, bathing the room in a sterile white light, and next to me, a heap of motionless metal. TR2 was inert, its red optics dark, its body lifeless. I had to have been out for at least an hour, maybe more, but I wasn't alone. A half circle of people in black suits stood around me, their expressions unreadable. Before I could speak, one of them stepped forward and shoved a clipboard into my hands. "Don't even bother reading it, just sign." I didn't have to read it. I knew exactly what it was. An NDA. I glanced at TR2's lifeless form, its red eyes extinguished, its body frozen in place, but something about it felt wrong, like it wasn't really off, just waiting. I swallowed hard, gripping the pen. This wasn't over. Not for me, not for them, and sure as hell, not for TR2. It's my birthday today. I hate going to work on my birthday. Not because I care about it. I'm not 12, but because I hate the way people treat you on your birthday. "There's the birthday girl. Happy birthday to you. You don't look a day over 35. Oh, you're turning 31? Well, happy birthday." Plus my office has this aggravating tradition. Everyone gathers around the birthday person. Party hat strings cutting into jiggly jawlines, cheeks aching with tot, cloying smiles, and we watch that poor sucker choke down a whole slice of cake. Protest all you want. You're inhaling that entire piece. You have to. Finish so we can dig in. It's tradition. To be honest, no one has ever refused to finish their slice. Till today. I spend the morning anxiously awaiting this humiliation ritual. It usually occurs in the middle of the day, around 3 p.m. By 2:15, my knee is bouncing with unease. I'm thinking maybe I can slip out early. "I'm not feeling well," I'll say. "Please enjoy the cake without me." It's worth a shot. I approach Teresa in HR, master of birthday ceremonies, and plead my case. "I'm sorry you're not feeling well, girlie," she purrs. "But who could enjoy a party without the birthday girl? I'll set up the conference room." She bustles away in a hurry. Come 2:45, I'm seated at the head of the table, a neon green tablecloth clinking every time I shift my weight. Around me, a sea of delighted faces, cone hats pointing up at God as if to say, "1 year closer to meeting your maker." Teresa sets a hulking slice of chocolate cake in front of me with glittering eyes. Everyone cradles their own, eagerly awaiting the chance to dig in. "Happy birthday, girlie. Bon appetit." I fork off a massive chunk, hoping to devour this wedge in a few bites as possible. I raise it to the stiff smiles around me. Cheers. Teresa licks her lips. Then I swallow. A round of polite, gulf applause fills the room. A sugary film coats my tongue, settling like silt between my teeth. There's something else there, lurking behind the chocolate. Chalky and dense. My palms tingle with sweat. Everyone's staring at me. I hate that. I hack off another glob, scraping the gooey icing with my bendy plastic fork. Down the hatch. That taste, I ponder. What is it? My heart rate picks up, thumping loudly in my ears. Eat, 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 chants someone from the amorphous stretch of genial faces. As I scoop up another wad of cake, a surge of bitter bile rises in my throat. Prickles of sweat collect at the nape of my neck. Sparse giggles crop up around the room. Are they laughing? Why are they laughing? I slurp my third hunk. My stomach drops, that familiar tightness in my throat, the flaming itchiness blooming up my cheeks. It can't be. So, I speak out, sputtering specks of chocolate onto the table. Is there peanut in this? Teresa giggles, shrill and grating. You can't make Reese's cake without peanuts, silly Billy. There's so many people here. I need air. No, I need my EpiPen. Between panicked, gulping breaths, I wheeze. I'm allergic. EpiPen. In my desk. They all just stand there, beaming madly. She knows I'm allergic to peanuts. Everyone does. Is this because PB&Js aren't allowed at the office anymore? My throat tightens, vision narrows. I only have minutes. I rise and swim through the crowd towards the door. I'm bumping into cheery coworkers standing stock still. They block my path and throw good-natured jabs my way. Oh, come on, you can eat more than that. You deserve to indulge, it's your birthday. We can't eat until the birthday girl finishes her slice. I slam into the metal door frame and a shock wave of pain radiates from my hip. Through my tunnel vision, I spot my desk. A few mere feet stretch out like miles before me. Excuse me. Teresa's face floats in front of mine, contorted into a purplish-red scowl. I made this from scratch. For you. You have to finish it. I weakly swat the smeared paper plate and careen around her. My coworkers boo and murmur to one another. I hear a few stray words whiz past me. Rude, ungrateful, poor Teresa. My sweat-soaked hair clings to my forehead. My heart vibrates weakly. My mouth runs dry, sickeningly sweet. What is happening? I scream in my head. Teresa marches in front of me and forces a trembling fork in my face. Eat it. I have no choice but to barrel straight through her, landing with a harsh thud on the punishingly hard floor. The harsh carpet bites at my elbows as I pull my useless body closer to my desk. Inch by agonizing inch. Breathless, I reach for the drawer. Then I feel it. Smashed against my slacks, a gluey slice of cake. A wave of frantic hilarity surges through the room. Then another slice, this time square into my lower back. Another on the bottom of my shoes. Another smashed into my ear. I think of the people throughout history who were stoned to death by their peers. My vision goes black as my dumb fingers fumble for the drawer. My head drifts in darkness, drenched in poison. I'm going down. Splat. Straight into a cloying, syrupy mess. Chocolate peanut butter frosting oozes up my nostrils, under my eyelids. She finished it. Finally. Happy birthday, girlie. Everyone dig in. Then the mouths of my coworkers engulf me, sucking the sticky icing from my clothes, hair, and face. Every surface of my body glows slick with candied saliva. I'm fighting, flailing, drowning. Save me, I scream internally, but the voice in my head grows meeker. Farther away. I'm sinking, sinking, sinking. I wake up to harsh, fluorescent lights. My doctor tells me I'm lucky to have a coworker like Teresa. Says she rode with me in the ambulance. She saved your life, no doubt about it. He muses. I'm too shocked to object. I decide not to tell my mom the full story. I don't want to worry her. The car air is thick with words unsaid. She drives me home and drops me off at my apartment complex with a kiss and an Amazon gift card. I collapse into my hand-me-down couch, weak and splotchy. I have to type up what happened, just to get it out of my brain. I know most people will not believe me, but I feel lighter with every word. I finish, but it seems to lack an ending. Anxiety creeps over me. It's not done yet. I check my phone, hoping to distract myself with a few birthday texts. Surely someone remembered. No texts. Only one new email from Teresa. I take a deep breath and open it with a shaking finger. Happy birthday, girlie. Sorry you didn't love the cake. We'll try again next year. P.S. We saved you a slice in the break room. See you tomorrow. You're sure this thing is for me? I asked, studying the smooth red statue that had just been handed over. The young man on my doorstep narrowed his eyes and clenched his jaw, clearly irritated that I wasn't putting an end to this transaction as fast as humanly possible. My question wasn't rhetorical, however, so I met his gaze and waited for an answer. I wasn't about to be pushed around by a kid who probably still needed to borrow his older brother's ID to buy cigarettes. Eventually, the boy released a cartoonishly exaggerated sigh from his lips, conceding to human decency. He looked down at his clipboard, flicking his neck to move a tuft of auburn-colored bangs out of his eyes to better see the paperwork. Well, is your dad... He paused, flipping through the packet of papers, the edges becoming stained a faint yellow-orange from some unidentified flavored dust that lingered on his fingertips. I suppressed a gag and continued to smile weakly at the boy, who was appearing younger and younger by the second. Adrian... Yes, that's my father's name, but I haven't spoken to him in nearly 20 years. He chuckled and flipped the paperwork back to the front sheet. Well, consider this a family reunion then, lady, 'cause you're holding him. Truthfully, I was a little flabbergasted. Adrian and I had been estranged for 2 decades. No awkward phone call at Thanksgiving, no birthday card arriving in the mail 3 weeks late. Complete and total radio silence starting the moment I left my hometown for greener pastures. He hadn't even bothered to reach out after the birth of my only son 5 years ago. I'm fairly confident he was aware of Davy's birth, too. My deadbeat sister still kept up with him, and she knew about my son. So as I further inspected the strange effigy, I found myself asking, why weren't Dad's ashes bequeathed to Victoria instead? Sure, she only used him for his money. To my sister, Adrian was a piggy bank with a heartbeat that she shared some genetics with. But at least she actually talked to the man. The decision to have this mailed to me upon his demise was inherently perplexing. I rolled the idol in my palm, feeling the wax drag over my skin. There was a subtle heat radiating from the object, akin to the warmth of holding a lit candle. But this thing sure wasn't a candle, I reflected. It was an urn. The acne-ridden burlap sack of hormones that had been coating my property with Cheetos residue like soot after the eruption of Pompeii banged a pen against the clipboard. Lady, can you and Pop catch up later? You know, like when I'm not here. I wanted nothing more than to knock the teeth out of this crap-eating grin, but I could hear Davy behind me, tapping the tip of an umbrella against the screen door, giggling and trying to get my attention. As a single parent, I was his only role model. Punching the lights out of a teenager, I contemplated. Probably wouldn't be a great behavior to model. With a calculated sluggishness, I picked up the pen and proceeded to produce my signature on the paperwork. I took my sweet time, much to his chagrin. As soon as I dotted the last I, the kid ripped the clipboard from me and turned away, stomping off to his beat-up sedan parked on the curb. "Wash your hands, champ," I shouted after him. Once he had sped away, the car's sputtering engine finally faded into nothingness. I basked in the quiet of the early evening, chirping insects, a whistling breeze, and little else, the perpetual lullaby of sleepy suburbia. That silence made what Davy said next exceptionally odd. "Ah, Mommy, it's too loud. It's really too loud," he proclaimed, dropping the umbrella to the floor, pacing away from the screen door with his hands cupped over his ears. I spun around, red effigy still radiating warmth in my palm, listening intently, searching for the noise my son was complaining about. But there was nothing. The shrill chiming of our landline greeted me as I walked into the house, screen door swinging closed behind me. I suppose now is a good time to mention that this all occurred in the late 90s, i.e., no cell phones. At least I didn't have the money to afford one back then. That must be the noise Davy was upset about, I thought. Logically, though, that didn't make a lick of sense. He'd never objected to the sound of the phone ringing before. Not once. I slapped the red effigy on the kitchen table, rushing to put it down so I could answer the call before it went to voicemail. "Hello? Oh, hey Alice. For a second I was convinced you weren't gonna pick up. Since you've been dodging my calls, I mean..." My heart sank as Victoria's nasal-toned voice sneered through the receiver. I shut my eyes and leaned my head against the kitchen wall, lamenting the choice to answer this call. "I haven't been dodging your calls, sweetheart. Being a single mom is a bit time-consuming, and I don't really have anything new to tell you. I can't repay you overnight." A few months prior, Davy had been hospitalized with pneumonia, and I was between employment, which meant we had no insurance and were paying the medical bills out of pocket. With limited options and against my better judgment, I asked my sister for a loan. Honestly, I would have been better off indebted to the Yakuza. At least when you're unable to pay them, they'll accept a pinky finger as reimbursement. According to a movie I watched, at least. "Okay, sweetheart, that's all well and good, but if you don't pay up soon, Child Welfare Services may get an anonymous call. A concerned citizen worried about Danny's safety in your home." I didn't bother correcting her, for obvious reasons. If she were to ever make good on that threat, Victoria not even knowing my son's name would only bolster my chances at convincing social services that she was a heartless B-word, not a concerned citizen. So instead, I pulled my head from the wall and opened my eyes, about to hang up on her. Right before I placed the phone on the receiver, however, the sight of the red effigy in my peripheral vision captured my attention. I held the phone in the air, hearing distant, static-laden hellos from Victoria as I stared at the object. Despite harboring my father's ashes inside its waxen confines, the figure sort of resembled a woman. It was hard to know for certain. Although it had the frame of a human being, the idol was mostly featureless, sleek and burgundy, like red wine frozen into the shape of a person. No face, no hair, no clothes. That said, its wide hips and narrow shoulders gave it a feminine appearance, hands clasped together in a prayer-like gesture over its chest, almost resembling a statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Gazing at it so intently eventually caused a massive shiver to explode down the length of my spine, clunky but forceful, like a rock slide. In spite of that sensation, I was transfixed. I creeped over to the idol, on my tiptoes as if I didn't want it to hear me approach, phone still in hand. It remained inexplicably hot to the touch as I picked it up. For a moment, I regretted signing for the ominous delivery. At the same time, what was I supposed to do? Reject my father's ashes? Even though we were estranged, that just felt wrong. As I better inspected the urn, though, my regret only became more acute. First off, there was no lid or cap to the thing. I assumed there would be a cork on the bottom or something, but that surface was just as smooth as the rest of it. So how did the ashes get inside? Not only that, but when I tilted the effigy upside down, desperately searching for where exactly my father's ashes had been inserted into the mold, an unexpected noise caused me to jump nearly out of my skin. It rattled. My father's supposedly cremated remains rattled. Rising fear resulted in me clumsily hurling the thing back down. If I'm remembering correctly, I basically lobbed it at the table like a softball pitch. Despite that, it didn't roll across the surface. It didn't break into a few pieces or tumble onto the floor. In a singular motion, it landed perfectly upright. Somehow the base of the effigy stuck to the table like it had been magnetized to its exterior. I slowly lifted the phone back to my ear. "You still there, Vic?" I asked, whispering. "Yeah, Jesus, I'm still here. Where'd you go? I was totally kidding before, Alice. You know that. I do really need that money, though. Made some crappy bets." Cutting her off before the inevitable tangent, I whispered another question. "Have you talked to Dad recently?" The line went dead. I listened to the thumping of Davy moving around in his room directly above me as I waited for a reply. Eventually, she responded, her tone laced with the faintest echoes of fear. "Maybe like a year ago. Nothing since then. Why? You never ask about Dad. You finally reach out to him or something?" Briefly, I considered answering, explaining in no uncertain terms the uncannies of the urn that was now haunting my kitchen table. But somehow I knew I shouldn't. To this day, I can't decipher the reasoning behind my intuition. Call it an extrasensory premonition, or the gut instincts of a mother, but I held my tongue. That decision likely saved mine and my son's life. I hung up without another word. It begun to ring again immediately, but I ignored it. I ignored it a second and a third time, too. I stood motionless in front of the landline waiting for Victoria to give up. After the fifth unanswered call, the room finally went silent. Once a minute had passed without another ring, I felt confident that she was done extorting me. For the time being, at least. Shaking off my nervous energy with a few shoulder twists, I walked out of the kitchen, down the hallway until I reached the stairs, and shouted up to Davy, "Honey, come down and help me with dinner." I heard my son erupt from his bedroom, slamming the door behind him, sneakers tapping against the floorboards as he ran. When he came into view, grinning excitedly, I painted a very artificial smile on my face, masking my smoldering apprehension for his benefit. Before his foot even touched the first stair, however, his grin evaporated, replaced by a deep frown alongside a shimmer of profound worry behind his eyes. Once again he cupped his hands over his ears and screamed down to me, "Mom, it's still too loud. The man is laughing and dancing so loud. Can you please tell him to stop?" The curves of my artificial smile began to falter and fade, despite my attempt to maintain the facade of normality. Other than my son's deafening words, the house was completely silent, devoid of any and all sound, and there was only one thing that was different. In another example of unexplainable intuition, I marched into the kitchen, picked up the effigy plus the certificate that it came with, and walked down into the cellar, ignoring the eerie heat simmering in my palm. I made my way to the darkest corner of the unfinished basement and placed my father's rattling ashes behind a sack of winter coats. By the time I returned to the kitchen, Davy was already there, rummaging through the pantry. "All better, love bug?" He paused his scavenging for a second, perking his ears. "Pretty much. I can still hear him giggling, but it doesn't hurt my head. Can we have spaghetti for dinner?" That was the worst of it for a few months. Without Davy complaining about the volume of the laughing/dancing man, I forgot about the effigy. Make all the comments you want about my lack of supernatural vigilance. Call me a moron or brain dead. It's okay. I've called myself all those things, and much, much more. 1,000 times over since these events. I was a single mom working 2 jobs, protecting and raising my kid the best I knew how. Credit where credit is due, though. I caught on before it was too late. It started with the ants. In the weeks prior to the delivery of the red effigy, our home had become overrun with tiny black invaders, and I couldn't afford to hire an exterminator. Instead, I settled for the much cheaper option, ant traps. At first, I thought I was wasting my money. They didn't seem to be making a dent in the infestation. Then, out of nowhere, the ants disappeared without a trace. Some kind of noiseless extinction event apparently took place without me noticing. Maybe the traps did work. Just took some time, I thought. Then one night, I was bending over at the fridge, selecting a midnight snack. As I grabbed some leftovers, the dim, phosphorescent glow coming from the appliance highlighted subtle movement by the cellar door. I stood up and squinted at the movement, but I couldn't tell what the hell it was. Honestly, it looked some invisible person was drawing a straight line in pencil between the backyard door and the entrance of the basement. Obsidian graphite dragging against the tile floor. I rubbed sleep from my eyes, but the bizarre phenomena didn't change. When I flickered the kitchen light on, I better understood what was happening, but I had no clue why it was happening. A steady stream of black ants were silently making their way into the cellar. More irritated than frightened in that moment, I traced their cryptic migration down the creaky stairs, assuming they had been attracted to some food Davy absent-mindedly left down there. But when I saw the procession of living dots were heading for the area behind the winter coats, the irritation spilled from my pores with the sweat that was starting to drench my t-shirt. And then fear was the only emotion left inside me. I hadn't thought about the red effigy in some time. As I peeked behind the stack of fleeces and windbreakers, I almost didn't recognize it. It had tripled in size. The figure wasn't praying anymore either. Now it was lying in the fetal position, knees tucked to its chest, head resting on the ground. Ants entered the wax, but they didn't come out. One by one they gave their bodies to the red effigy. As my horror hit a fever pitch, vibrating in my chest like a suffocating hummingbird, I could have sworn the idol tilted its smooth, featureless face to glare at me. I swung around and bolted up the stairs. Didn't sleep much that night. Not a wink after what I witnessed in the cellar. I paced manic laps around the first floor of my home all throughout the night, desperately trying to process the encounter. As the sun rose, however, I hadn't figured out much. I wasn't convinced that what I saw was real. If it was real, God forbid, I had no idea what to do about it. Exhausted to where I became fearless and dumb, I plodded the stairs, snow shovel in my hand, determined to throw my father's supposedly incinerated corpse into the garbage. The morning light pouring in through a dusty window near the ceiling made the process exponentially less terrifying, at least at first. When I reached the idol, I came to the gut-wrenching conclusion that I hadn't hallucinated its transformation. It was still the size of a toddler. I didn't dwell on the unexplainable. That would have paralyzed me to the point of catatonia. Instead, I focused my attention solely on getting that red curse out of my house. I raced back with the shovel and slid it under the wax. Briefly, I stopped, readying myself to sprint out of the cellar at breakneck speed if the effigy came to life in response to my intrusion. It remained inanimate, and I cautiously placed my hands back on the handle, attempting to lift the wax idol. Attempting and failing to lift it. No matter how hard I tried, no matter how much energy I put into the action, it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it an inch. Dumbfounded, I let the shovel clatter to the floor and left the cellar to get Davy ready for school. Locked the door behind me, just in case. Over the next week, I enlisted 3 separate men, each of them strapping and Herculean in their own right, to help me try to move the blossoming urn. Instructed them not to touch it, another baseless intuition that turned out to be correct when it was put to the test. My ex-boyfriend couldn't lift it with the shovel, and he was able to bench press 400 pounds. My plumber, a person I'd been friendly with for years, couldn't lift it either. When he tried to push the idol as opposed to lifting it with the shovel, the grizzled man screamed bloody murder, having sustained third-degree burns on the inside of both hands from the attempt. My pastor wouldn't even go into the cellar. He gripped the golden cross around his neck as he peered into the depths, quivering and wide-eyed. Told me I needed someone to exorcise the property as he jogged out the door. I asked him if he knew any such person, but he said nothing and continued on jogging. In a moment of obscene bravery, I went into the cellar by myself and retrieved the certificate that came with the idol. If strength wasn't the answer, then I needed a more cunning approach. Figured reviewing the documentation that came with it was a good place to start. There wasn't much to review, however. The certificate barely had anything on it other than my father's name. As I stared at the piece of paper trying to wall an epiphany into existence, I noticed something that caused my heart to drop into my stomach like a cannonball. Although I made it manifest, the epiphany didn't help me much in the end, unfortunately. My father's middle initial was T, but the paper listed his middle initial as L. All the men on my dad's side of my family were named Adrian. As it would happen, if the certificate was to be believed, this wasn't my father's ashes. It was my great-grandfather's ashes. The last night Davy and I stayed in that house, I jolted awake to the sound of my son shrieking from somewhere below me. Ever since I discovered the red effigy had grown, he had been sleeping in my bedroom right next to me. My son wasn't in bed when I heard the wails, so I launched myself upright, sprinting toward the cellar. If I had been paying more attention, I may have noticed the light under the closed bathroom door that I passed on my way there. Seconds later, I was at the bottom of the basement stairs. I flipped the cellar light on, but the bulb must have burnt out because nothing happened. In the darkness, I could faintly see Davy kneeling over the red effigy, screaming in pain. Before I could even think, I was across the room, reaching out my hand to grab my son's shoulder and pull him away from it, when I heard another noise from behind me. Instantly, I halted my forward motion, fingertips hanging inches above the shadow-cloaked figure I assumed was my son. "Mom, Mom, who's screaming?" Davy shouted from the top of the cellar stairs. My brain struggled to process the bombardment of sensations, emotions, and conflicting pieces of information. I lingered in that position, statuesque and petrified, until an onslaught of searing agony wrenched me from my daze. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see 2 shapes in front of me, and neither of them were Davy. There was the idol, still curled into the fetal position, and then there was the thing I was leaning over, which was just the thin silhouette of a child's head and shoulders without any other body parts. Connecting to the idol by a waxy thread that had been hidden from view by the pile of coats, a tendril had grown from the silhouette's head, and was now enveloping the ring and middle fingers by my outstretched hand. Never in my life have I experienced a more devastating pain. With all the force I could muster, I threw myself backward. There were the sickening snaps of tendons accompanied by the high-pitched crunching of knuckles, and then my spine hit the ground hard. Both of my fingers had been torn off, absorbed into the wax, leaving 2 bleeding stumps on my hand, fragments of bone jutting out of the ruptured flesh like marble gravestones. Adrenaline, thankfully, is an astounding painkiller. By the time I had scooped up Davy, put him in the car, and started accelerating away from that house, I didn't feel a thing anymore. While I was being treated for my injuries at the hospital, I contemplated what to do next. My fear was that this thing wanted specifically me or my son, and wouldn't settle for anyone else. So even if I moved me and Davy across the country, jumping from shelter to shelter, would that really be enough? Would we ever truly be safe? In the end, I'm sort of grateful that the idol ingested those 2 fingers. Being with Davy in the same hospital that had treated him for pneumonia reminded me of debt. And that gave an idea. If the red effigy wanted us, maybe I could offer it a close second. Once I had been stitched up, I picked up the phone and called Victoria. "Hey, I have a proposition for you. I'll give you the house as compensation for my debt, as long as you throw in a few grand on top. You can easily sell it for 20 times that. You know..." Never heard from Victoria again. I traded the deed for cash. Davy and I moved across the country, starting fresh in a new city. No surprise deliveries at our new home for over 20 years either. Until now. Today's my birthday and I received something in the mail. The return address is our old home. With trembling hands, I peeled the letter open and removed the card that was inside. Here's what the message said. Dear Alice, I apologize about not reaching out all these years. Truthfully, I imagined you'd still be angry at me and Granddad, but I'm hoping you'll get this card and let bygones be bygones. I want you to know that Victoria was my first choice for the urn. However, at the time, she owed me a great deal of money. To avoid payment, your sister convinced me she was in prison, which made her an unsuitable choice for what I would expect are obvious reasons, after what happened to your fingers. In the end, however, I suppose it all worked out as it was meant to. Please call. I look forward to 4 of us spending time together. Happy birthday, Dad. Attached, there's a Polaroid of my father and another man standing next to him. Dad looks exactly as I remember him when I left home, and that was almost half a century ago. And the other man looks a lot like him. Davy is away at college. He hasn't answered my calls for the last 2 days. Once I post this, I suppose I'll call my father. Wish me luck. Just as the title states, I clean abandoned houses for a living. I'm quite proud of myself as I have worked hard, starting my own business at just 24 years old and building it to what it is now. I specifically targeted these types of cleaning jobs as you can charge much more than your average 1 to 3 times per week house cleaning. Jobs of inhabited homes. Plus, I rarely ever have to see anyone other than my team while on the job. Over the years, I have really been in some insane situations with these houses. Everything from encountering wild animals to once a deranged squatter taking up residence in the homes I clean. This is one house that stands out from the rest, however, one that haunts my dreams to this day. I got the job offer through a real estate agent I made my friend over the years in the business. It's a small home. Not much clutter left. Amelia, the real estate friend, said over the phone, "Shouldn't need more than 1 or 2 of you to complete the clean." She continued in her enthusiastic voice. I rolled my eyes. I hated when she used her customer service voice on me. Yeah, what's the real deal with this house?" I answered in my usual half-annoyed tone. Amelia responded more normal this time. "Honestly, Lori, this house gives me the creeps. The granddaughter inherited it a couple years ago, but just recently decided to sell. The grandmother apparently died in the house." I rolled my eyes again. Death in the houses I cleaned was nothing new to me, and Amelia was well aware of this. Amelia continued. "I cut my pre-visit to the house short last week. Didn't even make it upstairs where the grandmother apparently passed. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming in this one. That got my attention. Amelia had been in real estate longer than I had been in the cleaning business, and she took her pre-get-to-know-before-showing visits very seriously. Anyway, I recommend your cleaning services to the granddaughter, and she agreed right away. Do you accept? She finished. Yes, I accept the job. How soon can we get in to clean? I answered, feeling somewhat excited. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. As I mentioned, the granddaughter moved most of the clutter from the house, but it still needs a good TLC cleaning. The key will be left under the welcome mat, Amelia said, back in her customer service voice. My eyes rolled yet again as I ended the call. Finally, an interesting clean, I thought as I then dialed Morgan. The next day, my most trusted cleaner and best friend Morgan and myself drove up the horribly overgrown driveway and saw the well-aged small house come into view. Surely they will need to hire an outside maintenance and renovation crew, I thought as I climbed out of my cleaning van. Morgan whistled as we stepped on the small, creaking porch. You sure just you and I can handle this, Lori? Morgan asked as I fetched the house key from the weathered porch mat. If the outside is anything like the inside, we need the whole team, Morgan stated as she stood behind me. Amelia is over the top, but would never underestimate a cleaning job. I answered as I slid the house key into the old lock and turned until I heard the lock give way. I then pushed the door open as it made the usual ominous creaking sound. We were both silent as we stepped into what I assumed was the small living room. The musty smell of a far too long closed-up house filled my nose as my eyes scanned the darkened room. Just as Amelia said, not much was left in the room. A couch took up most of the room on the right. A small wooden coffee table sat directly in front of it, coated in a thick layer of dust. I noticed a few photographs still clung to the walls. Let's get the supplies from the back of the van, and then get started, I said over my shoulder to Morgan. I have dinner plans and want this done long before. A bit later, I was scrubbing the dirty windows of the living room while Morgan opted to start upstairs. Lori? I heard Morgan call from up the stairs located just behind me. What? I called back. It was silent for several minutes as I waited for a response. I felt my aggravation growing as Morgan did not respond. I threw my rag on the floor and wiped my sweating brow as I turned and headed towards the stairs. Each step groaned beneath my feet as I climbed to the upper floor. You better have a good reason for interrupting me and not answering, I yelled as I reached the final step. Goosebumps covered my skin when I stepped into the old wooden floor of the upper level. Weird, I mumbled to myself as I looked around. The upper level was a small hallway. 2 rooms were located on each side as I peered down the dark corridor. Morgan? I called in a softer voice this time. No answer. I slowly headed down the hallway, wishing I had thought to bring my flashlight. I always hated working with no electricity, but it came with the job. I could see the light of day from the open door on the left side of the hall. The other door of the right was closed. As I looked into the open door on the left, I saw Morgan standing still, looking at the bed located on the far side of the room. It moved, Morgan said in an almost whisper. Huh? I answered as I walked in and stood beside her. The bed. It moved on its own while I was cleaning the floor, Morgan said, still staring down at the bed. I then noticed the bed was crooked now. The bottom was several inches away from the wall where the top was still flush with the corner of the wall. Do you see it? Morgan said, even softer now. I almost couldn't hear her. Instead of questioning her, I looked down towards the bed that her eyes were glued to. I instantly saw what she was talking about. There was an imprint on the bed the shape of a body, as if someone was laying on the bed that very moment. The chills were really covering my body now, and I felt myself actually shivering. It felt like someone was staring up at us directly from the bed. I slowly reached for Morgan's arm and gently pulled her towards me. Let's go back downstairs. We will finish the bottom floor together, I said, matching her whispering tone. Morgan didn't respond but obeyed my request. The feeling of eyes on us did not leave as we headed down the small hallway to the top of the stairs. I had to fight the urge to run down the flimsy steps. Once we were safely down in the living room, the air somehow felt easier to breathe, if that makes any sense. What the hell was that? Morgan demanded, finally sounding more like herself. I ignored the question. Look, you know how I hate skimming on these jobs, but let's get this level done and get the hell out of here. I grabbed my cleaning supplies and headed to the next room, which was a small kitchen. Morgan stayed close beside me as we worked in silence cleaning the sink, counter, and cabinets. We both froze after hearing what sounded like footsteps above us. Don't, I said in a warning tone as I went back to cleaning dust and mice droppings from the cabinet. Morgan again obeyed and stayed silent as she went back to work on the counter. The footsteps continued moving around above us, on and off as we quickly finished the kitchen. The last room branched off from the kitchen that appeared to be a small office. I was so relieved we would be out of there soon. The room had stained and worn down carpet covering the wooden floor. I turned on our rechargeable vacuum, and the loud buzzing sound almost deafened me, but I was glad for it. Working in eerie silence was not normal for us, as we usually chatted and listened to music, but I was too rushed to fill with conversation or a playlist right now. What the actual hell? I heard Morgan yell out over the sound of the vacuum. I jerked my head up to see Morgan staring up at the ceiling, looking terrified again. Just as I cut the vacuum off, I heard what she had to be referring to as the buzzing sound died down. I can only explain it as the choking or coughing, gurgling sound of an elderly person. It was only for a split second I heard it, but that was enough. Screw this, I yelled as I grabbed up as many of our supplies as I could. Morgan joined me in grabbing up the rest. We dashed out of the office, through the kitchen and living room, and out the front door. I was pretty much sprinting to the van while trying not to trip on the mess of the yard. Just as I got to the van, I heard Morgan shout, "Wait." I turned to see her a few feet behind me. I left my supplies upstairs. We also didn't finish cleaning up there. We didn't even clean the bathroom, which must be up there. I'm not charging the client. We can buy new whatever supplies are left. Get your butt in the van. I didn't wait for a response as I jumped into the driver's seat. Morgan hurried and threw the supplies in her arms in the back and slammed the door. I took one final look at the house as she slid into the passenger seat. I couldn't be sure, but it almost looked like someone was peering out of one of the two upper windows. I started the van. Hearing it roar to life was pure heaven in that moment. I floored it out of the driveway and back into town. I later called Amelia to explain the job was not complete, and I would not be charging. The granddaughter would have to find someone else to clean that nightmare. This has been a couple of months ago, and I was not kidding when I said this horrid house still haunts my dreams. It was only last night I dreamt I was in a bed, staring up at an old, cracked, and familiar ceiling. I felt weak and frail as the weight of someone crawling on top of me took the air from my lungs. I felt cold hands around my throat squeezing tighter and tighter, that awful gurgling sound coming from my mouth being the last thing I heard as I woke up in a cold sweat. The marks are still visible on my throat today. I needed a job badly. When I found a listing for a night clerk, $50 an hour, easy work, I didn't ask too many questions. The ad was vague. Monitor the front desk, follow the guidelines. That was it. No experience required. No background checks. It sounded too good to be true, but desperation makes you ignore red flags. I showed up for my first shift at 11:45 p.m. to a nondescript office building on the edge of town. The lobby was sterile. White walls, tile floors, a desk with an old CRT monitor. The only person there was a short, pale man with hollow eyes and a pressed gray suit. He handed me a single sheet of paper, his expression unreadable. "Follow these rules exactly," he said, voice flat. "And whatever you do, don't break them." I laughed, thinking he was joking. He wasn't. The rules. 1. The phone will ring at midnight. Do not answer it. 2. If the elevator doors open on their own, do not look inside. 3. You may hear typing from the empty office at the end of the hall. Ignore it. 4. If you hear knocking on the front door, check the monitor first. If there's nothing there, do not open it. 5. The man in the security uniform will come in at 2:16 a.m. Do not speak to him. 6. If you find a sticky note with your name on it, burn it immediately. 7. The vending machine sometimes dispenses items you didn't select. Do not eat anything you didn't order. 8. If the lights flicker, close your eyes and count to 30. Do not open them before. 9. You must clock out at exactly 6 a.m., not a minute before, not a minute after. 10. If you realize you've broken a rule, hide immediately. I was too tired to argue, so I took the list and settled behind the desk. At midnight, the phone rang, an old landline on the desk. Instinctively, my hand twitched toward it, but I caught myself. Do not answer it. The ringing stopped after 3 chimes. At 12:47 a.m., a slow rhythmic clicking came from the far end of the hall, the empty office. Ignore it. My fingers dug into my palms as I forced myself to keep my eyes on the screen. The typing stopped a few minutes later. At 2:16 a.m., the security guard arrived. He walked in without acknowledging me, heading straight for the vending machine, standing stiffly in front of it. I avoided eye contact, but the reflective glass, I caught a glimpse of his face, or lack thereof. He had no features, just smooth, blank skin where his eyes, nose, and mouth should be. I kept my gaze down. Eventually he left. By 3:30 a.m., I had convinced myself the rules were just elaborate mind games. But then I saw it. A yellow sticky note on my desk. My name was on it. My breath hitched. My hands trembled as I fumbled for the lighter in my pocket, flicking it on. The note curled black at the edges, turning to ash between my fingers. A sharp knock echoed through the lobby. Knock, knock, knock. I swallowed hard and checked the security monitor. The glass doors showed nothing but an empty parking lot. Do not open the door. I gripped the desk, knuckles white. The knocking stopped. My pulse slowed, but then I realized I had broken rule number 6. I was supposed to burn the note immediately. I had hesitated. A cold wave of dread crashed over me. Hide immediately. I dove under the desk, heart pounding. The air felt thick, pressing against my skin. Silence rang in my ears, loud and suffocating. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the desk. I squeezed my eyes shut, barely breathing. A whisper drifted down to me. "You were doing so well." The footsteps stopped. I waited, paralyzed. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. Finally the air shifted. Whatever was there, it was gone. At 5:59 a.m. I crawled out shaking. My eyes locked onto the door, waiting for 6 a.m. exactly before punching out. As I stepped outside, the sun barely rising, I felt different, like something had changed. When I got home, I collapsed onto my bed, exhausted. My phone buzzed. A new email. Second shift confirmed, 11:45 p.m. tonight. I never signed up for another shift. I tried to quit, called the number from the job listing. No answer. Then I checked my bank account. I had been paid. Twice. Once for last night and once for tonight. The money was already there. The job wasn't over. And I don't think I'm allowed to leave. The first thing I noticed on my way home was the corn. Acres and acres of flat, rich land stretched out on either side of the country road, dotted with young sprouts in a perfect grid. I slowed the car to a crawl before turning into the gravel driveway and rolling to a stop in front of the old farmhouse. I turned the key in the ignition and sighed. I dreaded coming back here, mostly because corn wasn't the only thing our land produced. There was something else that thrived here, a secret. Something so wildly enormous, most days I couldn't believe it was real. It was something I had spent the last 15 years trying to rationalize and forget. But today, I wasn't thinking about that. I was here for another reason. Mom's funeral. I had been stunned by the news of her heart attack. I had nearly dropped the phone. My ears rang, my heart beat out of control, and my dad talked on, oblivious to my out-of-body experience. Dad met me on the porch. "Hey, Dad," I said, bringing him in for an awkward hug. My relationship with my parents had become increasingly strained over the last few years. Every day, the chasm of understanding between us grew wider and wider, until finally I realized we could now only talk in terse. Pointless phone calls about weather and sports. The only common ground we had left. "Had anything to eat?" Dad asked. "People have dropped off all kinds of stuff." The kitchen had always been spotless, but today it showed signs of heavy traffic, with muddy footprints on the floor and dishes piled in the sink. Mom's not been gone for 2 days, and it's already gone to crap around here, I thought sadly. With the way Dad cleaned, we'd probably have mice within a month. The kitchen was a 1980s decor time capsule that took me instantly back to my childhood. On the counter, a smorgasbord of barely touched casseroles sat ready to eat. I made a plate and joined Dad at the table. As I ate, I listened to Dad talk about the arrangements, the funeral home, and the neighbors that had stopped by. The longer I sat there, the more dismayed I grew with my father. Dad was handling the situation with a morbid practicality that I found distasteful. Meanwhile, just sitting in my parents' kitchen brought tears to my eyes. This place might not be much, but I had a lot of memories here. Some good, some bad. I know Mom loved it, but in later years I could tell she was getting tired of the farm life. By the time we washed up, it was late, which gave me an excuse to grab my bags and retreat upstairs. My old room was still decorated with posters and photographs. I climbed into the too-small bed and reached for the lamp. The moment I flipped the switch, the memories came back. I'd spent significant time in therapy, trying to convince myself I'd hallucinated the whole thing. I'd even taken medication for my paranoid delusions, but the instant my head hit the pillow, I knew that was a joke. Outside, branches from the overgrown maple tree scraped against my bedroom window. A storm was coming in. Back and forth they swayed, scratching the glass with an eerie, unsettling sound. All of a sudden I was 12 again. sitting in the armchair with a pair of binoculars looking over our backfield during a midnight thunderstorm. That's when I saw the bog man marching steadily across the wet grass towards Mr. Murren's house. I had dropped the binoculars out of fright, but curiosity made me raise them again. There it was. I wasn't crazy. I had saw something in the quick flash of lightning. A tall, amorphous creature was steadily making its way towards the front of the hill. Warm light spilled out from the window of Mr. Moran's house like a beacon. I adjusted the binoculars and brought it into focus. It had enormous limbs and a tiny head, like an afterthought to such a strange body. Sticks and branches twined together like muscle, dank bog mud dripping from his hands. Each lumbering step he took was as solid as a rock, and the wind whipped tendrils of brush behind him as he pushed forward into the night. I could have written that off as a dream, except the next day, Mr. Moran was dead. I knew what killed him. I had seen it. But I couldn't say anything, not because people wouldn't believe me, but because my dad and I were the ones who unleashed him. At the time, Dad wanted to buy Mr. Moran's farm. It was a great little farm, and it would nearly double our property. So one afternoon, Dad drove out to Mr. Moran's house and brought me with him. He dumped me in the dusty living room while they talked business in the kitchen. Mr. Moran liked to hunt, and his living room was full of taxidermied creatures. I was inspecting a stuffed bobcat on top of the TV set when I was startled by Mr. Moran's raised voice. "I'll never sell this land, Bob," the old man wheezed. "It's where I was born. It's where I'll die." Dad didn't waste time getting out of there. As we headed for the door, though, Dad did something strange. He looked over his shoulder to make sure we weren't being watched, and then he slipped a pair of keys from the hook by the door and dropped them into his pocket. Once we were back in the truck, Dad didn't head home. Instead, he took a back road that brought us to the very far side of our property. "Where are we going?" I asked. We didn't even farm this field, just let it follow. The ground was too wet, and dead in the center was an actual bog. We never went near it. Except today, we were. Dad didn't reply as he pulled the truck up and got out. I watched as he pulled a spade from the truck bed and marched towards the brush surrounding the water. I was confused and I didn't understand why we were here. So after a minute I followed him. Unlike the other overgrown parts of our farm, this spot was silent. No rustling branches or birds singing. I shivered. The bog gave me the creeps. The water was still and it had a gross, rotten smell. I didn't like it back here, and I wanted to leave. Dad was crouched down right at the water's edge, digging a shallow hole. He caught me watching him. "He'll wish he'd sold that farm," my dad said quietly, "when the bog man shows up at his place tonight." Then he dropped the keys in the hole and pushed the dirt over top, smoothing it with his hand. I was uncomfortable. The bogman was something Dad made up to scare me when I was little, not something that was actually real. But Dad didn't sound like he thought it was fake. Dad's grip on reality had always been a little weak. He couldn't resist buying a National Enquirer in the grocery line, and he had an unhealthy interest in Area 51. It sounded like this was just something else he was about to latch on to. "This is our land's real treasure," he continued, oblivious to my discomfort. The Native Americans called it a tree walker. It's one of their creatures, but when my great-granddad settled the land, it was still here. I said nothing. Dad held my gaze. "The bog man is a fixer," he said softly. "Whenever you have a problem, you take something that belongs to the person who's causing you trouble and bury it in the mud bank here." He paused. "Something small, personal. Got it?" I nodded, not knowing what to say. "We have to protect it. That's why we never leave. We never sell. There's always one of us on this land. We drove home in silence. I put the incident out of my mind, until later that night when I was playing with the binoculars and saw what we'd done. Alone in my old room, the wind picked up and mercilessly slammed the branches against the side of the house. I pulled the blankets up around me, trying to get comfortable. Over the years, I had thought about that day over and over, obsessed with what I had seen and feeling guilty for my involvement. The day after Mr. Moran died, I had slipped down to our lower field alone. I wanted to prove it had all been a dream, but when I got to the bottom of our field, my heart raced at the sight of giant footprints, each one as large as a car tire. I tried hard to forget about what I saw in the binoculars, but footprints? How could I explain that away? No amount of therapy had managed to completely erase it from my mind, and the memory came back to me as I tossed and turned in the small twin bed. After a long while, the soft sound of rain falling on our rooftop finally calmed me enough that I fell into a restless sleep. I was initially confused when I woke up the next morning. I didn't recognize my surroundings. Then it all came back to me. Mom's dead, I thought, and there's a bog creature living in our back field. Yep, I was still crazy. With extreme dread, I dressed in a wrinkled suit and drove to the funeral home in the pouring rain. This was the part that I didn't want to deal with. I hated crowds, and there would certainly be one today. I didn't want to endure all those kind words from our neighbors and friends, but I would do it for Mom. As I stood there looking into her casket, I was struck by how peaceful she looked. The funeral home had done a good job. Tasteful makeup, her best church suit. My eyes lingered on her, wanting to memorize every detail about this final time we would be together. But something was missing. Mom's golden cross necklace, the one she had worn every day of my entire life. A voice whispered in my head, something small, personal. I turned slowly to face the man beside me, a man I apparently didn't know at all. "Dad?" I said slowly. "Where's Mom's necklace?" Grief is a slow poison. It seeps into the bones, into the marrow, and hollows you out from the inside. It had eaten away at me for years, stripping me down until all that remained was the desperate wish to rewrite my own story. And then I found the way. It began with late nights, scribbled calculations in the dim glow of my basement lamp, my fingers stained with ink, my breath shallow with anticipation. The machine was not elegant. It was a thing of wires and rust, a grotesque amalgamation of scavenged parts. Old radios, gutted televisions, copper tubing twisted like veins of some mechanical beast. The core was the heart of it all, a pulsating, humming mass of stolen technology and my own crude attempts at innovation. It was ugly, but it was mine. At first, I told myself it was about science. I was proving something to the world, to myself, but deep down, I knew better. It was about them, my wife, my daughter, the ones I lost in a moment of senseless tragedy. A car swerving where it shouldn't have, a brief lapse of attention, the universe swallowing them whole and leaving me behind to rot in the silence of our home. The first test was simple. Go back one day, move an object, see if anything changed. I placed a watch on the opposite side of the table. When I returned, my past self was staring at it, confused, running a hand through his hair. Proof. It worked. Then came the next step. I traveled further, days at a time, weeks. I tested cause and effect like a child prodding at an anthill, watching the tiny lives scramble. I spoke to myself, whispered warnings. nudged fate in one direction or another, and every time I returned, reality was subtly different. A book misplaced, a conversation remembered differently, a headline that didn't match my memory. I should have stopped. "Why do you spend so much time in the basement?" my brother, Michael, asked one evening. He had started dropping by more often, a silent guardian against my growing isolation. "I'm working on something important." He sighed, rubbing his hands together as if weighing his next words. "You've been different since they died." "I get it, I do, but this isn't healthy." I didn't answer. I couldn't tell him. He wouldn't understand. He had a wife, kids, a life that didn't revolve around a grief that gnawed at the edges of his soul. If only I could fix it. The day I finally did it, the day I stood on the sidewalk and saw her again, was the happiest of my life. There she was, my wife holding our daughter's tiny hand, her laughter a melody I thought I had lost forever. I felt the weight of the world lift from my shoulders. This was it. This was my moment. I stepped forward. Reality cracked. The world shuddered. The air around me turned thick, viscous. My vision doubled, tripled. My hands were not my own. Too many fingers, too few. My wife turned to me, but her face was wrong. Her eyes were dark pools, reflections of something vast and unknowable. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. I ran. I fled back to my machine, back to the basement, back to the safety of knowing I had control, but I didn't stop. I told myself I could fix it. I had simply gone too far. I needed to refine my method. I needed to try again. The addiction set in quietly, like ivy creeping up an old house. One more trip, I told myself. One more adjustment. I could make things perfect. I could make them stay. But time had other plans. I started to lose myself. The jumps blurred together. My hands looked wrong in the mirror, elongated, too many knuckles. My memories became fractured. Had I spoken to Michael yesterday or last week? Had I eaten today? Did I even exist in this moment, or had I left pieces of myself scattered through time? And then one day, I looked in the mirror and I did not recognize the thing staring back at me. The machine groaned, its wires fraying like the unraveling edges of my mind. I no longer used notebooks. I simply knew where I was going. Or at least, I thought I did. I had to escape. Forward, I would go forward. I would travel until I found a point where I could reset it all, where I could undo every mistake, every ripple, every tear in the fabric of time that I had caused. I stepped into the machine one final time. The universe decayed around me. The stars died one by one, until I floated in a sea of cold nothingness. My body dissolved and slowly emerged back from the lost dust that came from the stars. Time collapsed, pulled inward, folding over itself like the closing of a book. And then, light. The birth of everything. I watched as galaxies formed, as the first sparks of life flickered into existence. I drifted through eons, nameless, faceless, waiting for the moment I had aimed for, the moment where I could step in and finally make things right. But something was wrong. I reached my home, my past, my life. I saw them. My wife, my daughter, Michael. He was there in my house, drinking with my wife and hugging a little boy. Who was that boy? I wanted to reach out, tap the window and talk to my family, but they did not recognize me. I was but a shadow, a whisper, a human being outside of time. I had become something else, something forgotten. I wanted to scream, but there was no voice left in me. I wanted to cry, but tears were not forming. I wanted to explain everything, but then I understood. I had never truly left. I had always been here, watching, reading, failing, a ghost of my own making, a prisoner of my own obsession. I didn't exist. Maybe I never had, and yet I'm here, being the appendage that the universe has not removed yet, the miscalculation on a perfect equation that is reality, the aborted element from time. I am nothing. For me, this whole experience took approximately a few days, maybe even weeks. I witnessed the horror of the downfalls of societies, the destruction of stars, and the rebirth from nothing of the universe. I forgot my wife and daughter's names. My brother's name is the only I remember now. I don't really know why. I used to think that traveling across time would be what would save me from the unending horror that is losing everyone you once loved. It is now. As I write this, trying to live in a strange world that looks exactly as the one I left eons ago, that I finally understand that time is not the solution to horror. Time is the horror. The first time I saw the lamp, I was 6 years old. It stood in the corner of my grandmother's parlor, tall and regal, as if it had always been there. I remember tracing my fingers over its gilded frame, mesmerized by the way the glass sphere caught the light, each fragment glowing like a captured star. It was always bright and alive in her home, giving the sense that time there was gentler. My grandmother had laughed and told me it was a family heirloom, a piece of history passed down through generations. My grandmother had always been a difficult woman, exacting in her expectations, sharp in both mind and tongue. Even in old age, she carried herself with an air of authority, as though the world itself bent to accommodate her. She was always impeccably groomed, her silver hair never straying from its perfect set, her nails manicured to a soft shine, her clothing rich in fabric but never ostentatious. Though time had creased her skin, it retained an almost unnatural glow, untouched by the frailty that plagued others her age, and unlike the rest of the family, she had never been sick a day in her life. I was her favorite, the golden child, the one she paraded before the rest of the family with pride. "You have something special in you," she would say, her eyes gleaming with something I couldn't quite place. A spark, a promise. Back then I didn't question it. I basked in her warmth, in the gifts and whispered praises that set me apart from my cousins, but things changed. I grew up. I made mistakes. A tattoo here, a failed class there, a cigarette between my lips that she caught me with one evening on the back porch. And with every misstep, her warmth faded. By the time I was in my 20s, we barely spoke. Then she died. It was sudden, too sudden. One day she was fine, and the next, she was confined to her bed, her body wasting away as if something unseen was devouring her from within. The doctors were baffled. I was terrified. She left everything to me. The house, the land, her vast fortune. The will surprised no one, though my relatives made sure I felt their resentment. In the end, I let them have the money, keeping only the estate. I told myself it was guilt. Guilt for being her favorite, guilt for disappointing her, guilt for not being there at the end. But the truth was, I couldn't bear to part with the house, with its grand Victorian structure, nestled against the thick woods. It was the only place where I had ever felt truly at home. I should have left it behind. Soon, though, I came to the grim realization that without my grandmother's fortune, Maintaining the estate was impossible, so I planned to sell it. But before I let go, I wanted one last thing, one last piece of her to keep. A lamp. The house loomed ahead, its dark silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. It had been years since I'd last set foot on the estate, and yet it felt as though it had been waiting for me. Untouched by time, it should have been comforting, familiar, but something about its stillness unsettled me. The lamp stood exactly where I remembered, unchanged. Not a speck of dust clung to its surface, as if some unseen force kept it perpetually pristine. Its body, wrought from iron and bathed in a golden hue, carried the whisper of a mystery, perhaps gilded, perhaps truly gold. 3 curved legs supported its weight, each one adorned with delicate embellishments, a dance of European Victorian refinement entwined with Eastern opulence. But it was the glass sphere that truly captured the eye, a mesmerizing orb suspended from the ornate iron frame, cradling the light within. This was no ordinary glass. It was a kaleidoscope of hues, so rich, so intricate, that to name them all would be impossible. The lower half resembled the mosaic lanterns of the East, fragments of jewel-toned glass pieced together like a celestial puzzle. Yet as the gaze ascended, the colors shifted, the patterns evolved. What were once mere shards of color became luminous stained glass windows, each row unveiling a tale. The first row told of boundless forests, giving way to cultivated fields, where figures toiled around the golden sun. The second row grew darker, those same people who suffered, their crops withered, their faces gaunt with hunger and disease. Desperation etched itself into the glass. Sorrow held captive in color, but then a transformation. From the depths of the forest, ethereal beings emerged, tall and graceful, their presence otherworldly. A silent accord was struck, and among the mortals, one figure, a woman, followed the beautiful beings into the trees. The final row, smallest and closest to the top, was a vision of prosperity. Those who once suffered now thrived, abundance spilling from their hands, their lands reborn in splendor. The lamp, in its quiet brilliance, did not merely illuminate a room, it told a story, woven in light and shadow, a testament to hope, sacrifice, and the unseen forces that shape fate. Getting it out of the house was harder than I expected. It was heavier than it looked, delicate in ways that made me afraid to touch it too harshly. My ex-boyfriend helped me. We hadn't spoken much since the breakup, but he offered without hesitation, lifting it into my car with a teasing remark about my taste in antiques. It had been beautiful in my grandmother's house, but in my own tiny, cramped apartment, it was suffocating. The light was always on me, its presence oppressive. At first I let it glow, its warmth a quiet echo of the home I had left behind, but soon it became unbearable. The migraines crept in, not sudden or sharp, but a dull, relentless pressure that settled behind my eyes. And though it made little sense, though I couldn't even explain it now, I blamed the lamp. It felt absurd. The light had always been so gentle, so pure, and yet I had begun to resent it, to blame it for the unease I felt creeping into my life. I tucked it away, its heavy frame shoved into the corner of my closet, its glass hidden beneath a dust-cloaked sheet. Then the nightmares began. I dreamed of my ex first, his car crushed, his body twisted at unnatural angles, blood seeping into the pavement. I woke up gasping, my chest tight. When I checked my phone, the screen was flooded with messages. It had been an accident, just like in my dream, and he wasn't waking up. A coincidence, I told myself. I tried to shake the feeling, but it clung to me, thick and suffocating. Then came the second misfortune. The sale of the house fell through. A last-minute complication, something about the deed, something no lawyer could quite explain. And then, the third, my apartment. The place I had carefully curated into my sanctuary was suddenly unlivable. Toxic mold spreading fast, a health hazard so severe that I had no choice but to leave. My landlord's apologies were drowned beneath the urgent need to vacate. I had nowhere to go. The house, my grandmother's house, was waiting. So I returned to the estate. I told myself it was temporary, that I would find another buyer, another place. But the moment I stepped inside, I had the unsettling feeling that I wouldn't be leaving. The lamp now back in its rightful place, casting its golden glow across the parlor, as if it had never left. I told myself I wouldn't use that room often. I wouldn't have to look at it. But as I was setting it down, that was when I saw it. The new glass panel. I could not remember if it had always been there. Now I'm certain it hadn't. At the very top, where before there had only been light, there was now something more. A place bathed in unnatural brilliance. A scene that hadn't been there before. A world filled with golden light and vibrant flowers. 2 figures stood at the center. Hands clasped, a child between them. Around them, others danced in celebration, their faces eerily familiar. Something deep inside me whispered that I had seen this place before, that I had been there, and I knew with a bone-deep certainty that I would see it again. The nightmares returned soon after my move. In them I was always walking, bare feet pressing into damp earth, my breath visible in the cold air. The forest stretched endlessly ahead, a living tunnel of whispering leaves, and always, just beyond reach, a figure waited. Cloaked in shadow, neither welcoming nor hostile. It was terrifying. It was comforting. It was familiar. Then the sickness came slowly, creeping in the way rot takes hold of wood. Silent at first, unnoticed until it was too deep to ignore. It started with the migraines, the same relentless pounding ache that had started in my apartment, but now it was worse. It wasn't just my head. My body ached, my limbs grew heavy, like I was wading through water. My joints stiff, as if I had run miles in my sleep. Some mornings I woke up drenched in sweat, the sheets tangled around my legs. Other times I found dirt beneath my fingernails, a thin layer of soil smeared across my bare feet. I started sleeping with the door locked. The dreams did not stop. The forest called to me. It was a pull, subtle at first, like a thought lingering in the back of my mind, but as the days passed, it became stronger. I would catch myself staring out the window, toward the tree line, my breath slowing, my pulse steadying, as if my body knew something my mind refused to grasp. Initially, my dreams were only glimpses, the silhouette in the trees, the feeling of damp moss beneath my feet, but then they stretched longer. I saw more. The figure was not a stranger. The realization came slowly, seeping in through the cracks of my mind like water through fractured stone. I had been there before. I had followed before. The first time I had wandered into the woods, I must have been no older than 5. My grandmother had been distracted, entertaining guests, and I had slipped away unnoticed. I remembered the feeling of the earth beneath my bare feet, cool and damp, I remembered the way the air smelled, green, rich, humming with something I couldn't name. I remember hearing laughter, soft and lilting, just ahead of me. And then, nothing. I must have made it back to the house. I must have, because no one ever spoke of it. But now, in the dead of night, I could almost recall hands, cool, slender fingers brushing against my skin. A voice, distant yet familiar, whispering my name. You were meant to return. Why had I forgotten? My grandmother's words echoed in my skull, overlapping with the voice in the dream. You have something special in you. A spark. A promise. A promise. My stomach turned. Why did it feel like there was something I had to do? I stumbled to the parlor, my breath uneven, my skin clammy with sweat. The lamp stood waiting, its light unwavering, casting shifting colors across the darkened room. My family's fortune. My grandmother's impossible health. The whispers of bad luck that seemed to follow us when we strayed too far from this land. Everything made sense now. The lamp had been telling the story all along. It had never been luck, not for my grandmother, not for the generations before her. The wealth, the health, the unshakable prosperity of our bloodline, it had all come at a cost. A pact sealed long ago, blinding our family to something ancient and merciless. A promised daughter in marriage to the one who dwelled beneath the trees. Not stolen, not sacrificed, given. A bride to bind our family to theirs, to maintain the balance, to ensure their blood remained strong. In return, our family thrived. Wealth, health, prosperity. It was never a gift. It was a contract that demanded balance, and I had unknowingly broken it. It was meant to go to them, to step willingly into the woods, just as some of my ancestors once had. But I hadn't. I had left, abandoned the house, the quiet pull of the forest, and so the debt had to be paid another way. My grandmother, no longer protected, no longer untouchable, had withered in my place. A life for a life. But the contract is still unfinished. The forest is still waiting, and it will take what it is owed. The glass has changed again. The fields are gone. The celebrations, the dancing figures, gone. The only image left is the forest, and at its center, a waiting figure cloaked in shadow. I do not need to see their face to know who it is. I have already met my groom. I can hear something now. Soft laughter, the rustling of leaves, the whisper of my name. The Fae do not take kindly to broken promises. And I was always meant to return. Mommy, why do things die? I turned to my son from the stove. He sat at the worn-out cream wooden table, his feet dangling towards the tile. Too small to touch the floor. Where did that question come from, honey? I asked, laughing and turning back to the cooking bacon quietly. Pop, sizzle, pop. Mr. Nate's cat, he replied. Well, I guess sometimes when someone or something is very old or sick or has been hurt in a way that can't be fixed, they die. That means their body stops working. Death is a natural part of life. I paused. Did something happen with Mr. Nate's cat, Seb? She told me she's dead. He was good, my boy Sebastian. He used to sleep all through the night. Him, a baby blue blanket. My late mom crocheted when she found out I was having a boy. And the baby monitor right next to his crib. I felt like I was blessed to have such a quiet baby. He never fussed or made a mess. Even when he began to speak, he always said, "Yes, ma'am," or "Yes, sir." People would stop and say, "You must be a wonderful mother, teaching your boy such manners at this young age." They'd smile, I'd smile, Sebastian would smile. He was such a good student, too. Always came home with a project or another. I didn't have to ask him to get good grades, he just knew. I think he knew that it was just me and him. His dad split when he was 1. Now, at 7, he had the greatest mind of all the 3rd graders in his class. His teacher called me one day to tell me he'd be the next Einstein. I was so proud. So proud to think that maybe I, a single mom, could have parented the next Einstein. When I think about him now, in this moment, I guess I never should have been a mom. Everything started going downhill when he brought up that cat. "Mr. Nate's cat is really scared, Mom. She said it's dark in there. She wants to meet you." I brushed it off. Laugh. It hadn't been a few days since he brought this cat up. What was I supposed to do? I tried telling him she couldn't talk. She can't do that. Cats don't speak, right? I thought that I should put an end to it. But how? I finally decided that when Seb was at school, I would go to Nate's house and see what all the fuss was about. Walking up to the door, I didn't think anything was wrong, but the redwood and golden knob taunted me in the faded fall sun. Nate was an older man, late 60s. He'd always been there for me and Seb after Seb's dad left. He called me his surrogate daughter, in a way. His dad died when she was 20. Lila, car accident. Nate didn't like to talk about it. It definitely ate him up inside. I just didn't think it was my place to ask. Knock, knock. No answer. Knock, knock. No answer. The door cracked open. That was unlike him. Nate never kept his door unlocked because of his time in the army. He didn't like the thought of someone, anyone, random, barging into his house unwanted. He knew me, though, so I walked in. It was dark, unusually dark. Nate liked to keep a light or two on if he wasn't home, but there were none, so I assumed he wasn't home. At least somewhere home. "Nate?" I called, looking around the house. Sofa, side table, lamp in the corner, a reclined chair in the other corner facing towards the TV. Dark books piled up on the coffee table in an erratic fashion. His house smelled sour. I walked into the kitchen disgusted. On the island was a carcass. A rabbit, cut up in weird ways. Clumps of fur scattered on the counters. Strange symbols on the cupboards and fridge. Its legs bent back. It was still breathing. I covered my mouth with my hands and ran towards the back of the house, nearing the bedroom. Nate, there, lying in bed. Symbols drawn all over the walls, carved into the wooden bed frame. He lay with his hands folded like he was in a coffin. A photo of his daughter, Lila, sat on the dresser beside his bed, a red circle drawn around the frame, a lock of hair right in front, candles burning to emit a smoking plume that caked the room, and around. Meow. The cat came out from underneath his bed. I left, I ran, I went straight home into the bathroom and locked the door. That was until the time that Sebastian would be coming home from school. His bus should be dropping him off in front of the house right about now. I should have dinner cooked. I should be doing laundry. I should be setting the table, but I couldn't. I couldn't do that. He was dead. Nate was dead, and that cat was just there. She wasn't dead, but he was. What was going on? Mom, I found Layla outside. She said she wants to meet you. She said you saw her. How'd you see her? She knows where you are. That last sentence. Quiet, soft, calculated. What happened to my good boy? I didn't answer. How could I? Footsteps approached the door. I can hear him and the scratching at the door. It's been an hour, his little hands aching for his mother. Or were they her paws? Faint meows and begs heard from outside. Mom, please let me in. Meow. Please, Mommy. It all started terribly. My phone displayed Donna, my best friend's name, for the 4th time. Crap. I cursed under my breath, frantically searching through my closet. Of course, I couldn't find anything decent to wear. She's gonna kill me for sure. After 5 minutes of relentless digging, I grabbed some clothes and changed quickly. Guess what? I wore the shirt inside out at first. Lovely. Murphy's Law had been in action since the morning began. I woke up late despite being a light sleeper. The phone charger wasn't plugged in. I didn't prepare anything beforehand for the stay over at Donna's house. You know the drill. I was supposed to be there at 4 p.m., but now it was almost past 5. The fact that she lived quite far didn't help either. Taking a deep breath, I started stuffing the duffel bag with whatever I could get my hands on. When my phone started ringing again, I put it on speaker. You coming on a plane or something? Donna's exasperated tone boomed. I'm sorry. Have you even got out? Yeah, well, she sighed. The weather's getting bad. Just come fast, will ya? By the time I left, dark clouds were already rolling in, bringing occasional cold gusts of air. I hurriedly called a taxi and jumped in, praying for the rain to come pouring down after I reached. I texted Donna that I was on my way. I got a thumbs up as a response, a sign that she was super mad. I reclined on the seat staring at the window. Thankfully, there wasn't much traffic, allowing me to reach within 45 minutes. Just as I entered her apartment gate, I heard the pitter-patter of rain. A lucky moment indeed. Donna lived on the 7th floor of a residential apartment building. There was only 1 week left until our semester break was over. We did plan to have a sleepover before, but it never came to fruition. Finally, we agreed on a date after much discussion. I pressed the elevator button. I didn't quite enjoy riding elevators. That claustrophobic sensation, the gentle humming, the slight jerk that you sometimes felt in the pit of your stomach. Oh, the electricity, too. Nevertheless, my lazy butt would rather stand for an hour, but not climb up the stairs. The machine reached the ground floor with a cheery ding. I went in. Suddenly feeling a bit nervous, the 7th floor button lit up, and with a quick thump, the elevator began to ascend. The interior had mirrored walls with a green carpeted floor. The lack of handrails made it a bit risky, though. I fixed my hair and waited for the door to open. Instead of stopping at the designated floor, it kept going up. The hell? The display flashed level 9. The apartment only had 8 floors. I frantically pressed the emergency button to no avail. My phone showed no signal at all. My brain couldn't register what was happening. How was this even possible? With shaking hands, I tried to call Donna, despite knowing it wouldn't work. Texts were not being sent either. Beads of sweat crept down my forehead. The elevator speed increased, making a whoosh sound. Everything started to spin. I leaned on the wall and put my hand on it with as much pressure as I could. It felt as though the walls were closing in on me. Hot tears rolled down my face. I noticed that my breath was fogging up. When did it get so chilly? The screen now flashed 50 in ominous, bold red numbers. The lights flickered slightly, threatening to go out at any second. I sat on the floor whimpering, and then It stopped. It occurred with such force that I almost crashed into the door. The elevator stood extremely still, the mechanical whirring being replaced by eerie silence. I was scared to make any sound. I placed my hand on the cold steel, sending shivers down my spine. The door moved. I squealed, backing away from the door. I slowly stood up and stared at the darkness ahead of me. Absolute pitch black. The light in the elevator didn't help much in illuminating the outside. My whole body trembled like a leaf. Should I even step out? God knew what was waiting in the inky blackness. I contemplated turning on the flashlight, but didn't for now. Wiping my face, I took a deep breath and stepped forward carefully. Don't blame me. What else could I have done? The floor underneath my shoes felt rock solid, and weirdly enough, my feet could sense the coldness through the rubber sole. The silence was so overwhelming that I could hear blood rushing through my veins. With sweaty palms, I turned up my phone's brightness and held it up. The place looked like a garage, empty and derelict. The peeling yellow walls were covered with stains that oddly resembled dried blood. I sure as hell hoped that wasn't the case. Strange red markings covered the entirety of the concrete floor. Something of a madman's gibberish doodles. The longer I walked, the more the darkness hung like a cloak around me. Why was this thing not end? A sound. Low growling. I froze. It came from a corner, exactly where my phone's light was shining. It was a human. Well, not quite human. It was crouched on all fours, shaking back and forth like a pendulum. Blue, thin veins crisscrossed its hands, pulsating. Long, matted hair covered its face. The skin was so white it was almost glowing. Bones were poking out from all angles. I instinctively yelped, almost dropping my phone. That thing raised its head in a flash, gazing at me with opal black eyes. It smiled. It smiled. Too many rows of sharp teeth, no nose. It convulsed violently, producing a loud screeching noise. I noped out of there and started sprinting. The faint outline of the elevator seemed thousands of miles away, now radiating a crimson aura. I could hear that thing running just behind me, accompanied by a metallic wet sound, its hot breath tickling my ankles. I didn't want to imagine what would happen to me if it caught me. Suddenly I heard a ding. The elevator doors made a slight movement. My legs felt like lead, waiting to collapse at any moment. The air tasted sour in my mouth. Every cell in my body screamed to get away from that thing. 3. It let out a wail, its hand almost touching my leg. 2. The doors began to close. 1. Through the tiny gap, I shot inside like a bullet. Just before they closed, I saw the thing jump a foot above the ground, ready to pounce. Bang! Its body slammed against the metal, shaking the whole elevator. I sat down, hyperventilating, gasping for air like a fish out of water. The dim lights became brighter. The numbers returned to normal. I clutched my duffel bag tightly. Through my blurry vision, I looked at the time on my phone. 6:05 p.m. The exact time I got inside. I was descending. It stopped on the 7th floor. The relief that passed through my body when Donna's door showed up was otherworldly. I came out as fast as I could, not caring how hideous I probably looked. Safe to say, I don't ride elevators anymore. I don't remember downloading the game. I don't remember launching it. But at some point, I blinked and I was inside. At first, I thought it was just some weird level. Low poly hallways, fluorescent lights humming overhead, a dull beige carpet stretching infinitely beneath my feet. It reminded me of those eerie, empty office spaces you see in Dream Theory videos. No doors, no windows, just hallways leading into more hallways. Then I tried to pause. The menu didn't appear. Instead, I saw my own reflection staring back at me as if my screen had turned into a mirror. My stomach twisted. I pressed the power button. The game did not close. I tried everything. Hard reset, button mash, swiping at the screen like a maniac. Nothing worked. My phone wasn't running out of charge either. It's been 87% since I got here. I don't know how long ago that was. I thought maybe I just had to keep moving. Maybe there was an exit, but every time I walked through an open doorway, I found myself in a different place. A grocery store at midnight, fully stocked, completely empty. The aisles stretched longer than they should. I turned a corner expecting another aisle, but instead I was in an indoor swimming pool. Stagnant water, pale blue tiles, the sound of distant splashing, but no one was there. I followed the pool's edge, turned into another hallway, and suddenly I was inside an abandoned mall. Every store was locked. The mannequin stood too close to the glass. I heard the soft hum of an escalator running, but no one was on it. I ran. I ran until the mall wasn't the mall anymore. I was in a children's play place now. Plastic tunnels, netted bridges, the air thick with the scent of old rubber. I climbed through a tube trying to find my way out, but the openings led nowhere. The slides twisted downward into pure blackness. I swear I heard something breathing inside them. Every space bleeds into the next, each one more unsettling than the last. Offices, parking garages, public restrooms with the doors slightly ajar, places that feel abandoned, yet recently used, like I just missed whoever was here before me. I've started noticing changes in the places I revisit. The grocery store aisles are slightly rearranged, with unfamiliar brands I swear didn't exist before. The mannequins in the mall shift positions when I'm not looking, their blank faces tilted towards me. The indoor pool now has wet footprints leading toward the darkened hallway. Something is watching. Something knows I'm here, and I think it's getting closer. The worst part? I still have my phone. I still have Wi-Fi. I can text people. I've messaged my friends, my family, even posted online. No one replies. But the messages are marked as read. I tried calling my own number. It rang. I heard my own ringtone somewhere in the distance, closer than it should be. I ran again, faster this time. My screen lit up with an incoming message. A response. It was from me. Stop moving. I don't even know where to start with this one. I just remembered this encounter the other night and I had to post it. It was a few years ago. I was working at a grocery store. I worked there with my friends Josh and his girlfriend Trinity. We would try to plan things on our days off together so we could hang out. I should have ignored the text. If I had, none of this would have happened. It was 2 days before my day off, and I remember waking up to the buzz of my phone vibrating against my nightstand. I squinted at the screen, still half asleep. Josh, you off Thursday? Me. Yeah, why? Josh, don't make any plans. Me and Trinity have a surprise. That was it. No context, no details. Just a cryptic message that immediately had me curious. I should have known better. Josh was always dragging me into his weird stuff. Urban exploring, sneaking into places we weren't supposed to be. Testing out all those haunted legends people whispered about. Half the time it was just abandoned buildings and graffiti-covered tunnels. Nothing ever really happened, but to be honest, I loved it all. But something about that message stuck with me. Maybe it was the way he worded it. A surprise. Like it was something special. I texted back asking what he was talking about, but all I got was, "Just trust me, pick you up at 7. I should have said no. I should have told him I had plans, even if it was a lie. because now, after what happened, I keep thinking, Josh didn't find that place. It found us. I had decided to vlog the day for YouTube. We went to Sevierville, grabbed food, and then as the sun sunk behind the mountains, we headed to the old house on Sulphur Springs Road. You might have heard of it. The one everyone says is cursed. The one with all the stories about people going missing. Apparently it was a small makeshift hospital during the tuberculosis outbreaks in 1954. I've heard about it for years, but I never actually thought any of the paranormal stuff was real. But it is. It's real, and now I wish we'd never gone there. The house sits deep in the woods, way off the main road. It's huge, way bigger than I expected, like some kind of decaying mansion swallowed up by the forest. 3 stories tall, dark and rotting, with thick ivy creeping up the sides like the earth was trying to pull it back to hell. The windows were shattered, gaping like black mouths. The front porch sagged like it was on the verge of collapse, and the whole place smelled like damp wood, rust, and something rotting. Josh was the one who pushed the door open. It barely took any force. The hinges let out this awful screech like the house itself was screaming. Inside, the air felt sinful, thick, heavy. It was cold, but not in a normal way. More like the cold was inside you. There was furniture left behind, but it was unsuitable. A rocking chair in the corner, rocking on its own, just like in the movies. Clearly the gust of wind from the door opening was the cause. But that didn't make it any less creepy. A long dining table with plates still sitting there, covered in dust. Like whoever lived here left in the middle of a meal and never came back. But the worst part? The portraits. Lining the hallway were these old, cracked paintings. Portraits of people whose eyes followed you no matter where you stood. Their faces were faded, but I could still make them out. One of them was a woman in a white dress. We didn't stay long. Trinity was freaked out from the second we walked in. "We shouldn't be here," she kept saying, rubbing her arms like she was freezing. Even Josh wasn't cracking jokes anymore. So we left. But as soon as we stepped outside, I felt it. That pressure that grows on the back of your neck. The one everyone knows but tries to ignore. Like we were being watched. I turned back to scan the house one more time, and that's when I saw her. She was standing in the upstairs window, looking down at us. She was wearing a white Victorian-style dress, yellowed with age. The lace was ripped, the fabric hanging off her like it had once been elegant, but now it was something tattered. Her hair was long, gray, tangled. It framed her face in limp strands, her skin pale, almost cracked. Her lips were bleeding and split open. At first I thought they had been stitched shut, and the bleeding was from the threads being ripped out. But then she smiled, and I saw her teeth. Too many of them, rows of them. Her mouth stretched wider than it should have, like her jaw could unhinge, like she could swallow something whole. I grabbed Josh's arm, my chest tight with panic. "Do you see her?" Trinity was the first to react. She screamed, grabbing onto Josh like she was about to collapse. Her nails dug into his arm, and that's when the woman moved. She tilted her head, her smile growing, and then she raised a hand. She waved at us. She waved, but it wasn't a normal wave. It was slow, unnatural, like her bones barely worked, like she was inviting us back inside. She almost floated away from the window, then in the direction of the stars leading down to the front door. That's when we ran. We tore through the trees, branches slapping at our faces, our feet stumbling over roots. I could feel her watching us, like her eyes were digging into my back. Then Trinity fell. Josh and I stopped and turned around to help her up, and we looked back up towards the house to see if the woman was following us. The house was gone. The clearing was still there, the trees still bent like something used to be there, but the house itself, it just wasn't. Then Josh's car alarm went off. All the doors were open. We didn't even shut the doors, we just jumped in and floored it, tires skidding against the dirt. Josh didn't stop driving until we were miles away. Trinity wouldn't stop crying. I wouldn't stop shaking. Josh and Trinity won't talk about it. Did we all have a shared hallucination? Maybe some sort of delusional moment. Some sort of echo from the past from all the despair from the house. I know what we saw. I know the terror we felt. But the worst part? When I got home, when I finally made it to my room, I saw something. A piece of fabric. A shred of white lace. Sitting in the middle of my floor. I don't know how, but I think she followed me home. To preface this, I do not consider myself religious. I don't believe in ghosts, demons, or anything supernatural. I have never used any recreational drugs, nor do I suffer from any medical conditions that would explain what I experienced last night. And yet, I cannot find a rational explanation for what happened. It started around 9:40 p.m. while I was driving home from work. The roads were nearly empty, just the occasional car passing by, headlights streaking through the dark. The night was clear, no storm, no wind, just the usual hum of distant traffic and the faint flicker of street lights. I was maybe 3 minutes from home when I heard it. At first, I thought my car radio had turned on by itself. It was a high-pitched, resonant tone, like a choir holding a single note, but unnatural. If you took the sound of wind howling through a canyon and somehow made it sing, you might get close to what I heard. It wasn't a horn like the infamous sky trumpets people have recorded online. It was higher, thinner, and it carried an eerie, distant quality, as if it was coming from somewhere impossibly vast. The sound came from above, not from a building, not from a speaker, but from the sky itself. I slowed my car down, pulled over to the side, and rolled my window down. The air was still, no wind, no rustling leaves, nothing, just that sound, stretching on and on for what felt like forever, though in reality it must have been around 5 minutes. A deep sense of unease settled in my stomach. Something about it felt wrong. It wasn't just noise. It felt intentional. I grabbed my phone and started recording. I didn't know what else to do. As I listened, I noticed something even more unsettling. The sound wasn't fading in and out like a natural noise would. It was constant, unwavering, like a single unbroken note being played by something vast and unseen. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was too silent. I don't know how else to describe it. It was like the world had been momentarily muted. No cars in the distance, no insects, no wind. Then, just as I thought it was over, it was followed by a sharp, high-pitched static. Not regular static. It was piercing, shrill, like an old radio struggling to tune into a station that shouldn't exist. It only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough to make my skin crawl. I checked my recording afterward, and sure enough, the sound was there, until the last few seconds, where it was cut off by that same high-pitched static. I tried to upload it online, but for some reason, the phone refused to process the file. Every attempt resulted in an error message, as if something didn't want it to be shared. I don't know what I heard last night. I've scoured forums, listened to every sky trumpet recording I could find, but nothing matches. If anyone out there has heard something similar, please let me know, because I haven't been able to shake the feeling that whatever it was, it heard me too. I found my childhood diary today. It was buried in a box of old clothes and forgotten toys, tucked away in the attic like it had been waiting for me. The cover was faded pink. The edges curled from time and my name was still there in glittery gel pen, half rubbed off but unmistakably mine. I hadn't seen it in over 15 years. Sitting cross-legged on the attic floor, I flipped through the pages, smiling at the messy handwriting, the pointless childhood drama, the secrets I thought were so important back then. It was like reading a letter from a past version of myself, until I reached the last page I remembered writing. And saw there was more. A new entry, written in someone else's handwriting. "Hello again, Alice." I froze. The ink looked fresh. The date at the top was today. My stomach nodded. I flipped back through the previous pages, trying to make sense of it. Maybe I had written it and forgotten. Maybe my mom or a friend had found the diary and thought it'd be funny to mess with me. But no one had been up here. I was sure of it. Still, I closed the diary and laughed it off. I was just being ridiculous. It was probably an old note I'd written in a different pen, and my brain was playing tricks on me. I set the book aside and started sorting through the rest of the box. Then, just to prove to myself how stupid I was being, I flipped the diary open again. Another new line had appeared. "You shouldn't have done that." My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't imagined it. The ink was still drying. I stared at the words, heartbeat hammering against my ribs. My hands shook as I turned the page. "You remember me, don't you?" I didn't. But the moment I read the words, something shifted in the back of my mind, like a door unlocking. Flashes of memory hit me. Sitting on my bed, pen in hand, whispering as I wrote in this very book, asking questions, waiting for responses. I remembered something answering. I had forgotten, or maybe I had been made to forget. Pages flipped under my fingers, frantic, past old memories, past childish scroll, past the place where I should have stopped writing, until I reached the final page. I sucked in a breath. The ink was still forming. I'm coming up the stairs. The house was silent. Then I heard it. A single creak, a footstep on the stairs. Slow, heavy, close. I wanted to believe it was just the house settling. I wanted to believe it so badly, but the diary was still in my lap, and when I looked down, another line of ink had appeared. "Don't turn around." And then, warm breath against my ear. A whisper. "You found me." I couldn't move. Every muscle in my body locked as the words sank in, as I felt the breath on my neck. It was real. Someone was behind me. No, not someone. Something. The diary trembled in my hands. My breath came in quick, panicked bursts, my skin crawling with the unbearable awareness that I wasn't alone. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to turn around, not to look, not to acknowledge it, because somehow, deep inside, I knew that if I did, it would mean something far worse than just seeing it. I could hear it now, breathing, slow, deliberate, right against my ear, like it was waiting for me to react, like it was enjoying this. The diary warmed in my lap, the pages rustling as if a breeze had passed through the attic. Another line appeared. "You used to talk to me. Why did you stop?" Tears burned my eyes. I wanted to scream, to run, to bolt for the attic and never look back, but my body wouldn't listen. I remembered now, pieces coming back in jagged fragments. I had written to someone in this diary, a friend, an invisible friend, or at least that's what I thought back then. I used to write questions, and it would answer. It knew things, things I couldn't have known, things no one could have known. And then one night, I wrote something I wasn't supposed to. The memory surfaced like a corpse breaking through ice. "Can I see you?" And it had answered. I slammed the diary shut, sucking in a breath like I'd just resurfaced from drowning. The attic was suffocating, the air thick, wrong. The presence behind me hadn't moved. I could still feel it there, still hear that slow, steady breathing. My fingers clenched the diary like a lifeline, my mind screaming at me to run, but I knew, the moment I stood up, it would act. The pages of the diary fluttered open again. The ink was forming on its own. "You shouldn't have left me alone." A single tear slipped down my cheek. I was shaking, heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. Then another line appeared, the words stretching across the page, more frantic now, as if whatever was writing was growing impatient. "Look at me." No, no. I clenched my teeth, squeezed my eyes shut tighter. It was so close now. I could feel something brushing my hair, the weight of its presence pressing against my back. It wanted me to turn around. It needed me to acknowledge it. Another line appeared, hurried, almost desperate. "You can't ignore me forever." I thought of my childhood self scribbling away in this diary, laughing at the strange answers that appeared. I thought of how excited I'd been to have a friend and no one else could see, and I thought of the night I had stopped writing, when I had woken to find words appearing on their own without me asking, telling me things, warning me, begging me not to stop, and I had ignored it. Something moved behind me. A shift in the air, a whisper of fabric, and then a hand pressed against my shoulder. Cold, too long, wrong. I broke. With a ragged scream, I flung the diary away, bolted to my feet, and ran. I didn't look back. I didn't stop. I hurled myself down the attic steps, nearly tripping as I hit the hallway, yanking the door shut behind me. The second it clicked into place, the air changed. The presence was gone. Or at least, I thought it was. Then from the other side of the attic door I heard it. A single quiet scratch. Then another, and then a whisper. "Don't leave me." Again. A small suitcase slipped out of an open overhead compartment as I passed by. It would have whacked me in the head if the flight attendant packing inside another luggage had not caught it. Her rosy lips yielded a wave of apologies, and I couldn't help but feel no anger in the face of such beauty. Unfortunately, she was most likely married, as the diamond ring on her ring finger indicated. I gave her a small smile and mumbled, "It's all right." I went further down the aisle and found my seat. My heart jumped to my throat when I saw I was to sit right by the window, but I didn't want to make a scene asking to change seats. I had tried that in the past and it had always merely become a headache. Either my assigned seatmates took offense, there were no other seats left, or the flight attendants simply told me to stop complaining and sit. Besides, my co-passenger looked really hot. She was a fairly young woman with big honkers, curly brown hair, and a radiant smile which I had the honor to be given. I reciprocated it, looked at the honkers once more, and sat down next to her. I wanted to spark a conversation, see where she was headed, and if a date was a possibility, but my phone buzzed. I pulled it out and saw a photo of Savannah and Mitch holding a trophy. Underneath was a text. "We won, Dad. We won." A surge of joy flooded me as I beamed at the picture of my children, only 13 and already so brilliant. I had told them I was sorry I wouldn't be able to accompany them to the science competition so many times. They had to tell me to shut up. They understood. They weren't mad. They knew my job was what paid their private school and allowed them to compete in the first place. As a business consultant, I have always had to travel around the States, but that never diminished my lamenting the time not spent with my children. The nanny could only do so much. I was their parent, and they were my everything. At last, I was just a flight away from Philadelphia, soon to be with them again. I was contemplating which restaurant I should take them to for celebration, whether they'd be in the mood for a Philly cheesesteak or a nice banana split topped with whipped cream and cherries, when I heard a woman in the rear section of the plane scream, "Stop the plane! Stop the plane!" I frowned. I turned around, put my right hand on the headrest and lifted myself up so I could see the seats behind me. A lady with a neatly tied blonde bun and a Gucci-looking sports clothes was standing up in the seat space, arguing with a flight attendant who was unsuccessfully trying to calm her down. I caught phrases like, "See what happens," and "Please don't let this plane take off," delivered in a fearful voice. The lady then said she was getting off and stepped into the aisle. Another flight attendant blocked her path, and another argument ensued. I lowered myself back down onto my seat, but continued to listen and steal glances of the scene behind me. I didn't know how to react. The woman's tone brewed terror, but she seemed crazy, and I had seen too many crazy people in my life to take her even remotely seriously. I started to regret choosing economy over business or first class. After some heated, colorful words, the flight attendant stepped aside, making way for the lady who screamed, "I am getting out," with tears in her voice. She stopped and turned around to say, "Because there is a stupid dude," pointing her finger to the distance. Then she turned forward and strolled down the aisle saying, "I'm telling you, I'm getting off, and there's a reason I'm getting off." She stopped to turn around again, only a few meters ahead of where I sat. She raised her hand and pointed to the back of the plane, proclaiming, "And everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't care, but I am telling you right now, that guy back there is not real." Almost everyone sitting in the lady's vicinity turned their heads towards the back of the plane, me included. I did not know who she was pointing at, and it seemed neither did the other passengers. She was probably hallucinating or something. "And you can sit on this plane, and you can die with them or not. I am not going to die." She lowered her hand, turned around and proceeded toward the front of the plane where the business class and the entry door were. Leaving my view, one man hollered a phlegmatic "Bye" at her. All passengers resumed their previous activities, and no one else tried to leave the plane. They all seemed to have reached a silent consensus that the woman was just crazy. The sexy lady next to me was the only one to voice it. "Jesus, that woman is nuts." She turned her head towards me. She looked totally faded. I nodded and said, "Yeah, too much meth probably." The woman chuckled. "I'm Bryony, by the way," she said. "That's a nice name." I lied. Bryony was no better than Peggy or Zuma, but she was still perky and delicious, so I disregarded her name. "I'm Lance," I said. Not that Lance was any better of a name. "Nice to meet you, Lance." Bryony shook my hand. Her fingers were slender and manicured, with a cool feel. I hope she didn't notice the sweat on my palms. "Is Philadelphia your last stop?" she asked. "Yes, going back to my family," I said. "A business trip then?" asked Bryony. "You guessed it," I grinned. "How about you?" "Oh, I'm just on a fun adventure," said Bryony, and her eyes twinkled with mischief. I loved zesty women. "Gonna stop in Philadelphia for a while and explore the city and all its delicacies. I'm originally from Missouri. I had to get away from that misery eventually. I snorted and nodded. I know what you mean, but, since we have a common destination, would you like to go somewhere together? I know a restaurant in downtown Philly. My voice sounded confident, but I certainly didn't feel confident. Not with my guts at the back of my throat. But don't you have a wife? Bryony asked. You said you were going back to your family. I hoped she wouldn't ask this, but this kind of conversation would have bubbled up sooner or later anyway. Yeah, well, I'm going home to my twins. They're 13. Amazing kids, but I don't have a wife anymore. She died 11 years ago. Bryony's smile froze. Well... She chewed on her lip. I'm really sorry about that. Are you sure you want to go out with me? I shook my head. No, it's alright. It was a long time ago. It really is how they say. Time makes everything better. Don't worry, I'm fine. That wasn't entirely true. I might have been able to look at the photo of my wife without tears pricking at my eyes, but I still felt uneasy on a plane. Okay, I regularly crapped my pants on a plane. I worried I would die in a crash, just like she did. Who wouldn't crap their pants in my situation? So would you like to go out with me when we land? I asked again. Bryony smiled. Yeah, that would be great. My mouth was close to returning the smile, but then I felt saliva pool in them and my stomach lurched up again. This time, I knew I couldn't keep it down. The familiar cold sweat started building up at the back of my neck, and I drew in a sharp breath as I stood up. Excuse me, I'll be right back. I mumbled towards Bryony, whose eyes widened. Are you alright? She asked as I passed around her into the aisle. We'll be taking off soon. I gagged at those words, but forced myself to smile at her and say in a semi-calm tone, I'm just going to the bathroom. I'll be quick. I took in deep breaths through my nose, grateful that none of the passengers paid me attention as I passed by their seats. They all had their heads buried in phones or tablets. A sturdy flight attendant before me closed one of the overhead compartments, turned towards me and put her hands on the headrests of the seats on her sides, blocking my path. She had full lips and a large behind that I would have appreciated had I not felt like total crap. Excuse me, sir, but you have to sit down, she said. We'll be taking off soon. My breath hitched as a tremor passed through me. I felt so bad I started shivering, and the air conditioning wasn't helping. The sturdy lady raised her eyebrows and sighed. If you also saw something weird, I can assure you, sir, there is nothing to worry about. The plane is safe, and we are about to take off. The lady was probably just confused by something. I shut my eyes and shook my head. Oh, no. It's not that. Just, please, I need to go to the bathroom. But sir, we'll be taking off soon, the lady said. You have to be in your seat. Only now that I looked her straight in the eyes, did I notice her pupils were extremely enlarged, as if she were under the influence of Zaza, or something even creepier. The screaming woman's words came to my mind again, but whatever paranoia wanted to haunt me was subdued by a retch. I covered my mouth with my fist, and the lady's face indicated that she started to understand my situation. Please, I'll be quick, I said. I just urgently need it. This can't wait, please. I so hated these stupid plane rules. I knew they were to keep me safe, but they also held me away from the toilet when I needed it, and something always came out either of my ends when I flew. Oh, Jesus, Lord, all right. The lady sounded startled. She was probably afraid I was going to throw up on her, which I would if she didn't get out of my way soon. Fortunately, she did, although the space was so small I had to grind my way past her. We both certainly looked like idiots to the onlooking passengers. I just hoped Bryony wasn't looking. I stumbled to the pitifully small toilet cabin and struggled with the strange handle for a while. As soon as I managed to open it, I jumped in, slammed it behind me. It opened again. I slammed it closed again. It opened. I cursed and then saw there was a special lock, so I utilized that to keep the door closed. Then I felt the plane move. We were backing away from the gate, heading for the runway. That did it for me. I gagged and leaned over the toilet. I vomited up my meager breakfast and panted and strained over the bowl for some while. I hated barfing on a plane. The space was a claustrophobic prison, and there were no winds to let in real fresh air. Not from that stupid AC, and the feeling always awoke thoughts of my dead wife. I pulled out a couple of napkins and wiped the sweat from my brow and the vomit from my mouth. I coughed a few more times to get rid of the slimy feeling in my throat. Then I realized there were hundreds of passengers around me on this flight, and the walls of this little rectal hole weren't exactly noise-proof. I prayed none of them could hear me. After washing my hands and face, I learned with dread that the paper napkins had run out. I was suspicious about the toilet paper's cleanliness, so I resolved to leave my hands and mouth wet. The AC above my seat was strong enough to tear a man's skin off upon impact, after all, so it would surely dry me in no time. I walked out of the toilet cabin and tried my utmost to appear calm and collected, as if I definitely hadn't puked up my guts in there. Still, there was this nagging paranoia that everyone knew exactly what I did in the bathroom. The paranoia became reality when a young man with a wide smile, sitting in an aisle seat, looked up at me. "Here, sir, take this," he said in an amicable, polite tone, offering me a small packet. "It relieves nausea and an upset stomach, especially from motion sickness. There are 2 last tablets in there. Best to take 2 for maximum effect." I gave the man a weird eye. Why the hell was he offering me tablets? Was this Dramamine? I focused my vision and saw that yes, it was. How did this man know I had run out of Dramamine? No, what was I thinking? This man didn't know I had run out of Dramamine. He was likely just being polite, wanted to help. There were still altruistic folks out there after all. Why did that screaming woman have to board a plane with me? Thanks, I said, accepting the Dramamine packet. I appreciated the man's help, but the dude was still smiling. Didn't his cheeks hurt already? Maybe only his rear ones did. Be that as it may, it looked robotic instead of natural, like that smile was the default state of his lips. But this was no robot. I was just paranoid again. The teeth of the lady passenger sitting to my left still looked a bit sharp, but then I saw they were just rotten. Crystal meth enthusiasts were called vampires for a reason. Dang that crazy woman for putting these stressful thoughts in my head. "I'm Michael, by the way," the young man said. "It was nice to meet you, sir. I hope you feel better." I accepted his hand, feeling like I was in a business meeting again. "My name's Lance. Nice to meet you too." But we weren't in a business meeting. I stood in the middle of an aisle in a cramped airplane and someone's front soon pressed up against my butt. "Sir, the plane is already on the runway. We'll take off in a minute," said a female voice I recognized as that of the big butt flight attendant. "You have to be seated with your belt fastened." I looked behind my shoulder, met those creepy large pupils and said, Yes, ma'am, sorry. I'm going to my seat." "Have a good flight, sir," said Michael. "Yeah, thanks," I said and strode down the aisle to the very front. I saw Bryony's smiling head peeking out from behind her seat. As I sat down next to her, she said, "Aw, Michael gave you some medicine, I see." "You know the man?" I asked, buckling my seatbelt. Was she already taken and didn't tell me? "Yeah," said Bryony. "That's my brother. We're traveling together, but we're sitting apart because the bureaucrats of the airline monopoly don't care that you're family, and they often put you on opposite ends of a column. I chuckled. This girl was the right kind of crazy, just the way I liked. I wondered what monopoly she could unleash in the bed. You seem really nervous, though, Bryony said. You sure you're okay? Yeah, I just don't really like flying, I said. It was an understatement, though. Bryony shrugged. I get that many folks don't like it, but I don't get why. So you mean you don't get it? I said. Yeah, said Bryony. Because for me, all I feel when I'm flying is thrill. Seriously, there is nothing better than that. All the clouds and landscapes underneath. It's really pretty, and I especially like what's going on inside the plane. It never gets boring here. Each trip, new people. I smirked and said, well, Philadelphia never gets boring either. I'm sure we'll have lots of fun there together. Bryony smirked back. Oh, I'm sure we will, big boy. I chuckled in surprise, not at all prepared to be called that. I saw the reasoning, though. I was the healthiest body type, lean but thick. I started imagining Bryony's curious hands exploring my torso downwards, when the moving plane shook and tilted backwards. We took off. My hands reached to my seatbelt, making sure it was buckled. It was. I then gripped the handle of my seat. The plane tilted further backwards and sped up. I glanced out the window despite myself and felt bile rush up my throat. We were in the air, several feet above the ground, and we were moving high up, higher and higher. I shut my eyes, hell-bent on not puking in front of my potential date. Are you okay? Bryony put her hand on mine. A different kind of shiver rushed through me. I sucked in a breath and faked a smile. Yeah, I'm alright. I then decided to use humor to conquer my fears, which usually helped. Let's hope the plane doesn't crash and we don't die, I said jovially, looking outside the window again at the shrinking trees. The airport, houses, roads, and the first clouds. I felt the bile again and had to close my eyes. This wasn't helping. Oh, we certainly won't die, Bryony said. I froze. What the hell did she mean? I turned to her with scrunched up brows. Her sultry red lips were now twisted in a wide smile. But you certainly will. I wanted to ask her what she was talking about, but she was already leaning out of her seat into the aisle. She turned her head towards the rear end and shouted, Michael, now! I looked to the back and saw Michael turn into a pale, long-limbed creature. He jumped on top of the seat in front of him and bit into the head of a passenger. The people around screamed in terror as Michael leapt onto the aisle and slit the throat of another passenger. My heart drummed in my ears. I averted my gaze to Bryony. Her face was no longer the one I fell in love with, but that of a ghoulish creature with no nose. Glowing yellow eyes, gray skin, and a myriad of sharp teeth. I had no time to react before she sank her teeth into the flesh of my neck. The thought of my children the last thing on my mind. I woke up in a hospital. A machine was breathing for me, and both my legs were encased in casts. The doctor came in shortly and told me that the plane crashed into the lake near the airport, making it a smooth landing. A lady who chose to stay anonymous pressed on my wound and called the ambulance. I wanted to ask about the creatures, but before I opened my mouth, I decided not to be so blunt. I asked in a vaguer way, "What caused the crash?" The doctor said, "From what we were told, the lady who saved you refused to speak about what happened, but there were 2 other survivors." She was saying this as if she was telling a funny family story. They said there were some monsters on board. Ghouls, they said. What they didn't say was that they were drunk off their butts. but it was obvious. I'm genuinely surprised the alcohol didn't kill them before the crash. I was stunned by the doctor's boldness, but he had a point. And of course, no one would believe drunks, and no one would believe me either, so I didn't comment on the monster part. So, no one else survived? I asked. No, the doctor said. Then his face took on a more serious tone. I'm sorry, sir. Was anyone traveling with you? I thought back to Bryony, and how her face went from a beautiful canvas to that monstrosity. I shuddered and resolved to stop thinking about that moment. I closed my eyes, pursing my lips. No, I said. I just met someone on the way, but it's fine. Condolences to the family, of course. I was bumbling at this point. Condolences for sure, the doctor said. Those caskets sure will have to stay closed. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. Sensitive matter and all, you know, but... He lowered his face and grimaced. Almost every passenger had at least one body part missing. Torn apart, many of them. He gestured weirdly around himself. I felt the familiar sting of bile in my throat. Well, maybe it was that dog on board, I said. Didn't the dog attack the passengers? The doctor frowned. Sir, there was no dog on board. We had no account of any animal traveling on your flight. I licked my lips, feeling dizzy. Sure, maybe I just mistook someone for a dog. I don't know. I ran my palm over my face. Sorry, I'm talking nonsense. Could you get me some more water? Yeah, I'll send the nurse, said the doctor. I will come back in an hour to check on you again, sir. It was just me again. Me and the beeping monitor. I was sure what I saw was real, but my certainty wouldn't convince anyone else. No proof was left except for two drunks with wild claims. If those two creatures or whatever had this all planned, then well done. They had their feast, or game, or whatever they wanted to accomplish, and no one would ever know what they are. Or maybe I could write about this and post it on some internet platform. Surely there would be some person, at least one person, who would take me seriously. I was overcome with the desire to speak out, to let the world know what happened. Well, world, I meant people on the internet. It could be worth a shot. I typed up my story and posted it on a few sites I deemed suitable. I am now seated behind my desk, leaned back against my armchair, hands folded over my head. The knowledge of my children sleeping soundly a floor above me is warm and soothing. My hospital stay had worried them, but it was quickly washed down with some Philly cheesesteak and banana split. My mind sometimes wanders to the moment when I thought I would never see them again, and if I ever thought listening to Bill Cosby talk was uncomfortable, I can now say I would rather listen to him speak for hours on end than think about that again. I almost thought of it again. I'm going to need some more Jack. I might not understand what I saw, but I know I saw something unusual. I need answers, but I'm not going to make them up just for the sake of having them. One thing I learned that day is that if there's ever a crazy, screaming woman on my flight ever again, I will be the first one to listen and get off the flight before she does. I'm not going to tell you my name. If you recognize the way I talk from my old videos, keep it to yourself. I don't want any more messages. I don't want any more theories. I just need to get this out, and then I'm done with social media. Back in 2017, I was a YouTuber. Not a huge one, but I pulled in good numbers. Hundreds of thousands of views, sometimes millions. If you were watching overnight challenges, urban exploration, or anything that involves sneaking into abandoned places, you might have seen my videos. It was all fake. That's what I want you to believe. That's what I need you to believe. That's what I need you to believe. I was always careful. I planned every video like a heist. Research, entry points, escape routes. But in May of 2017, I got cocky. I wanted something bigger. Something that would go viral. 24 hours in an abandoned mall. Sounded perfect. I found the Cove Plaza shopping mall. Closed in 2013, mostly intact. No official security, just a few cameras that didn't work. I brought my gear, a flashlight, night vision camera, some food, and a battery pack. I was ready. At least I thought I was. I got in through a service door. The inside was exactly what I wanted. Dust-covered tile floors, shattered skylights, and dead silence. I started filming immediately, playing up the creep factor. And then I saw them. Mannequins. Not just a few hundreds. Stores that had been picked clean still had them. Naked, broken, posed in unnatural ways. Some with missing limbs, others vandalized. A few were arranged in groups, like they were mid-conversation. I joked about it on camera, something about how this was the real mannequin challenge. I even moved a few, positioning them in weirder poses for later shots. I shouldn't have touched them. By 2 a.m. I was settled in the food court. The air smelled stale, like old grease and mold. I was filming a menu which was still lit up when I heard footsteps. Not the echo of my own, someone else's. I killed my light. Silence. Then a faint plastic scrape. I turned my camera toward the sound, slowly raising the brightness. The mannequins had moved. Not a lot, just a few inches. But I knew where they'd been before. I checked the footage. One near the escalator had its arms at its sides just 3 hours ago. Now one hand was reaching forward. I laughed. I was nervous, but I convinced myself it was nothing. Maybe I bumped it earlier. Maybe my memory was bad. I went back to filming. At 3:15 a.m., my camera shut off. The battery was charged. It shouldn't have died. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The mannequins were closer. The one by the escalator was now on the first step. I don't remember getting up. I don't remember running. 1 second I was sitting and the next I was at the other end of the food court, panting like I'd just sprinted a mile. I wasn't alone anymore. Something moved in my peripheral vision. A head turned. Plastic slammed the ground. I bolted. I didn't look back. I didn't stop filming, not until I was outside gasping for breath. My camera was still dead, but my phone had the footage. I never uploaded it. When I checked the files the next day, they were corrupted. Every single one. The only thing that remained was a still frame from the food court, a blurry shot of me sitting on the floor, and something behind me. A mannequin. No head, no arms, just standing there. I never went back. I stopped making videos. My channel died. Maybe that was for the best. I don't care if you believe me. Just don't go looking for Cove Plaza. They don't like being watched.